Welcome, everybody. Welcome.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
We're back with another edition of Worcester Council Theater 3000. I am Brian O'Donnell. This is Bill Shaner. Bill is live in the halls of what's the opposite of power? Weakness. Worm.
You missed some incredible performance. Can you give a little recap for our audience at home?
Absolutely.
G-O-T-T-O-T-O.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, we'll do it together.
All right.
G-O-T-T-O-G-O.
Not G-O.
No, got to go. These bigots have got to go. I'll send you the lyrics. I'll send you all the lyrics.
All right.
I'll drop it in the chat.
You heard it. You heard it here. All right. I'm
Bill,
not going to stay here because I don't trust myself to not scream at the city council.
Good call.
I'm going to be back on the computer. We've got a line of speakers show already. It's going to be the same thing as it has been in the past couple.
Bill, did you boots the house down?
Everyone get online to participate via Zoom, and let's punish their freaking asses.
Yes,
Working
queen.
them into submission. But yeah, so I will see you in a little bit, Brian.
Thanks, Bill. Bill Shaner, everybody, live from City Hall. He'll be back shortly. Looks pretty crazy down there. Looks like it's incredibly packed down there. Travis,
are you watching the stream at all?
No. Is it up? Who's showing it?
Two was showing it. Queer for Cities were showing it. It was a full-on dance party, and now I'm by myself. So yeah, this is new. Hi, folks.
Let me bring it up.
It was
see if anybody has on.
It was a full-on dance party down there. Queer for Cities had it. Two had it. Looked like a lot of fun.
Jess is down there. helping support volunteering with the organization, and said it's pretty incredible. So I did see Two's live. I just didn't catch it in time. But yeah, looks like as we predicted, the city council as they always have and as they always seemingly will have done fucked up again, and thought that they were getting away with something by holding this item. So I'm sure what we'll see tonight are more shenanigans, much like we saw during the school committee meeting with a not dissimilar item. So we're gonna find out together. Amazing. Hell yeah. 2 forever. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting night. Obviously, you'd think at some point that I know that they're not, that they're the fucking morons are too much of morons to understand what it is that they're doing. But you'd think at some point they would at least not everyone around them is as stupid as they are. Maybe just no one cares to tell them how stupid they're being. And I'm happy for that. I'm very grateful for that, because it really is very enjoyable to see how stupid they can be.
Do you think we'll hear legal input on the legalities of setting ourselves as a protection place or a sanctuary city for the LGBTQIA?
I'm sure that's what they're gonna do. It's not, I mean, even if that was the case, even if that was explicitly the case, it's still not any good reason to not do something moral. The whole thing is that, the federal government now is going to try and get people to obey in advance, even when they don't have the authority to do things. They're going to try and just force people to do them through fear, and so we shouldn't play that game, even if it was somehow going to hurt us from a fiscal standpoint or whatever the fuck. That doesn't change the fact that you do moral things for moral reasons, and that that has to come into the equation, and I know it doesn't for at least 6 people sitting in that room. But we're gonna find out tonight just exactly how much they are cowards and pieces of shit. So yeah, Mo's gonna say some lawyer stuff. And again, none of that really is what matters. There's right and there's wrong. And if Joe Petty, not that I ever believed that he was, but if he wants to pretend that he was being sincere last week when he says that Worcester is a place where we, take care of everybody, all that bullshit, then he doesn't really have a choice but to have spent the last week doing everything he can to make sure that this order passes. I'm sure he's happy to find some sort of technical reason that he can say, well, I wish we could, but we can't because he's a piece of shit. But we're going to see. And none of it changes the fact that I don't believe it has started yet. None of it changes the fact that he's at fault for this situation. He's at fault for things being where they are. As I have said every week for the past few weeks, the reason why we're in this situation is because Candy Merrill Carlson is a bigot and said bigoted things. And Joe has a lot of say in that. And, he can say all the right things about any specific order that he wants, but he has a lot of say in whether or not a city councilor is allowed to just openly be a bigot. And we kind of know where he stands on that. So all of this stuff is secondary to that. Candy Merrill Carlson should not be on the city council. And everything kind of follows from that. So I don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen the updated list of who's announced. I can't imagine that he's just going to walk away, despite the fact that I think it's almost guaranteed that he loses, depending on what Maureen Benenda does. But looks like they're starting up the national anthem now.
Yeah, I got it.
But we're gonna see how they fuck it up tonight. That's really, it's not about whether or not they do this. Tonight is about asserting by members of this city, by members of this community, what the people of this city are about. And it's also about seeing how cowards are going to try and rat fuck it. So packed house, obviously. Fred Nathan's not even the first in line tonight. This is how we know that things are going to be nuts tonight. Yeah, Jack, I just don't think I can't see a way that Petty doesn't stick around. But whether or not he win, I don't know. Like I don't like he'll win a seat. He will lose the mayoral race. What do we imagine? What are we thinking about these two guys dead center, plaid and zip vest?
I honestly thought one of them was an undercover cop.
Yeah, they're probably not going to say anything cool, but you shouldn't judge people. Your antenna go up when you see a guy like that you haven't seen in the chamber.
Roll call. Councilor Bergman here.
Oh.
Councilor Calorio. Councilor Haxhiaj.
Here.
Councilor King.
Here.
Councilor Merrill Carlson. Councilor
You can tell it's loud in there
Councilor
because
Ada.
of how
Councilor Pacillo.
loud they're talking
Councilor
just on the
Russell.
microphones.
Councilor Toomey.
Here.
And Mayor Petty.
Here. Approve of the minutes.
Oh,
Roll
Councilor
call.
Toomey's not in.
Oh, wow.
Bergman?
Toomey's,
Councilor
Toomey's afraid to
Florio?
show.
Councilor Haxhiaj?
He
Yes.
sounds
Councilor
very
King?
sick.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, we have public participation. A person may speak for no more than 2 minutes on any item appearing on the agenda. Is your name, see your residence, and item number. I've been asked to read the rule, is it Rule 39 on
Correct, Mr. Mayor.
public
Rule 39.
participation? Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, at every meeting of the City Council under public participation portion of the agenda, the chair shall recognize any person seeking such recognition for the purpose of addressing the City Council on any eligible items on the agenda for the meeting, both in person and remotely on the Zoom option. Any person who wishes to speak on more than one item on the agenda shall be combined their testimony on all items to one appearance at the microphone. The time for the speaking shall not exceed 2 minutes for any one speaker or 30 minutes for all speakers.
We knew they were going to do this tonight.
Okay, so we're going to suspend the rules, let people speak tonight, and roll call.
Wow. Shocking.
So,
They do this every week.
What's that?
No, I know, but like it
Yeah.
did definitely seem like they were
Mr.
going
Mayor, we
to
need 2/3 votes to suspend the rules.
attempt.
Councilor Bergman?
Oh, here we go.
Yes. Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor
All right.
Haxhiaj?
Yes.
That would have been a riot.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor
Right.
Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Just coming out
Councilor
swinging.
Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, so next
Get
meeting
some
we'll
tea,
enforce
Kate.
those rules, a little more, but we're going to get through tonight together. Okay.
We're gonna do it together,
Okay,
Joe.
we are going, so we're all set? We are, is your name, see your residence, and item number?
Good evening, Mayor Petty and City Councilors. My name is Richard Shea. I've been a resident in Worcester for over 50 years. I reside at 2 Rexham Road in Worcester, Massachusetts.
Oh, my neighbor.
And I'm going to be speaking relative to items 8K, 10B, 10F, 10G, and I can't read the other one. Anyhow, my name is Richard Shea. I've been a resident here a long time. I was an educator and counselor in the public schools for over 34 years. And I'm here tonight to express my appreciation for all the work that the City Council does on the voters, on behalf of the voters in Worcester, Massachusetts.
Who paid you?
You're voted by constituents in your districts or at large to do the business of the city at the request and behest of its voters. I believe that in order for you to meet your responsibility and do the work of the city, there needs to be decorum, there needs to be respect
Decorum.
shown in this hall. That respect goes to everyone. I'm a Roman Catholic. I believe that God created every human being as a child of his innumerable power. Regardless of lifestyle, regardless of sexual orientation, that includes everybody. And I don't think that it's right for there to be disruption for a segment of the population at the expense of the whole population.
Thanks, man.
All of the voters that voted for
We're
each
happy to
one of
be
you
here.
councilors to do the business
Thanks
of
for
the
everybody for
city
coming out.
without interruption. The silent majority isn't represented here.
About 2 minutes, bud.
Majority.
That's not to demean
The
anyone
silent
that's
majority.
here, but just
Fuck
to have
authority.
respect for everyone in the city that deserves to have their business conducted without interruption.
Thank you. Can you wrap up your comments?
There it is.
I will. So I want to acknowledge my appreciation. I've been at the mic. I don't abuse it. I've been
He's
at this
abusing it
mic to
right now.
represent education and the interests
You're
of
over 2
children,
minutes. Shut them down. Joe.
adults, the teachers, the counselors, the wraparound services.
Thank you.
And thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Man, you preambled a little
Is your
too
name,
much.
see
You
your residence, and
preambled.
item number?
Thank you. Fred Nathan, Worcester.
So before I start out, I just want to acknowledge this month being Black History Month. 14A, the item about the sprinklers. So just so we're clear here now, I understand that for a dwelling that's being renovated and they're gonna put sprinklers in there now, you're talking probably north of $80,000. And I don't think the city's gonna give anybody a tax break to recoup that $80,000, but it would be nice if there's some sort of a TIF type thing that we could give these people a tax break. $80,000 to be jammed down people's throats. Something tells me if that person that has a 4-unit place, that if they have, say, a 3rd floor going for $2,000, that price tag has just gone up to $3,500, and there is no one in here that can dispute those numbers. As for what everyone's here about tonight,
Is
I'm a
that
little
new Marco
confused about
behind Fred?
something here.
You're confused
I
about a lot
mean,
of things, Fred.
I know a lot of
No.
people. I know.
They're typing
sure.
like new
I do
Marco.
have a
That's why
lot-
I'm asking.
I have a fair amount of friends who are gay, but I don't give them any crap over it. They don't give me any crap being straight or anything. No. My problem is that when someone tells me that they're non-binary and that their pronouns are they or them, I'm confused, because in a dictionary, if you look up the words they, it's two. If you look up it's them, it's two.
Oh, Fred.
I'm confused.
Okay. Okay. Before our next speaker, I feel this mention 14A, which was just being talked about. 14A is going to be held under privilege. So we need 4 votes by Councilor Carlson. Should we? What? Yeah, I tell.
I'm a wheelchair user.
So both councils. Hang on one second. We're just going to have a quick vote here on the 14A to let people know we're going to hold
Mr.
that.
Chairman, I just want to clarify that people are in line because they have needs, accessibility. So I just want to share that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So if early on during the night, we'll go back to after under suspension. We'll do the hold the item.
What is 14A?
Let's hold 14A. Okay. Roll call. You need 4 votes to hold 14A. Roll call.
Mr. Chairman, what item is that again?
So funny how
Hold on,
Joe
fire
is just
department
really
item.
bad at.
Thank you.
The sprinkler.
On the sprinkler system.
There you go.
Mr. Mayor, was requested by Councilor Haxhiaj, Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Carlson,
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj,
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, that was held by Councilor Carlson and
That was-
Councilor
was held by
Haxhiaj.
you?
Both of them. Okay. Yes, so we have some people who have asked for special consideration tonight, so just your name, see your residence, and item number.
Thank you. My name is Ariel Timar Alvarez de Amasifuen. I'm a District 4 resident of Worcester on Nipmuc territory. First, I wanted to show my support for item 8A to encourage cars to slow down. I also support items 8J, 10C, and 10H to support lower utility bills. 11A to say thank you to our Black community who fight for our country despite the abuse we've inflicted on them. I have some concerns over the intent of items 8K and 8L. 8K is too broad about what exactly is city business, and based on the history of this council, I'm worried about this ruling being utilized in bad faith. For 8L, we sometimes elevate experts about what it's like to be homeless, but the people who are impacted need to be able to have a hand in that conversation. Nothing about us without us. I support items 10F and 10G for allowing the posting of public participation rules and a visible timer for speakers, which is very helpful for folks to see what their expectations are and to better watch the system to ensure equity. Through the chair, I'd like to thank Councilor Pacillo for items that can hopefully build better trust with the public. Finally, I wanted to show queer support for 10B, 10J, 14B, and tentatively 10I, as long as it is acknowledged that getting a report on hate crimes is only part of the story. If the system itself disenfranchises vulnerable communities, the reporting of said system is always going to be skewed. I also wanted to go on the record for the council that I was able to apply for the LGBTQI plus commission. To any councilors who are considering voting against 14B tonight, I understand that federal funding can help us support our communities. However, I cannot overstate that the United States is rapidly sliding into fascism, and conceding because we are scared of the repercussions validates and allows fascism to continue. I had a previous statement. I think I'm going to leave that for tonight, but I hope that the council will be able to support these items. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Does your name say your residence? I don't know.
Ron Rajat, Worcester resident, 62 years. I want to talk about 14A. Leaders lead by example. And, you know, the cost of installing sprinklers, I think you as leaders should do it to yourselves. What's it going to cost you to install sprinklers in your own homes? Then see how long it takes to get bids for that. And after a year, you're going to probably have to inspect those sprinklers. So just take a look at that before deciding on the sprinklers. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alice Romeo, a lifelong Worcester area resident, and I'm here today in support of 14B. And I'm going to quote the great Ryan O'Halloran when I say, I'm not even supposed to be here today. I called in last week because I'm currently recovering from surgery. And I listened to an hour and a half of wonderful testimony on 14B. And towards the end, it was my turn to go on. And I don't know what technical issue there was. It says I wasn't muted, but for whatever reason there was, I could not have my voice heard. But I thought it would be okay because all these great people showed up, gave really strong testimony with no resistance. Because anyone who says they care about this issue and they're opposing 14B, they don't have any skin in the game. People here, we do. And, you know, I didn't know I was transgender until maybe 3 or so years ago. I'm actually in the room today with people who knew me before I was trans, whether it be people I've done business with before, or people who I've known from local organizations or clubs like Central Toastmasters. And everyone here is in a lot of hurt and pain. Please listen to the voices here today. Because, as I said, if the vote happened last week, I wouldn't have to be here today. But here I am.
Thank you.
I know I'm out of time, but we as a community are out of time. Please listen to the voices behind me.
Go on. That was a great line.
I was going to say that was dope. That was a dope way to go out.
What's your name and city of residence?
Hello. My name in drag is Dee Dee Delight. And my name out of drag is Dewey Cosgrove Atienza. And I've been living in Worcester my whole life as well. And man, I didn't know I was trans my whole life. Man, it's a weird experience hiding that I dress as a man at home, then hiding that I got redressed as a woman upstairs, and then hiding that to come to city council because I don't want my parents to know that I have to argue for both those things. And I'm multiply disabled. I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is a connective tissue disorder that causes me immense physical pain. I'm on the autism spectrum. And I have narcolepsy, and I couldn't drive myself here, so I had to hide from my driver that I was in drag, which is not an easy thing to do in drag. And 2 has been the most amazing boss to me. they drove me to work sometimes. And they've been such an important person in my life. And what happened to them was unfair, and it deserves to be addressed. I don't understand how, and sorry, I'm here to talk about 10B and 14B. And the reason that those two things need to be addressed, and the reason that Worcester needs to be a safe space for trans people is because I can't go home where I can't work, I don't qualify for disability, I can't drive because I'm narcoleptic, and my family doesn't support me because I'm trans, and then come to a city council that won't listen to my voice. I need the city to protect me because no one else will. And I need the city to protect me because the federal government won't. And if you think you're afraid of Trump, you should see how afraid of Trump I am.
Can you wrap up, please?
Yes, I can. If you say that you're afraid of Trump and that's why you don't want the city to be a safe space for trans people, you better prepare for trans people to make this a very unsafe space.
Normally I would say good evening, but through the chair I will only impart my sour grapes. My name is Dr. Rita Mukherjee. I'm an assistant professor at Worcester State University, and I am appalled at the circumstances that have brought me here this evening. I will keep my remarks concise. Through the chair, I offer three things for not just City Council, but for my queer family here in Worcester, and for the very confused people who keep attacking our community. The first of which is pertinent to the English language. They, them as a singular pronoun has been in use since the 14th century. No one in this room is as old as the 14th century, so I'm going to ask for some adaptation. Second, I would like to share that the popular comment I've seen on social
Can you guys
media
hear my,
on Reddit
my phone
attacking
voice?
our city, attacking
yeah.
all the beautiful things that we have built here in Worcester, says people are too sensitive these days, language shouldn't matter. And I would love for that to be the case. I agree that this is a poor use of our time. So I ask, I implore that we adapt, that we correct our language, and I thank through the chair the members of City Council who have taken accountability and apologized for their transphobic and bigoted behavior. We don't demand perfection, but we do ask for growth. And third and finally, I invite, not in angst, not in bad faith, but in calling in a long-standing practice of intersectional politics, I invite every member, through the chair, of City Council to come to my queer studies classroom at Worcester State University. You are all welcome every time, but be aware that you are a guest in my house when you come. And when you come, know that there are strong queer and trans people in my classroom who will collect you with the quickness if you speak out of turn. I'll conclude here. Yes, of course. To quote our Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, we will continue to bring the fire until you see the light.
Hell yeah. That was
Hi,
Rita
my name
kicked
is
off
Katie.
the
I'm from District
demonstration.
5, and I'm speaking in
really good.
support of agenda items 10B and 14B.
Oh, yeah.
Right
Turn
now
my
in our
reverb
country,
off.
Trump is threatening the
I don't need to
trans
sound
and
that
gender
epic.
diverse community. He is using policy to take away protections. He is making it hard for trans people to renew passports, to get the care they need. He is trying to erase us. These are not anxieties. These are indisputable facts. And he will not stop with trans people. He will not stop with immigrants. But he is limited. He is a president, not a king. And he has the powers of a president as well as the limitations of one. So my question to the council is this. If he is going to use policy to hurt people, how can we use it to protect them? How can we stand up and say that we won't allow him to dictate what we do in our city? The spirit of Worcester is one of standing up to those who seek to do harm. We stood up against the KKK in 1924, and organizations like the YWCA
Well,
stand
we
up
were,
against equality
half
today.
of us were the
What side of history
KKK.
do we want
Right.
to be on? To address the fear of losing federal funding, we are already at risk. We are a liberal city in a liberal state that has espoused values that are to the contrary of the president's own. We have immigrants, LGBTQ folks, allies, and intellectuals whose ideas are a threat to his regime. And we are so proud. We are proud to be a city that prioritizes its citizens over bigotry and hate. It is worth the risk. Please be brave and vote yes on agenda item 14B. We must be strong if we are going to withstand the bullying of fascists. Lastly, and please investigate misconduct amongst yourselves. It takes a great deal of courage to stand up to your enemies, but a great deal more to stand up to your friends. Look at how you treat people. Look at how your fellows treat people, and ask yourself if that is the best y'all can be. Take ownership of wrongs. The lights turned off. Apologize for them and grow from them.
What
Thank
is
you for
this?
your time.
This is dramatic lighting. I love it.
Is that how they're doing 2-minute signals?
Oh my God.
Nelly.
What's your name, see your residence?
Yes. Good evening.
thought I
My
saw
name is
Nelly back
Susan
there, but-
D'Orazio.
That's
I will
not
be
Nelly.
addressing
No,
items
in the
10B
line.
and
I
14B.
can't see. I don't have my
I was
glasses
born here
on.
in Worcester and have been a proud resident and District 1 voter since 1999. I'm a cisgender ally, mother to a gay son who went through Worcester Public Schools, and a proud volunteer with
Yeah,
Project
I don't think
Labels,
it's worth checking
queer
out,
and
especially when they have
trans
almost
youth
80
in our
people on there.
sewing and
It can't be
fashion
good.
program.
I
Worcester
would
It's
say
gonna
you
be
turn it on.
terrible.
city, but that's being tested. As you know, across the country, LGBTQ+ rights are under attack. Life-saving research is being halted. Healthcare is being stripped away. The current administration has outright said trans people do not exist. Let's be clear. They are seeking to erase and exterminate
coming from
this
your house, Bill?
particular community.
Yeah, the cat
It is shameful to see that
screaming.
rhetoric
Yeah,
echoed here,
Bear did an attack.
whether explicitly
Gus
or
doesn't like that.
implicitly. That this is not a
Just as long as I
welcome
come from City Hall, we're cool.
Well,
If you
there
think
is something
this
coming
doesn't
from City
affect you,
Hall.
please educate yourself. This is not some fringe group. These are our neighbors.
I'm going to mute myself.
And they're asking for dignity and protection. I've learned so much with these young people I work with about resilience, identity, and being seen. Queer and trans folks are some of the brightest, most passionate entrepreneurs, activists, and artists. If Worcester wants to be a vibrant, forward-moving city, it must be a safe haven for this skilled, engaged community. To those claiming that making Worcester a sanctuary city could risk federal funding, that's fear-mongering. There is no precedent for federal funds being pulled over this.
Could you wrap up your
The
comments, please?
solicitor may cite risk. With this administration, there's potential risk for a lot of terrible things.
Oh, thanks,
you. Could you
system.
Does
wrap up,
that
please?
mean we throw our most vulnerable residents under
I
the
like doing it.
bus?
It's
Thank
pretty
you.
good.
We have last.
I just want to challenge you. Get to know a queer and trans person. And I challenge the President of the United States as well.
Thank you.
Your lives will change.
My name is Cam. I'm a Worcester resident, and I've been receiving gender-affirming care here in some way or another for about 5 years. I'm speaking in support of 10B and 14B. Last week, Mayor Petty claimed he would be willing to protect the trans community of Worcester when the time comes. The time is now. A common phrase from the councilors in debate last week is that we don't know what the future holds. I, along with anyone who has been paying any attention, would disagree. In just the 7 days since last city council meeting, Trump has continued taking action to erase any reference to trans people in federal scientific research. As others have pointed out last week, this is the same tactic the German government used many years ago. Last Wednesday, he also moved to ban transgender people from competing in sports at all costs. The federal government has shown time and time again they will not rest when it comes to the trans community. Are you going to keep delaying action until it's too late, until too much damage has been done to this city, or are you going to take action now? I promise you, the people of Worcester will not rest until you promise to keep us safe. I can tell many of you on the council are tired of hearing the same pleas over and over again. This will keep happening until you vote in favor of 14B, and you can fix that by voting tonight. I'd like to thank Councilors Nguyen, Haxhiaj, and King for their unwavering support of the local queer community, as well as school committee member Sue Mailman. And to councilors like Colorio, who keep continuing to stall, who are willing to put countless lives at risk to avoid a completely theoretical cut to federal funding, you should be ashamed. Our safety is not for sale.
My name is Gary Hunter, and I'm part of District 5. Good to see you all, and welcome. But I would like to raise a
That's so sick. Welcome to our meeting.
Talk about 14B and 16A. And in my opinion, Chair,
Do we think Kate Toomey's mic is
16A,
unmuted?
everybody gets a copy
I
of
can't
the
really
agenda
hear it.
on Friday.
There's something coming
My opinion
through
is
the audio
You
that
have
isn't
time
you or
before
I,
the meeting to check
and
ask
must be coming
questions.
from the city's
So
Zoom.
obviously, somebody's not doing their job to find out what's going on before the meeting. There's no reason to stop that vote if they had done that. I'm in favor of 14B. You have already made Worcester a sanctuary city for immigrants. Were you not worried then that you
See
might
that?
get
Where's
cut
that
off
coming
from
from?
funding?
Someone's
This is
moving
for
stuff around in their kitchen.
a whole group of people in your city that are being abused.
I can hear it on mine, but I
We
have mine
need to
muted.
vote on this, and we need to stop delaying votes. People are getting sick of this city council for delaying votes, and even the school committee last Thursday. We need to take a stand and vote on the original motion, and then if you want to do something else, do it. As far as there's a couple other ones here. There's 10A, and I
Can you
think
still hear it?
Yeah.
the city council has to look at transparency.
Someone opened their microwave.
Calling
There was a
any
text
problems
notification.
into executive session is not doing that. You already have people that don't trust
Someone was
you.
clicking a mouse while
What
you
we
were
need to do
muted.
is beat everybody on the level and do it in city council.
Did you hear those three
where you
mouse clicks?
can,
Yeah, I
so
did,
you're
yeah.
not talking
Oh,
behind
shit.
people's backs.
But you're unmuted.
Yeah, that's weird. It's because I'm using this thing called Black Hole.
For third party. We've gone through this. This has been a month. You still haven't, through the chair, I would like to say one thing.
Okay.
We have still not heard an apology. If I was in this situation and somebody
You still
told
hear
me
it?
that I did this,
Yeah, that's really weird. You're
I would
muted in
either
this on the website.
retire-
That shouldn't come through.
and I would like, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. If I did that, I would either yell and scream that I didn't do it, or I would apologize the next day. So we need somebody a third-party person, to apologize to
Thank you. I appreciate it.
person.
Thank you.
How about now?
Yeah, talk while it's muted and see what
Good
happens.
evening.
Yeah,
My name
that's
is Pastor
crazy.
Julie Payne-Britton. I use the pronouns she and her, and I am disabled, cisgender lesbian. My wife and I moved here 2.5
Try it
years
now.
ago, and we live in West Tatnick in Worcester. I am also the associate pastor of Hadwin Park Congregational Church in Worcester.
Just so you know, just so you're
which is an
aware, be
open
careful.
and affirming UCC church. I am here with many
have to
others
mute
from
your
Hadwin
mic.
Park Church
Yeah, let me
asking you
see,
to vote
okay.
yes for 10B,
How
to
about now?
investigate transphobia and a toxic council culture, and yes
Can
to
you hear me?
14B to
Uh,
designate
yeah, I can
Worcester
hear you
as
now.
a sanctuary
All right,
city
mute
for
button on my
trans,
interface works.
non-binary, and gender diverse people, and yes to the public apology, which we all are waiting for. Using the language of my faith, let me tell you this. The Jesus that I know would be right here in this gallery, lined up to speak during this public comment, standing in solidarity with the brave people here. The Jesus I know would be dressed in full drag and serving face, or handsome as a trans man, or wrapped in the garb of a non-binary person who knows one gender is way too small to capture their gloriousness. The Jesus I know would be at this mic with a trembling voice and a shaking body and tears that will not be held back, crying, "Make this city safe for my child." Jesus always shows up on the side of the vulnerable, and today that is us. Where are you going to show up? On the side of the vulnerable and the marginalized, taking a stand against the evil coming out of Washington? Or are you going to betray us? Hadwin Park and the good people here urge you to use your power and your privilege in a righteous way and to do your part to make this city a place where vulnerable and marginalized people can thrive. Tonight, please vote yes on 10B and 14B and on all the other equity issues you're discussing.
Can you wrap up, please?
In the name of Jesus, I thank you.
Sue.
Sue Mailman, Worcester resident, and I am on the school committee. And I just,
Sue rocks.
if I think back 10 months,
She was
it's
so
great to
good
see
on
two,
school
by the
committee
way.
last week.
I'm glad that you're here. It is, if we think back 10 months and imagine that we would be in this discussion and we wouldn't be enthusiastically supporting and investigating any issues that were non-supportive of our fellow colleagues, we would be shocked. There is one reason that we've had 4 nights of meetings, and that's because we're not addressing the elephant in the room. I was shocked at schools that we could not get something done. Mayor, I don't know about you, but the emails that we have received from families and parents and people are heartbreaking. And we've got to listen to this community, and you can right the ship tonight by supporting an investigation, by listening to these folks, and let's move forward. And on the charter, it cracks me up that we have a letter from Mike Traynor dated October 14th, and this is almost February 14th, saying that, okay, here's the process for going forward for a charter review. So we wasted 4 months. Thank you.
Hell yeah. Sue is so sick.
Hello, my name is Leighton Jones, and I am a resident of Worcester, living in District 2. I'm a non-binary individual, and I use they/them pronouns. I'm also a social worker and a therapist who works primarily with the queer population. I'm here today to speak in support of item 14B, declaring Worcester a sanctuary city for transgender and gender diverse people. There are innumerable statements I can make in support of this item. However, today I will be speaking only on one small facet of how this item directly affects my life. As a social worker licensed under the ASWB, I am required to adhere to certain ethical principles. Today, I would like to highlight 3 of our 6 principles and how a failure to declare Worcester a sanctuary city directly impacts my ability to do my job effectively and ethically. These principles are: 1, a social worker's primary goal is to help people in need and address social problems. 2, social workers challenge social injustice. And 3, social workers respect the inherent dignity and worth of a person. A refusal to declare Worcester a sanctuary city for transgender and gender diverse people is in direct contrast to these social work principles. If the city I work in, let alone live in, cannot plainly state that the queer community is safe here, I cannot safely and effectively do my job. To engage in the full breadth of my work, I need city officials' unwavering support of the LGBTQIA community and a statement that the queer community is safe within our city limits. As a queer citizen of Worcester, as a queer social worker employed in Worcester, as a queer person who spends their money in Worcester, as a queer person who votes in Worcester, I implore the council to support item 14B. Please commit to this statement of safety, not only to protect the efficacy of my career, but also to protect the lives and well-being of myself, my clients, and the LGBTQIA community at large. Thank you.
Does it work?
Yep.
Oh, it does work.
Say your name and where you're from.
Oh, wait, what?
Say your name, where you're from.
Oh, my name is Axel and I'm from Worcester. I've been noticing people here are trying to control the rights of others, and that's not right. We should make Worcester a sanctuary city for trans people. Everybody deserves to feel safe, and everybody needs to feel safe. I've lived here for 4 years, and there hasn't really been any changes in how people feel safe in the city. My birthday is this Saturday, and all I want is peace and for you to vote yes. Please don't let me down for my birthday. There's a lot of queer people that I love, and to Candy Carlson, you should know to never call someone I'm 7 and I know better. The kids are watching and we're ready
Give
to
this
vote
kid his
you
birthday
out.
present, God damn it.
Imagine the city council fails to give that kid his birthday present.
My name
That's
is Antonio.
Jesus.
I'm a resident of District 5. I just want to say that I
That's
am
insane.
in.
I hope those are his
that
words.
I am
That was really good.
Hoping
That
and
was
wishing
really good.
That
Yeah.
the city that is so welcoming and loving to people would continue on that path and vote yes for 14B. And I yield the rest of my time, so the next time Mayor Petty thinks to say to wrap it up, he'll give someone some more time. Thank you.
My name is Kirsten Frazier. I am a resident of Worcester, and I'm also an educator of students at North High. I teach students who are multilingual. English is a new language. I come to you tonight with a number of things. I'm definitely supporting 8L. It is important that we have empathetic and knowledgeable people to help provide the unhoused with supports and helpful information. Like somebody else said, nothing about us without us. Also, I am very much against 10A. There is no point in being secretive about public complaints. Bringing things into executive session only reinforces the good old boy network, and we're above that as a city.
Fact check.
I definitely support 10B. Again,
Fact
this
check
is
needed.
asking
We're
the
pretty
city
much
council to
not
take
above
something
that.
seriously. We need to acknowledge the need for transparency and the fact that we need to move beyond our system, the old systems of suppression and ignorance. And moving forward is painful. Yes, we know this, but it is also healing. And by the way, we do still need those apologies. Thank you very much. Definitely in favor of 10F and G because, again, transparency is a big thing. 11A, of course, we need to continue celebrating Black History Month because in spite of what's coming down from Washington, we all know that we all exist and we all need to be recognized for our existence. Which leads me into 14B. Mayor Petty, you told me on Thursday last week that you were listening. You remembered how many children I have and that 2 of them are trans. You're listening to respond and recall, and this goes for most of the council. That's a good political skill, but it's not listening to understand. You have had countless people coming here before you with this entire last month and previously as well, courageously testifying about their pain, their fear, no, not just their fear, their abject terror about what's going on in this country today.
Yeah, I love that
and
point.
the way that everybody is
Respond
feeling
and recall,
targeted.
but not to understand.
But you have not heard. You have not understood at what people have been telling you. You have not tried to put yourself in somebody else's shoes.
I feel like I'm in second
You have not
grade and I'm in
shown an ounce
trouble.
of empathy, rather you have ignored and discounted our pain and made us feel less than. If Worcester truly is a welcoming city, put action behind those words tonight and vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Those are 4 words I have not seen together in that rules.
Good evening.
Yeah, I like that. I don't
my
understand
name is
it, but I
Taylor.
like it.
I'm a transgender Worcester resident of District 3, Ward 5, and I'm here representing Worcester DSA in support of 14B. We stand in full solidarity with the LGBTQ+ community. We support every instance of working people fighting for their rights, and we're staunchly against the erasure of queer identities. Whether the City Council decides
Air fryer's
to admit
done.
it tonight or not, queer people aren't going anywhere.
You guys can still hear that? That's
In
so
recent years,
annoying.
we've all witnessed an alarming rise in the attacks on marginalized communities, none more so than LGBT individuals, and especially transgender and non-binary individuals. The Trump administration's executive orders, which seek to dismantle protections against discrimination based on gender identity and sexual orientation, are part of a broader campaign to strip away the rights of dignity of the most vulnerable among us. Every working class person, regardless of their gender or sexual identity, deserves to live with dignity and the freedom to be themselves. They deserve health care, they deserve discrimination protections at work, they deserve to participate in the public sphere without fear. It's only right that, that Worcester makes a clear statement affirming that we will protect our own. Anything less is a concession to injustice and an endorsement of oppression. But more than that, this resolution would be a crucial step in building society rooted in solidarity, justice, and equality. As socialists, we believe that liberation of the oppressed will not come from the top down, but from the bottom up. Thanks.
Yeah.
It is the duty of our communities to
Nice.
protect one another, to ensure that no one is left behind or silenced in the face of bigotry. We want this to be a step towards building, with our own hands, a future where everyone, regardless of their gender, sexual orientation, race, or class, can live free from desperation, fear, and discrimination. I encourage anyone in this room who shares these values, believes in fighting for a world where working people of every
Yeah, it's not our-
community can live
it's the
fully,
website, it's
freely,
not us.
to join us in this fight.
Thank you.
So, real quick, everyone is here today to stand for justice, and it's only right that we demand our city councilors do the same. We stand with our transgender and non-binary siblings, stand with our queer and questioning youth, we stand with all those who have been made to feel less than or invisible in the eyes of the state.
Thank
so
you.
please declare our city a sanctuary city for LGBTQ individuals. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's just no sense to it.
You just got to use the interface
No, that doesn't work either.
Good evening. My name is William Jaquith Houston.
You can? Yes or no?
And I've been
I can hear you right now.
Resident of
Right now you can?
Worcester, educated
Yeah.
in the public school here. Well, I'm old, so for a long time. I'm here tonight despite being afraid and fearful. And the last time and only time that I have been at the city council meeting when I was recognized for my contributions of public service to the community, helping underserved people. And tonight I'm here for a different reason. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you're doing great, man. Keep going. You're doing so well. We want to know what you have to say.
Can you wrap up your comments?
My husband and I have experienced firsthand in
Do you think Joe will do it?
city what happens when public officials and those in power don't help when urgent concerns of safety are brought to the attention of the city. Sorry.
It's okay.
Could you wrap up your comments?
We had a fire at our house in 2020. And we've seen what happens when protections are just assumed, that they should just somehow magically be enforced, and people like us are left to fend for ourselves. I'm not here to talk about our plight. I'm here because I felt.
Oh, buddy.
I'm sorry. I feel I had to come tonight. So that Worcester has an opportunity now to pass real enforceable protections, not a symbolic gesture or watered down policy. Actions that make a difference in the lives of people's lives. I really think the original motion should be voted on, written. Weakened versions. They won't provide the safeguards. I'm gay. I have gray areas in policy leave people vulnerable, and Worcester must take a clear stand and pass measures that can't be ignored or reinterpreted. The vote is more than words. It's about action. It's about ensuring that policies have meaning. The protections are real. No one's left unprotected because hesitation. I know what it was like to fight for just safety, the safe living environment, and being ignored. And I don't want others in Worcester, in the schools, the children, to face that same reality. So I urge you to vote on the original motion. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. You got through it. You did great. You did great.
Wow.
And these cowards are still going to try and rat fuck this thing.
So next
Yeah, they're still going to vote against him.
Hi, my name is Lisa Stoddard. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a Worcester resident. I'm also work at WPI, teach at WPI, and I volunteer in our public schools. As someone who's had the privilege to know and work with queer youth, I feel sick to my stomach and heartbroken knowing what they're hearing from the federal government and in the media, as they're told that their gender identity is not recognized or respected, and that they cannot play the sport that they love when they get to college. Last week at school committee, I felt so proud and moved by our representatives as they spoke for almost 30 minutes in support of protecting and representing queer youth so they can thrive in the Worcester Public Schools. Then in the next second, I heard as they stripped the motion of all meeting, while youth around me were upset, confused, asking why our representatives would say that they would support trans and queer youth and then vote no. Tonight, you have the opportunity to show us and the youth of our city that you will truly respect and represent us. Thank you.
Good evening.
I would ask that you folks who have not given your eyes to the speakers, give your eyes to the speaker. We see you.
Direct your comments to the chair, please.
My legal name is Olivia
So
D'Ambrosio.
sick.
My public name is Livy Scanlon. My wife and I own a home in the Canal District at 48 Water Street. We got married in Worcester. We pay taxes in Worcester. She holds a bachelor's and a master's from Clark, and I am an employee of the Hanover Theater, serving specifically as managing director of the Jean McDonough Arts Center. Tonight, I am speaking to you as a gender diverse person to implore you to support 14B, declaring Worcester a sanctuary city for people like me. I continue to ask for your eyes. Interestingly, right before coming here, I called my mother. Many of you have children. My mother said to me, "Please be careful. I love you, and I'm proud of you." How many of us have to come before you tonight to ask that you simply make us feel a little bit safer? Why is that so much to ask? Why? You don't have to change your personal beliefs. You don't have to be gender diverse. If you don't want to be in a gay marriage, you don't have to be in one. You just have to exercise an iota of empathy, an iota of imagination. You have to imagine being me and my wife, fearing that our marriage rights will be stripped away at any moment. You have to imagine being my mom, afraid for her child to make public comment What is holding you back from even looking at me?
Can you wrap up your comments until we have a chance?
And why? What do you gain from me and all of
I don't know
these
what that
people,
was.
all of these residents of your city, our city, losing another night's sleep? What do you gain?
Thank you.
I'd just like to echo that my mom also raised similar concerns, rightfully so, unfortunately. My name is Annie Kaplan. I am a Worcester educator speaking in support of Action 14B. So Worcester was starting to have its true LGBT renaissance from all our LGBT-owned businesses, our awesome activists, our performers in Worcester. We just sent a team to the biggest LGBT plus sporting event in the world for the first time. People have been moving to Worcester because they know that it's a safer place. And I've been so proud and excited to be a part of it. With LGBT plus people's rights under attack, we've been feeling, though, incredibly abandoned and sickened by this council's inaction on protecting our trans neighbors. How can we expect our non-LGBT neighbors to be in support of us when our own local government is not? It's shocking and deplorable that our own local government does not have the back of our community. Trans and gender diverse neighbors, especially our migrant population and our transgender youth, we need you to take the power to take a stand. We are not asking for special treatment. We are demanding the basic rights and safety that every individual deserves. Thanks.
Joshua Croak. I'm a resident of District 2. I'm the founder of Love Your Labels that works with queer and trans youth and families in our community. You've heard from me every week for the past month. And it is an extremely emotional and taxing thing to stand up here as someone, as part of the trans and gender diverse community, and hear the stories of so many young people, the people that love them, come to this body and ask for an acknowledgement, a recognition, and a specific request to recognize that when the President of the United States, in his inauguration speech, says that you do not exist, that it should matter at our local level. It demands a response from our elected officials to say, we recognize that you are under attack, and in Worcester, we are going to protect you. We are going to use every law and policy possible to make sure that you are going to be safe here. We will not cooperate with a federal government that seeks to erase and minimize and kill you. Because I sit with young people, and let me tell you, sitting with a 9-year-old child or a 14-year-old child who says, I'm scared to come out at home. I don't know how I'm going to be supported in school. What's going on at the city? Those are the people that we in the community go back and talk to and say, I'm so sorry that our elected officials are not standing up for you in the way that you are asking. And through the chair to the council, when you have over 50 members of, when you have so many people of this community, I said 50 because I wrote this weeks ago, it's hundreds of people in this city are showing up, and they're sharing their life with you, the harms that we've experienced, the fears that we have, and our response is, let's check the legality of supporting these people. It is shameful when you say in remarks that these voices matter, but so do the 200,000 other residents of the city. You've separated us and feel that our lives, our safety, and our place in this community as queer and trans people is negotiable.
Could you wrap up your comments, please?
Yes, I will wrap up in one moment, Mayor Petty. When you state that you feel you've always made Worcester a welcoming place for everyone, but you have had week after week now hundreds of people tell you about a different experience and given you actionable steps to make amends, a public apology, an investigation, you have fallen short. I hope the council claims Worcester a sanctuary city and does a lot better. Thank you.
Good of him to address Councilor Bergman and Petty individually there. Put them all on notice.
I'm a Worcester resident, Worcester voter. I am in support of the item 14B, 14G, 10G, 11A. It is Black History Month, we should recognize that, but also this should be a sanctuary city for LGBTQ, for our migrant communities. It was already a gateway city. I don't understand why we can't move forward with making this a sanctuary city. You guys—
Joe Petty not invited to Pride, confirmed? That's confirmed?
You say one thing and you vote a different way. You need
Joe
to
Petty, no
back up
Pride?
your actions with the votes that you've already voted on an apology, but yet you haven't made it.
Either of them.
You guys need to, through the
Joe
chair,
Petty,
you need
no
to
Pride.
Think about other people. Think about how your actions affect other people. You are elected by the people of the city. The people have
I
spoken,
wish it was
and
real.
you guys seem to want to ignore
That's pretty
them.
good, Bill.
Please move forward with making this a sanctuary
Joe
city for them.
Petty,
Thank
no
you.
pride. I, for one, have no pride. When bring up Joe Petty, no pride. No pride at all.
Hi, I've never come up and spoken at a city council meeting before. My name's Nicole Jameson. I have lived in Worcester my whole life. I have 5 children, and I do a lot of volunteer work with the youth, and I just don't understand why we're even here. Why are we not supporting our LGBTQ? Why is it so hard to make a decision? I've been doing hair for 25 years. I've had thousands and thousands of people sit in my chair, and it's the same people who don't vote, who have secrets and dabble and have fun. I'm really like confused as why it's so hard to make a decision to make it a sanctuary.
Absolutely cooked in a low
in
turnout
Worcester for the
scenario when you get the
LGBTQ.
hairdressers
And
against
I just
you.
want to stand up
Oh
for
my
my
God.
friends, my family.
You kidding me?
and
That's
say,
not
like,
good.
Come on, guys. Let's get the ball moving. Let's do our jobs. Let's keep
Like
everybody
the hairdresser
safe,
community
and
alone
let's
could
cut
turn
the
out
bullshit.
10% of the city's voters.
Good evening. My name is Giuliano Durazio. I am a District 2 resident. I am also a board member of Love Your Labels, and I'm a full-time working artist, musician here in Worcester. There have been so many wonderful comments in support of my community, and I echo many of them. I could go on about the amazing students I work with who have to fight so hard for their safety. I could go on about the contributions of my community to the arts and culture of this city. However, through the chair, to the council, my statement to you tonight is in direct response to the reason this item was held last week. I did some research. The 10th Amendment prevents federal government from forcing states or cities to enforce federal laws, including immigration policies. or queer protections by withholding funds. This is backed by the anti-commandeering doctrine, which says states and localities are not required to carry out federal policies, and the spending clause, which limits how the federal government can attach conditions to funding. Courts have ruled against attempts to revoke funding over sanctuary city policies in City of Chicago versus Sessions in 2018, New York versus DOJ in 2019. Courts blocked the Trump administration from withholding law enforcement grants, ruling that such actions exceeded the executive power. Bottom line, the federal government can set funding conditions, but it can't broadly punish cities by revoking funds just because they don't comply with federal policies. We've seen women's rights stripped away, and it's been made explicitly clear that ours are next on the chopping block. We are only asking for your protection. Your compassion will cost you nothing.
John Provost, Worcester. I want to speak against these 14B and these other
oh, Jesus,
amendments,
buddy.
Mr. Mayor. Simply because,
Anakin,
okay,
I have the high
to give
ground.
you my background, I'm
Don't
legally
do it.
blind. And when I was, born and brought up in the schools, and I got picked on a lot, and I grew up and doing
Yeah, this is
menial
one of the Grim
jobs,
Reaper
and
guys outside of
so I never amounted to
Parenthood
anything.
every Thursday.
And never got a mate. Well, you know what, Mayor? That is
She
called
never got a mate.
natural selection. And you can make
What?
all the proclamations you want. You can make all the rules and whatever you want.
Oh my God.
But you cannot change nature.
All right. I've never
Yeah, go
wanted
ahead,
metal
finish,
detectors in City Hall more than I do right now.
Okay.
No.
Oh my God.
That's all. Thank you.
Good luck getting to the door, bud.
Jesus.
It's hard to follow up on eugenics, but my name is Kevin Davis. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm a Worcester resident.
Holy
And once
shit.
again, like all of us, I'm standing before you, demanding, no longer asking, for my humanity to be recognized. Over the last several weeks, you have heard from hundreds of people calling for this city to affirm its values and to take a stand for what is right. And yet, here we are again, another week, still pleading, still fighting for basic dignity. But this week, I want to be crystal clear. This is no longer a request. This is a demand. You were elected to serve the people of this city, not to sit in comfort while we beg for protection. You work for us, not for your own self-interest, not for political convenience, not for the comfort of the powerful. And I will keep coming back here over and over and over and over, again, reminding you of that for as long as it takes. In addition to declaring Worcester
That guy's been an incel
city
for
queer and trans people, I'm also
God.
demanding, once again,
The
as is
80s.
the theme, that you deliver a public apology to Councilor Nguyen and launch an independent investigation
Very
into
active
this
in
council.
the local pro-life
Stop using
community.
procedural delays and excuses. The fact that there is still a sitting councilor who used a slur in the first place is beyond me. It is disgraceful, and your inaction speaks volumes about what you are willing to tolerate in this chamber.
True,
The uncomfortable
true,
reality is that
and
under this
true.
administration, under this moment in history, like so many others, we are required to do things that will put targets on our backs if we want to do what is right. That includes you. If you're too afraid to take that stand, if you're more concerned with optics than with people's lives, then let me be crystal clear again, you're failing this city. Stop being cowards, do the right thing, declare this city a sanctuary city, issue Councilor Nguyen a public apology, and launch an investigation into this council, and do it now.
I just want to mention
to comment on something that someone said just a couple speakers ago. Natural selection is not a way to run a society, and it's crazy that we have to say that. Hello, council members. My name is Bryn. I'm a resident of Worcester, and I'm a trans woman. I was born here in Worcester County. I've lived here all my life.
Oh my God.
And this is my
that's
home.
So awesome.
And I love this city because in this city, I find my sanctuary. My relationship with my family is complicated, and I imagine a lot of grown queer people here can relate to that. So many of us, we've built a home here, we forged relationships and found community here, and that's something that's so special. It's so special to anyone who's never had community before, or those who've once had and then lost that. And not because of anything that they did really, but because they've just found a way to truly love themselves. And those that should have protected them, rejected them for it. That said, it warms my soul to see and hear so many passionate people.
Thanks
here
for the
tonight.
follow,
But I wish they didn't have
Fishing
to be
for
here.
Chicken.
I wish that none of us had to fucking be here tonight. Sorry. I worked hard to build a life that I want to live, and I will not let it be taken from me.
Welcome.
Without a fight. Before I go on, I gotta say it's really all just so stupid because, like, why are there people who take such an issue with trans and queer people? It never seems to me to be anything much deeper than either an unfamiliarity molded into something vaguely hostile or very deep insecurity. But I digress. We live in very uncertain times, and it's getting worse. I like to err on the side of caution, and I think we ought to prepare for the worst as a community, as a city. Trans people are not merely the tip of the iceberg, by the way. The same people who would have trans and queer people disappear from public life or worse have been putting men and women and children in detention centers for decades in the so-called land of liberty. Based on the arbitrary existence of what amounts to a slip of paper. We're already quite far along this dark road. The mask is off. Our enemies, the fascists in the US government, rely on the strategy of divide and conquer, and divide and divide and divide they will till no one is left. We must stand united. You, council members, each of you know what is right, and I urge you to pass Resolution 14B and 10B. Now is the time.
Hello, I'm Shannon Curtin. I'm here in support of 14B.
Everyone's going to do a natural selection
I'm a
joke
citizen
now.
of Worcester, an activist, a pediatric
Prerequisite.
ICU nurse down the road at UMass, and most importantly, an out loud and proud bisexual. And I'm here to demand that you declare Worcester a sanctuary city for queer, genderqueer, and trans folks. I found my identity in Worcester in 2013 when I moved here to attend nursing school at Worcester State. My roommate was the first semi-closeted person I ever knew. She was confident in her sexuality despite everything and everyone in her life telling her not to be what she was. She and Worcester gave me a place to find myself safely. You have a chance to continue that legacy for generations to come. So that brings me to a few questions for you, Worcester City Council. Why did you get this job? Did you want to help people? Do you know any queer or trans people? Do you love any queer or trans people? In 2025, there are so many more of us out, so I hope you have the pleasure of knowing and loving us. And I need you to know that you have a chance to defend us. The best and worst part of what's happening right now in our country is that we have a playbook. We know they come for our trans brothers and sisters next. We know they come for our queer neighbors, teachers, and friends. I urge you not to follow legality, as legality is a fragile, ever-changing thing. Morality is a much better guide, and I consider a gift to humanity. You have the chance to follow your morality. You have the chance to be one of the last lines of defense for queer and trans people in this city. Isn't that the kind of mark you want to leave on history? Declaring Worcester a sanctuary city is your chance to make history. And for my last question, if you don't take a stand now, when they're ripping your queer loved ones from their homes, will you regret it then?
Laddie LaRouge, he, they, in drag, District 3. First, through the chair, I want to welcome back Councilor Nguyen and thank you for your bravery in taking space. Please, I only have so much time. Please, Joe's gonna cut me off. In taking your space to heal from the bigotry you experienced in your role here and in calling in your colleagues to do better. We're all calling you in to do better. Through the chair, I'd also like to say, please do better. Council, I have given my testimony for weeks, and I want you to know that I do not want to be here. It's my day off. I do not want to be in your DMs. I do not want to be in your email inboxes. I do not want my creativity writing diss tracks like Kendrick. I don't want to spend an hour applying glitter on my face so that you will hear and see me. I want you to listen to me because it's my responsibility to stand up for these folks and for myself as a loud and proud queer artist in the city, as a drag parent, as a burlesque historian who knows that history is repeating itself. Censorship and slashing of our rights seems to be all too familiar. As a performer and producer of performance art in this artistic city, I am begging you to care. I am pleading with you to see the humanity in the artists who uplift your city and get people to come here and spend their money. Please vote yes on item 14B to make Worcester a sanctuary city. Please make a positive example for the rest of this divided country and stand by what you claim, Mayor Petty, that Worcester will always be a welcoming city. Much like being an ally, you can't just say that you are. You have to show up and do the work and apologize. And when you're wrong, be willing to get better and better yourselves for the betterment of the community. We are still waiting on an apology promised over 2 weeks ago from councilors.
It absolutely is.
We are also waiting for you to condemn the usage of the slur it. We shouldn't have to twist your arm for an apology you passed and you promised to us. We shouldn't have to play HR for our elected officials. So please also support, thank you. Please also support item 10B and work with us, the queer residents of Worcester and our allies, to hire a third-party intersectional equity expertise investigator to investigate what went down here. If you want to get better, apply yourself. We, the voters of Worcester, deserve better. Your colleagues deserve better. November is coming.
Yeah, I mean that's the only part I disagree with is supporting chin strap beards. That should be
Danielle Killay, City
rethought.
of Worcester, back here again. It is absolutely exhausting to continue to have to defend your
Red, white, and
existence
blue land is
and
real.
have people tell you to be quiet and polite while you do it. I
Yeesh.
spent this afternoon making copies of all of my family's documents, black and white copies, color copies, applying for passports because we have a trans child. And the city of Worcester does not even want to send me the message that we might possibly be safe here. Do you understand what it is like to be looking around at everything that you love and say, I might have to set this on fire because my neighbors, my city can't even say the words that we'd be safe here. That is a shame. That is a shame. Every ounce of national attention that you get from this is deserved. Every negative feeling you have being uncomfortable, you deserve that and more. You have no idea what we are going through. We are the canary in the coal mine, and you're either too self-concerned or too ignorant to understand that. Was I the only person that took U.S. history? I'd also like to support Councilor King's 11A item for Black History Month because my family's not the only one that you're trying to erase.
That was really good.
Yeah, she just had a Telegram feature story on her.
Randy Feldman, City
it
of
was in the
Worcester,
paper
14B.
today.
The City Council
Oh, yeah.
should unanimously pass this proposal. This is not a hard vote. This is morally and legally easy. Currently, you are simply asked to acknowledge that whatever gender-affirming care Worcester's health providers give to LGBTQIA+ community members not be interfered with by President Trump's executive orders. His executive edicts are not statutory law passed by Congress. The vote is to support the civil and
Human Rights Commission.
of each
Good
person
guy.
to
Really good guy.
express who they are as an individual. This proposal recognizes that each person has
Brandy's delight.
unalienable rights to be free, to be who you truly are, and for us to protect fellow Worcesterites, to show that we consider their dignity to be worthy of full respect. This is an easy vote legally. It simply calls for protecting the right to gender-affirming care to the greatest extent permitted by law. You are not being asked to follow, all you are being asked to do is to follow the law as the courts determine it. I am a proud father of a gay son. 15 years ago, my son told me he was gay, something I already knew, as did he. His mother was very worried for him, not because he was gay, but because she feared he would face others' harassment, discrimination, hatred, and maybe even violence because of his identity. This has mostly not occurred, in part because he lives here in Massachusetts in a very open and accepting community.
Could you wrap up too?
But I doubt very much at the present time in our country we can say the same for transgender, gender diverse, or non-binary people. They still need our active, impassioned, and respectful support, your support,
Thank you.
actually,
Appreciate it.
to feel safe,
you wrap
secure,
up?
respected, and loved.
I don't know if anyone else will identify with this, but had the energy of somebody performing a wedding on a dating reality show.
Tom Marino, Worcester. 10A is a short path to making this room an even bigger circus.
Wow.
It uses a weapon by whatever majority is here against the minority. Accusations against the majority will be heard in executive session. Accusations against the minority will be heard in open session. It is just more backroom deals, which you all get very sensitive about when people talk about. On 14B, the federal government want full cancel culture on a portion of our city. And all they've done is come to you and ask you to just say something. You're not passing a law. You're not passing an ordinance. They just ask you to say something. And there's consternation about that. I fear the same bait and switch we saw in school committee on Thursday, but let's hope that doesn't happen.
It's absolutely
A
going
member
to.
of this council, after this council received horrific, awful anti-Semitic garbage in the mail.
How dare you
about
watch
a year
other
ago,
local media
Member of this
besides
council
us?
went on a local radio show and said, but isn't voting against the Israeli resolution there, the one that was within the rules before it was against it?
Yeah, Tom's awesome. I
Isn't
love
that
Tom.
taking part in the same kind of
I love
anti-Semitic
Tom.
hate? Well, no. But if you believe that, then what's voting
I
against
love
this?
Tom.
Is that
I'm proud of you.
transphobia? Was not even having the guts to stand up and say what you believed and then actually giving those people a vote who petitioned for a ceasefire a month ago? Was that Islamophobia? Anti-Arab hate?
Wow, Candy loves licorice. I don't know what you mean.
That's what you're saying if you vote against this, that you hate trans people because, any good-natured objection to this couldn't possibly be, well-founded within your ideology. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what anyone could object to this. They've just asked you to say something. It is kind of natural when your federal government abandons you that you look to your local government. And there seems to be some confusion about why that's happening. It's not a waste of your time. There's now this narrative going amongst some community members that say, we've got to get back to city business. What city business?
Can you wrap up?
What city
You pass
business is the
ordinances,
best question?
you pass the budget, you hire the manager. That's it. The rest
Thank
of this
you.
is for show. That is your powers.
Thank you.
Your residence is city business.
get it in the camera eventually. There we go. So you have probably seen this photo before, but you might not know its history. This is a photo taken at the 1933 burning of the Institute for Sexual Wissenschaft in Germany. The institute pioneered hormone replacement therapy, gender-affirming surgery, and the very language that healthcare providers use to take care of their patients today. In 1933, Nazis burned its libraries, destroying decades of trans research and trans history. I have been thinking about the Institute constantly since Donald Trump was inaugurated. In the past few weeks, we have seen the Trump administration remove all mention of trans people on its federal websites. We have seen them censor the CDC and what research papers are submitted to them. It is happening again. It is another attempt to remove trans people from every aspect of public life. I am a medical student, and I cannot express to you what it is like sitting in class, learning how to provide the care that saved my life, that saved the lives of so many of my friends, and wondering if that's even going to be legal in a year. I don't know how I am supposed to sit down and learn how to care for my patients when I don't know if I'm going to be able to care for myself. I am sitting here, I am looking at my medicine, I'm asking myself, how am I going to make this stretch for 4 years if it becomes illegal to provide it for my patients, if it is illegal to provide it for me? How am I supposed to sleep at night knowing that this happened to my family who were forced out of Poland and by the Nazis? How am I supposed to know that this history is happening again, that I am standing on the precipice of being able to provide care for myself, for my patients, for Worcester? And I want my government to do something, anything, to say that we are going to be safe, that I'm going to be able to keep my patients and myself and everyone I know afloat, because this is happening again. And if we don't do anything, it's going to keep happening. Worcester is depending on you.
Hello, sorry, I'm kind of crying now. But hello, my name is Anel.
Jess said there's
I'm a
still
student
like
here in
20
Worcester,
people
and I'm speaking on behalf of
outside
item
the doors
14B tonight.
in line.
That's amazing. Donna
We,
Caloria,
the
what did you think
people
was
of
gonna
the
happen?
United States, are growing up in a broken union where justice is fragile, our domestic tranquility has been shattered, the common defense has turned against us, the general welfare is controlled by companies that have no interest in our health, our blessings of liberty that countless people have fought and died for are at risk because of the fascists in our places of government. We the people voted you in so you can protect us from things like this. We the people trusted you to help us form a more perfect union, to establish justice, to ensure domestic tranquility, to provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. We the people are pleading here with you tonight to uphold our constitutional rights and to ordain and establish the city of Worcester as a sanctuary for genderqueer individuals in the face of the Nazis in the United States of America. Please take care of us.
Hello, my name is Addison, City of Worcester, she, her. I am here to speak in favor of items 10B and 14B. One of the hardest things in my life that I have struggled with is the concept of self-worth. There have been many moments in my life where I felt that the struggle of existence outweighed my value to the world, that I would be better off dead. But over the past 2 years, I have found solace in my talents, my values, and my individuality, my identity. But councilors, I ask of you a similar question of values. How much federal funding is my life worth? Which matters more? Covering the legal fees of systemic police brutality or protecting the lives of queer people in our community? How many lives have to be lost before you consider fighting back against fascism and corruption? How many more people have to lose their human rights before you take action? Where do you draw the line? I am a student. I wish I did not have to be here right now. It is your responsibility to stand up and fight for our people, for your people, for the people. If you will not stand up for us, if you will not stand up for those whose rights are in danger, that of queers, of women, of immigrants, of people of color, and whoever is going to be the scapegoat of the billionaire class next, you should step the hell down. Thank you.
Yeah, obviously I'm not in the room, but I can pretty much guarantee that that's what's happening.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Aiden Brickner. I'm a resident of District 4, and I'm speaking on behalf of item 14B. I want to draw a historical analogy for the council tonight. I apologize if you've heard it before. I will attribute that solely to its relevance. The Institute for the Science of Sexuality in Berlin was the first of its kind in gender and sexuality research, and one of the first victims of a Nazi book burning. This institute provided treatment for STDs, gynecological health services, marital and sex counseling, and more. Notably, it campaigned for LGBT rights and tolerance on rational grounds. In May of 1933, accompanied by a brass band, Nazi-sympathizing students and paramilitary members burned an estimated 20 to 25,000 books and items, the single largest repository of works about sexuality at the time, and would not be replicated anywhere on Earth until 1947. In early February, the Trump administration began removing any mention of transgender people from government websites. The State Department site now provides information for LGB travelers and LGB prospective adoptive parents, omitting the T from the acronym. The CDC has removed its Youth Risk Behavior Survey from their site, one of the only resources of federal data on LGBT youth. Resources for avoiding discrimination based on sexual orientation has vanished from the site for the Department of Labor. And then there is, of course, the executive order declaring that the United States only recognizes two sexes. Both of these actions, a century and an ocean apart, both originate from fascist ideology and both have the same goal: to reduce the visibility and validity of those with queer identities, to say firmly you have no place in our society, and to say that these people are negligible, to open the door for further oppression, which will happen. This will not be the last time we hear from the Trump admin on trans rights. And that is where my analogy ends. Take it further if you wish and extrapolate. Myself and many others here to speak today already have. But know this. When Councilors Bergman and Colorio chose to table this discussion last week, in the interest of maintaining federal funding, what they said is essentially this: it will cost too much money to defend our LGBT constituents. That those constituents, those community members, those neighbors are negligible. Their right to dignity and happiness can be dismissed if the impact is too great on the city's bottom line. So I would like to request from Councilors Bergman and Colorio, how much for one trans life? How many dollars does it take to put them on the chopping block? I want a precise number. I want a dollar amount. And who next? Who's the next protected group to be tied to the railroad tracks, and will you fold for them? Now is the time to stand up for tyranny. Now is the time to defend your constituents. Now is the time to say that if federal money relies on the dehumanization of trans people, that we don't want your goddamn money, because it's not going to stop with them.
Thank you.
I expect the council to make the correct decision tonight. Do not disappoint the people in this way. I want to trust the city council to look after us. If you cannot do that, then the people will find a way, with your approval or without it, and I don't think you'll like that very much. Thank you.
Wow. That was fucking amazing. That was a goosebumps comment right there.
My name is Abby Mortolero. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a resident of Worcester, Massachusetts. I'm here to speak in favor of 10B, 10J, and 14B. I speak as both the B and the T in the LGBT. I speak as someone who is always misgendered, like all the time. People refer to me as sir when I prefer to be referred to as ma'am. I speak as someone who is afraid to use public toilets. I speak as someone who is a member of this community and is a queer person. I speak in favor of my city becoming a sanctuary city for people like me. And just remember, Election Day is coming and we are all voting. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Meg Price, and I use she, her pronouns. I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm here speaking about item 14B. This is a critical moment for our country and our city. I'm a licensed mental health counselor who primarily serves the LGBT community. You have an incredible opportunity as a community to support our children. You have an opportunity to decrease the rates of depression and suicide by showing our children that their safety and dignity are a priority. You have the opportunity to stand up to violence and fascism that is spreading all over our country like wildfire. You have the opportunity to begin to repair mistakes directly and sincerely. Please vote yes in making Worcester a sanctuary city, not only in name, but in action.
Hi, I'm Lena. I'm a trans woman. I live here in Worcester. I've lived here in Worcester for like half a decade now. I teach at WPI. I work at the Worcester Art Museum. I'm here in support of 10B and 14B. So I was here last week with 56 other speakers, apparently, and no dissenters. And I remember going back home and experiencing the most absurd confusion at the nature of how this is happening. I was walking around my kitchen trying to piece together how it's possible that 57 fucking people came here terrified for their lives and got brushed off. 57 people came here and pleaded with you for their lives, their most basic civil liberties, children's and parents bawling their eyes out. And you think that you're better somehow, that this petition that asks nothing of you is too much. It's clear that you and the members of this council think there's something to be lost, perhaps the support of an extremely loud, hateful, and violent minority of people breaking the law that want our friends and our family and our children dead. It's clear to me that some people here consider themselves part of the same society as me and won't take up their most basic civil responsibility to do anything, to be empathetic enough for just a second to imagine the terror of the world crashing down on you like this, entirely undefended. Clearly, you think that I should be suffering that. Candy, look at me.
Please direct your comments.
And you have the audacity to make snide remarks about how rude the public is being or how they're swearing while they come up with you and fight for their lives? I'm sorry, was I not polite enough? Do I need to just like slink away quietly so you don't have to like think about the consequences of any of your actions?
Wow.
And you know, I get it, I really do. People come up here all day and they call you a dick and then they move on with their lives. But for God's sakes, get over it. Respectfully, can you get over yourself so that my students and my friends and my family can go back to their lives? Let me talk.
Please wrap up your comments, please.
Do I just go back to my crying friends and tell them that they're too much of an inconvenience? No. I'm not going to quietly go away, and neither will all these people. I will show up every fucking week.
Okay, thank you.
And I will speak truth to power. I will not you pretend that we're not citizens of this city. I'm shaking right now. I don't want to be here. I'm sorry, am I taking too long pleading for my life?
Please wrap up.
All right. So, Candy, Donna.
Please wrap up.
Oh, no, I can't talk directly to my council members
your time
either.
is up, please.
Can you look at me and tell me how many of my friends need to die before you do anything?
Please wrap up.
Look at me.
Okay, we're all done here.
Fucking pathetic.
No, we're all done. Come on.
I don't think Candy's a little bit of a coward.
I know this is going to be unpopular, but I just want to remind everyone that I understand what it's like to go through this, but this isn't how we're going to get stuff done, but I get it. I just want, and I'm speaking on item 14B. I'm someone with a disability, and the rights of people like myself weren't guaranteed until 1990. And we didn't get those rights by sitting quietly, by saying please. We got them by tying our chairs to buses and by sitting in the Capitol building in San Francisco for days. And it's hard to stay quiet when you feel like you are fighting for your life. And that's what's happening right now with trans people. That's what's happening with people with disabilities like myself. Maura Healey's going to close Pappas Rehab, where hundreds of children with disabilities go for treatment, and not just for treatment, but for education, for school, to build lifelong bonds. So it's hard for people that aren't part of the silent majority to stay silent, respectfully, Mr. Shea. I know you're a Worcester public educator, and the reason why I'm here is because I learned so many great things from my teachers at North High. That's why we have a city manager from North High. That's why we have so many North High students that are active in our community. But I just want to remind everyone, we have to be respectful. Don't break this beautiful City Hall chamber, because we know, I mean, it's an old building. But what we're doing now is no different than what was done 50, 60 years ago on campuses across the country. It's no different than stories that my uncle would tell me when they were smoking tie sticks up at Holy Cross, which was illegal back then, by the way. But we're just here because we just want, a community is saying, please just show us that we matter and that we're safe here. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Happy Black History Month, everybody. Hi, my name is Imani Plant. I'm a resident of Worcester and a former student of Worcester Public Schools, and I'm speaking to you as an advocate and supporter of Worcester school students and in support of 14B. Children are the most vulnerable people in our community, and we must protect them in every way that we can. I want you to think about the students who don't feel safe going to the bathroom during the day, who wear hoodies to cover their chests in the hot spring and summer and sit alone feeling alienated because they've chosen to be who they are. Declaring Worcester as a sanctuary city and reminding kids that they belong no matter who they are, no matter how they show up as, and no matter who they choose to love is important. Now take a second to remember they're counting on you. I see you, those students see you, we all
maybe not
fucking see you.
We'll see. Oh, this is a good time for me to.
The silent majority isn't represented here,
I'll be
said
back
the
in a
old white
minute.
man to the white man. David Webb, City of Worcester. Who cares if we only get half an hour of public comment in the future? You obviously don't listen to 4 times that anyways. I don't know why you guys think you're entitled to respect when you don't bother respecting others' identity, when you don't bother listening to learn. I am in opposition to 10A. The law referenced in it states that a public body may meet in executive session only for the following purposes, whereas this item appears to be misportraying compliance as ensuring some discussions occur only in executive session, which is not based in law, fact, or common sense. I thought Councilor Bergman was an attorney and knew how to reference information, but to quote him from the Major Taylor situation, that's not what it says. Unless you can't read English, it clearly doesn't say that. Weird when you guys bother to ask what the law department thinks. Maybe councilors in this administration should start utilizing our law department to figure out how to do things, instead of just using her to block progress. I'm against 8K and 8L. If the city did its job, these petitions wouldn't be necessary. But I'm in strong support of H, 8I, and 8J, and would like to note that residents had to put these petitions forward because this body has not been doing its job. 10D, 10E, I guess transphobia and spending CPA funds are some things that just some people get on the same page about. Yes to 10FGH, thank you, Councilor Pacillo. 10I, Councilor Toomey, hate crimes aren't usually reported. I guess someone's not even present for this today. Hate crimes aren't usually reported because they see people in power responding the way your colleagues in this room have. 10J, this is actually already addressed in the CHIP. It's actually in their 3rd stated priorities. Maybe you, through the chair to Councilor Toomey, when and if she listens to this, should learn from them instead of telling them to teach others. 9A, 13ABC, creating an actual city manager review process. We might currently be the worst managed city in the nation, so I guess it's only up from here, Eric, but it would be nice if you started telling the truth. 12A, I see our new city solicitor is following in the exact same steps as our old one, which brings me to 10B and 14B. Look, I get that some of you care more about easy funding than trans lives, and don't mind Nazis for some whatever reason, but to you I have to say this, through the chair. As we saw yesterday, our Attorney General is willing to fight Trump when he tries to defund progress. As our solicitor begrudgingly confirmed, there's no precedent.
Could you wrap up, please?
Yep, no precedent of him successfully attacking sanctuary charities. Don't let your fears, ignorance, and insecurities make other people less safe. Instead, be willing to care and able to learn. I just want to say this isn't new. Former Councilor Gaffney fear-mongered the exact same way last time. So if you can't can't learn from our mistakes, and if you can't stand up for everyone in the city, then step down. If you're scared,
Wrap up, please.
if you're so afraid that you won't protect others, step down. If the only thing you speak up for is against the safety of others, then instead of speaking up,
perfect time.
shut up.
I'd like to find some sort of little task to do while he talks.
My name is Kylam Lam, and I was born at UMass Memorial in 2006 to 2 Vietnamese parents, and I've always been a resident of Worcester of District 5. I went to Columbus Park Elementary School, Sullivan Middle School, and finally graduated from South High Community School in the top 1%. But the Worcester public school system is not an environment I would ever go back to. I now go to the College of the Holy Cross, and I am a product of how the city of Worcester raises their children, from birth to high school graduation to college enrollment and now entering the adult world. But I'm still a youth. I celebrated my 19th birthday only a few days ago. Thank you. I spoke to the public on January 21st telling my story. I'm a product of how the city of Worcester protects the queer and transgender children, and I am not being protected unless item 14B is being passed. Me and my peers know that we are not being protected. On the behalf of all Worcester Public School students who are suffering silently at homes, in classrooms, in this city, who are now either studying for their schoolwork tomorrow morning or sleeping now to hop on the bus tomorrow, as a teen, I shouldn't have to be here to advocate for my safety of myself and my peers. I should be at home having dinner and doing my homework and getting ready to say good morning to my professors and community tomorrow. It is 8:19 p.m. And after this, I'll be going straight home to do my homework and pray for the safety of me, my peers, and the Worcester community. Our pleas need to be heard. So I ask on the behalf of the youth who do not have the privilege to be here to pass item 14B so me and my peers can at least feel safe. Thank you. City who are now either studying for their schoolwork tomorrow morning or sleeping now to hop on the bus tomorrow.
Just a little blip.
As a
We're just
teen,
switching
I shouldn't
back
have to be here
Travis's
to
feed.
advocate for my safety of myself and my peers. I should be at home having dinner and doing my homework and getting ready to say good morning to my professors and community tomorrow. It is 8:19 p.m. And after this, I'll be going straight home to do my homework and pray for the state.
Item 14B, because it is your absolute humble pleasure, especially any of you who set foot in a church, to pass this item with humility and not saviorhood. I perform the weddings, funerals, baptisms, and much more for gay and straight folks alike, and I wonder why it is so hard for others to do their jobs without prejudice as well. I am from an Irish immigrant family who fought in hand-to-hand combat in both world wars, who gave life and blood for this country, and who now, the prodigy of those, are trying to figure out how I might be able to get out and seek asylum elsewhere.
Joe's like,
I am a product of
wait,
public
there's
school
Irish
teachers
that
and public
support this?
university teachers. And these people have sat in
Oh,
the
I changed
trenches
my
in
whole
the public
mind.
school classrooms that are much more dangerous than this little space right here.
You telling me there's Irish
My allegiance
in
is to
this-
God
in
alone,
this
no king, no country, and only a
LGBT
liberating Christ. And I pledge my allegiance only to
Oh.
my baptismal and ordination vows, in which I refuse to be complicit in the outgoing tasks of evil anywhere that I see them. I refuse to be complicit, and that is why I stand
like
with the
we
queer,
could've
the
told
marginalized,
Joe that
the
the
trans, the
I in
intersectional,
LGBTQIA meant Irish.
folks
He
on the
would've been all about
margins,
it.
the hurting.
Well, I think the A
those who
means
are
ally,
remembering our
so
history and realizing it was only a few
Wouldn't
minutes
The I
surprise me.
means
ago that the country
Irish,
did try to
and
kill all
if
us
that's
gay
the
men
case,
off, and
11
maybe
to
they're still
nothing
doing it, and
tonight.
now they're coming for the trans folks too. And so for every queer sibling rationing your HRT tonight, clutching your legal documents, taking out loans to pay the fees to adopt your very own child,
You know what they say?
for every
Aaron,
queer
go
sibling
by.
having flashbacks like me to other times that you've been targeted in this liberal state with death threats for being who you are in public places, for every queer sibling who is looking in the mirror wondering if you are worthy of living at all, because let's get real, this is a suicide issue, this is a life and death issue, and the blood will come, and it has come. So for each and every one of you who are there tonight, I am far more interested in telling you tonight that you are worthy, that you should rise up, that you should remember that Stonewall was a riot long before it was a corporate-sponsored party.
Oh.
That each of us will and should and will definitely band together, that we will share our resources, and when we aren't here on public display, I will, defending our rights to breathe. When we are not here in this room with the amount of decorum you should
Thank you. I
beg
try.
for us
I really
to
do
have,
try.
I ask you all, family, may we pick up our bricks, because we will not go down without every silent cis straight person
Thank
waking up and seeing the blood on their hands.
Somebody posted a meme of Uncle O Grimacy the Shamrock Shake grimace, dressed as an IRA soldier, and
evening,
it's
my name is
extremely
Margot
my shit.
Barnett. I'm a resident of Worcester, where I've been for half my life. I'm here speaking on 14B and 10B, asking you to support both of them. Last week and tonight, you're hearing our neighbors speaking from the depths of their hearts and from their lived experience. Please remember what you heard last week. Listen closely now, open your hearts to hear them. They know much more than I do, and most of you do, about this issue, and speak with an eloquence and authority that I cannot. So I am listening, I am learning, and I'm here just to speak as an ally. I found this on the very page where tonight's agenda is posted. The City of Worcester recognizes the rights of all individuals to participate in the political and civic life, free from bigotry and intimidation based on their race, religion, ethnicity, age, gender, sexual orientation, disability, or other aspect of their being. I expect you to live up to this, not merely to say it. As a Jewish person, I have an idea what attempted erasure of a group of people looks like. In 1938, Kristallnacht, the Night of Broken Glass, was a warning shot. There were people who stood by and watched as people's livelihoods were burned down. Over the next years, there were people who stood by and others who put their very lives on the line. We know who of those we honor. We know what we think of those who stood by and watched because they were looking out for themselves. Our transgender and binary neighbors are under attack now. Do not comply in advance with fascism. Do not table these items. Do not put them on hold for another week. Pass them. We are watching. History is watching. This is the moment when we are called to show which side of history we are on. I am asking you to stand up for what you claim to believe in.
Hello, my name is Sadie Lombardi. I'm a Worcester resident of District 2, and I'm here to talk about 14B. Through the chair, I would like to speak to Candy.
No, you need to direct your comments to me, please.
Okay. I live directly next to Candy. She lives on Benefit or something like Benedict Road, and I live on 14 Trent Road.
That'll fix it, Joe.
Right?
Everyone
We
just
are
call her
literal
Councilor
neighbors.
Carlson.
We are neighbors. I know you. You are right down the street from me. How could you
Please direct
do
your
this to
comments to
someone?
me.
How could she do this to someone like me?
Please.
That's what I don't understand. I'm coming here. I wasn't even planning to talk today, but it's just absolutely heartbreaking that we are so divided as a people right now. It's shocking to me. This is somebody who I theoretically could be friends with. I could plow her driveway if she needed to. I could make her cookies. Like, I don't get it. I know, I understand that there is a lot of tension in this room. I get that you guys are getting a lot of, rudeness or whatever. I understand that, but is it not your job to take this? Is it not part of your responsibilities, right? Like, I feel like I'm not crazy for this. I feel like this is just something that you have to deal with. And I don't want you guys to be disrespected. I know you guys are people. I understand you have to go home, you want to sleep, you want to eat your food, you want to talk to your husband or wife or whoever you got. But this is your job, is it not? Is it not your job to do this, to take this criticism and use it to do better for the people? I just don't get it.
You know what? If I have a job I don't like, I'm thinking about quitting. Maybe Kenny should think about that.
Kenny, you should probably quit.
Hello. Do apologize of how I look. I came directly from work about 5 hours ago. So I want to start.
Just your name and city of residence.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Michael Kingsley. I am a student at Quinsig Community College. All right. So let us honor our first responder veterans, including the LGBT purge recently, the honored dead, including the civil rights activists. So going into this, if not here, where? If not now, when? Let us remember that the Nazis burned the books that the Nazis burned books on gender sciences first. Now the administration has villainized and marginalized migrant workers, trans, LGBT people, and even special needs, denying life-saving and affirming care. They have removed DEI programs and fundamentally tried, because you cannot stop people from celebrating Black History Month. It stops
And
here.
we're moving our prisoners to
It
El
stops
Salvador,
now.
folks. We're sending them overseas.
If we don't stand up for others now, there won't be anybody left to stand up for us. All right, and just for a city pride point, okay, if the city of Philadelphia can wave the LGBT trans flag, we can too. All right?
Yeah, if Big Worcester can do it, Little Worcester can
Let's
do it.
go!
Let's fucking go.
Hi,
If you're losing
I'm
that
Allie,
kind of
I'm
guy,
a resident of
you've
Worcester.
really
I'm here in
lost.
support of
You have
14B,
really
but
lost.
I want to speak on 10B, which I'm also here in support of. The rules of this body are ones that are set by precedent, that people have written over time together. When they require change, people look at them thoughtfully, they sit in dialogue, they consider what the needs of the present are, and adapt in order to meet the need of the moment. The rules aren't static, and they should meet the body in front of them. If there is no mechanism that this council has in order to investigate allegations of harm
Me and Allie
from
are in a
one
little reading
counselor
group with some
against
professors,
another,
and
even those
they
of
all
you
showed up
who would spindle and
support
mutilate
tonight.
every moral
Oh, yeah.
argument with semantics and pedantry should look at the fact that there should be an investigation, because that is what the moment calls for. If there's no mechanism in place for that, then make one. And an investigation is not a condemnation. The investigation is the beginning of a process. The investigation is the thing that says, let's look at evidence. In the same way that when folks want to hold a petition, they request a report. I don't really understand the difference between requesting a report for more information before making a decision and having a process for an investigation that allows you to gather information before you make a determination. So if this council says that it cares so little about the experiences of folks of color on the council, of queer folks on the council, of folks who weren't born here, if it doesn't care about the experiences of actually having folks on the council who are representing a wide variety of the constituencies in this city,
Could you wrap up, please?
it's really confusing. Just investigate it.
Hello. My name is Eva Moynihan. I am a District 1 resident, born and raised, and I am agender, and I use they, them pronouns. I am echoing what most everybody is saying here tonight. I am here so we can all feel safe in our homes, in our communities, and our bodies. We are all scared of being hurt, being erased, and being disappeared. I carry a fully stocked first aid kit with me at all times because I am scared that me or someone I love will get hurt in these hostile times, this hostile government and this hostile environment. I am lucky enough to work for a small nonprofit working with people with disabilities that has limiting funding, including federal funding. I was pulled aside by my boss and promised that they, as a company, would not comply with the federal government's attacks against policies and language regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion, that my pronouns, my person, will not be erased or covered up, even if that means our company will lose a huge chunk of our funding. If my small nonprofit company can do it, so can you. So can the city. We as a community need to stand up for the
But
visibility
you're not
of
going to lose
queer
any
people,
funding.
of black people, Asian people, Pacific Islander
Right.
people, Native American
That's
people,
just
disabled
not-
people, and all other minorities.
Just fake fear
We need to make
mongering
Worcester a sanctuary city for the
by
queer
Donna
community.
Colorio.
We need to celebrate Black History Month. We need an apology. 2 needs your apology. And all people in public office need to be held accountable. History can't be erased. Thank you. And for a little bit of education, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual, and two-spirit. Nowhere in our acronym is ally. We are not responsible for your education. You should be doing that yourselves. You're welcome.
Damn, I really thought it meant Irish.
Hello, my name is Jerry Gillen.
Oh, Jerry
and I
Gillen.
didn't prepare anything because I didn't expect to be speaking here tonight. The first time that I ever went to a city council meeting was last week. And I went home and I was so appalled at the reception that speakers who were breaking my heart was getting from this council. There were people texting on their phones. There were people who weren't looking at them. And Mayor Petty, I had signs on my lawn for you for many years. And that's the last time they will be there.
Ho, ho!
I have spent 47 years, I am retired, I'm 72 years old. We moved here in 1979 from Vermont. And people said to me, what are you doing in Worcester when you could be living in Burlington, Vermont? And I said, I love this city. Yes, my father worked on his first campaign. Anyway, we love Worcester, and that's why we've stayed here instead of moving back. Right now, I am really disappointed in this city. I started to say I've spent 47 years as a teacher and as a teacher educator. And I used to say to my students at Providence College, where I taught for 27 years, every day when you get in front of your classroom, you have the power. And you can either
in terms of
elect
Providence,
to do
I'm
the
a
right
Gonads
thing,
fan.
or you can do the wrong thing. And I would be very proud of you if you always
Nads all
elect
day.
to do the
Let's
right
go
thing.
RISD, baby. Let's go.
Even
Yeah,
if it's
the
not
best
the
team name
popular
ever.
thing.
Go
So
Nads.
thank you.
Oh man, if Joe's losing people like that, I can just
Yep.
I can hear Brendan. Brendan doesn't even have to say what Brendan.
Oh, there she is.
Look at this.
Jessica,
The
D1.
queen.
Good evening. I'm here in support of 14B. Last Tuesday, we came to this council in peace with our heartache and fear and attempt to persuade you to see us. It is clear that this council as a whole will never see us, and they're incapable of seeing beyond their own small microcosm to put themselves in our shoes to know the pain and suffering we see and feel. Let's refocus. We're taking action here in council to seek safety. What we should truly be demanding is resignation of council members who use the hate speech against fellow members of this council. To the council, you have the power to meet this demand, but you haven't, and I'm confident that you won't. I know that so many queer youth are looking to adults for help and guidance more than ever. We're here to show up for them. It's sad to say that they can't say that about our city councilors as well. We've been asking politely for council to demonstrate their ability to be on the right side of history, and we're continuously let down by you as a whole. Mayor Petty, if you're truly an ally to our community, then you would not want to share the council with a bigot. I want to extend a thank you to Councilperson Haxhiaj. You're the only councilor last week during testimony and tonight to give your full attention to the community. I watched as Councilor Haxhiaj looked at each individual in full eye contact, expressive emotion that conveyed empathy and understanding and showed true communion with us. Through the chair, I'd like to thank Councilor Nguyen. Their bravery has emboldened us to speak for ourselves in this forum. We see where our leaders are in this room. Thank you.
Very nice. Very nice, Jess.
The greatest. I'm very lucky.
Hi, my
You
name
are
is
a lucky
Casey
guy.
Pinarelli, and I am a resident of Shrewsbury, and I am here to show support for agenda items 10B, 14B, and also Happy Black History Month. I spend a lot of time in Worcester with my family, having a long history of restaurants in the city, having family and friends who live here. I have worked for multiple companies in Worcester, including Community Health Link, and also being a part of community events and other community work that is happening in the city, as well as attending Worcester State for my bachelor's
Telemundo's
degree.
there?
I come here tonight as a family member, friend, mental health clinician, and ally to members of the LGBTQIA plus community. As Nazis are literally openly
We've lost the
walking the
social
streets of
workers,
this
we've lost the
country,
grandmas, we've lost the
supported and emboldened by
hairdressers.
the
Things are
president
not
and his
looking
executive
good. Things
orders
are
that
not-
are
I repeat,
harming and
things are not
attacking
looking good.
marginalized groups. It is a stance of humanity and compassion to not only listen to and try to understand those who are experiencing the backlash of this fascism, but to stand with them and say, not on my watch. You do that by standing up for what is right and declaring Worcester a sanctuary city. Anyone being harmed or fearing their safety in the city is yours to protect and to speak up for. I proudly speak up in support of my family members, friends, and clients who feel their safety is at risk, that they need to keep their head on a swivel and make note of multiple exits when in public spaces. I had a trans client who told me that a man walked up to her with a red Trump hat, and told her that he can't wait until he can hunt people like her for sport. As I have watched these public meetings on Facebook Live, the hate speech, the dehumanization, the ignorance, and violent language that is used to attack this already vulnerable population is disgusting. Your name is attached to those people and that language as you sit here and continue to make excuses to not support these agenda items, requesting ridiculous changes to the language to protect your image, and to avoid making simple statements to show compassion, unity, and understanding, and instead choose to turn your back on a vulnerable population coming to you for help and protection. If you can't answer this call, what are you doing here?
Mr. Mayor, Reverend Brent Newberry, resident of Worcester, and I have the honor of serving as the pastor of the First Baptist Church of Worcester, established in 1812. I do want to make clear I'm speaking on my own behalf and not the congregation's. And I wonder if it would be possible to have everyone's attention on the council. Thank you. I just want to remind us of two things: our shared humanity and our shared history.
I love that.
On our shared history, we need to recall another period of time when the federal government tried to intimidate good people into bad actions through the law, the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850. That law prohibited people from interfering with the recapture of enslaved people who had escaped, with punishments up to $1,000 or $40,000 in today's dollars. It also deputized others with promises of reimbursements if they'd turn in their fellow black neighbors. In 1854, a black man named Anthony Burns was captured by a notorious bounty hunting officer, and Worcester, known as a hotbed of abolitionism, sprung to action, rescued Mr. Burns from jail, and chased off the officer. The issue of entrapping black people in Worcester was resolved after that, as word spread beyond the city not to try it here again. The federal government flexed, and Worcester's residents flexed right back. We must remember our shared history together. Now, I do understand it's an imperfect metaphor to equate this moment, and I'm speaking about 14B and 10B, with slavery, and I understand that there are moral issues that some have with this discussion. But this is where we must remember our shared humanity. Doing the right thing shouldn't hinge on whether you agree, are comfortable with the discussion, or are afraid of the consequences to yourself, but on whether your neighbors, and in each of your unique cases, your constituents, are being or are at risk of being intimidated, threatened, and dehumanized. And if someone is telling you they are, then remembering our shared humanity means you believe them and work to protect them. We might risk retribution from the current administration, not unlike the 1850s, but honoring the dignity of every person requires doing the brave thing, like so many folks have shown tonight.
Wrap up your comments, please.
We must resist the intimidation and flex back with the power of justice and decency and what's right. And when the next executive order comes down, let's rewind it back and do it all over again and again and again and again until we are a safe space for everyone. In conclusion, Worcester has been a sanctuary for hundreds of years, and I hope history will look back on this night and those to come with the same admiration and awe we hold for those brave conductors of the Underground Railroad who did the brave thing because it was the right thing. Thank you.
Ollie, they, them, Worcester resident, here to express my support for item 11A, proposed by Councilor King, that the City Council recognize February as Black History Month and the contributions of Black Americans' labor as the foundation of this nation. I also support Order 10B. The City Council should hire a third party to investigate concerns raised by Councilors Nguyen and Haxhiaj, and I'd ask you to please untable and vote on Petition 14B. Mayor Petty, on February 5th, you were quoted in Spectrum News saying, "After 2 hours of testimony, sometimes people get tired and rush through items you shouldn't be rushing through." I have to say I agree. There's a lot of important items on the agenda that you shouldn't be rushing through, including matters of public safety, utilities, and housing. Your Tuesday evenings have become more difficult than you anticipated. And I imagine some councilors feel like a vocal minority is dominating discussion with a niche issue. But a 2018 Mass DPH report indicated that in 9 of 14 counties in Mass, at least 5% of residents identified as LGBTQ, and this is likely an underrepresentation of the true stats. That means 1 in 20. And when 1 in 20 of your constituents are impacted, and even more if you consider family and friends, I'd say it's not a niche issue at all. Councilor Russell was then quoted in the same article saying, "There's nothing worse than being in a council meeting, speaking and having people heckling you in the audience." I'm sure that's difficult, but I disagree with Councilor Russell. There's many things worse than being heckled in a council meeting. I'd argue it's worse to be heckled out in daily life without the protection of bureaucracy and armed officers. I'd argue it's worse to lose your housing, to lose your job, and not be able to find a new one, as we heard last week. I'd argue it's worse to be denied medical coverage and care. These are threats to a person's material well-being, the things at the bottom of the hierarchy of need, the things without which not. These things are happening every single day to trans and gender non-conforming people, and the prospects are only looking worse. And if you're wondering why you keep having 2 hours of public comment before you can get to the other stuff, I'll tell you the reason. It's that you've lost our trust to act in the best interest of your constituents. And when you stop trusting someone, you start asking questions. And you start scrutinizing. And if you're met with evasive tactics, you double down, you triple down. Show us that we can trust you by declaring Worcester a sanctuary city. Thank you.
That's great.
That's very good.
Hello, my name is Sarah Van Hoosen. I'm a Worcester resident. I'm not very good at public speaking, but I'm very good at talking about what I do. Here in Worcester, people like me, people who are gender diverse, do a lot of very good work. There are a lot of colleges in Worcester, it's kind of known for that. And they're doing a lot of very good work. If this country becomes unsafe, we will be forced to go elsewhere. And I think that Worcester would appreciate if we could continue doing life-saving and cutting-edge research here in town. I would certainly prefer it. So on the matter of 14B and 10B, I'm not asking you to stand on the front lines. I'm asking you not to assist when bad people do bad things. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Kat. She, they, here, member of Worcester for 2 years. My wife, who just spoke, we moved here from Missouri. So, if you don't know, Missouri has had a fun couple things with trans people as of late, such as denying healthcare and also having a trans snitch list. Thank you to everyone who spanned the B-movie script in that form. Worcester becoming a sanctuary city means that I, as a trans femme, do not have to worry about said snitch forms being out there coming after me, my brothers, my sisters, and my siblings. Not having to worry about whether or not if I'm going to get gender-affirming care through legal means or otherwise, can't say, is there. Knowing that I'm going to have it is important. How would you feel if you were not able to get the medication that you needed to live? Whether that be for diabetes, for depression, or for anything else, for chemo. This is not that hard. It's really not that difficult. And the fact that I've been watching some of you up there, I wasn't planning on speaking, but the fact that I've been watching some of you up there with your eyes down, not looking, that is a privilege. The fact that you are not comfortable to look at us as we are talking to you is a privilege and tells me which side you're on. I really thought better of you all. I really did. I'm a content creator. I got one of my mods up here out of Arizona because of the shit that was going on. And don't hit that gavel because of my language.
Could you wrap up your comments now, please?
I now am starting to regret that. Do better. Be better. And remember the saying, they first came for the socialist, but I didn't speak up because I wasn't a socialist. They then came for the trade unionist because I wasn't a part of a trade union.
Thank you.
They came for the Jews because I wasn't Jewish. They then came for me, and no one was left to speak for me. Are you really going to throw the trans community, the queer community as a whole,
Thank you.
then the people of color, then the Jewish people, then any other, the immigrants, under the bus to make money? That is it.
I am Ben, I am a Worcester resident, and I'm here to talk about B14. I live down the street. I go to WPI. I am a student. And on Highland Street, me and my friends have been repeatedly hate crimed by people driving by, screaming slurs, and saying hateful things. And it's disappointing to watch this council hit a gavel at curses when a slur was said in your house and nothing was done.
Good ass point right there.
I was born in this city, wasn't raised here, but was in and out of it constantly, and I came back for schooling and to have a life. I came from a place back home that was very conservative and harsh. And when I came here, I had the opportunity to grow as a person, as I got exposed to all the wonderful queer people, allies, immigrants, people of color that my school in this city provided to me. I never got that growing up, and I got to be a person, the person who I wanted to be finally. I want to feel safe in the city that I'm getting my education, the city that has its name on my birth certificate, the city that houses so many people. We are your people. We are our people. Why can't you protect us? We try to speak to you week after week, and we get pushed off like a spam email over and over again. But you don't have the gall to block the number or actually solve the problem. Please represent who elected you, or else you won't be elected again and someone will do your job better. We are your people. Protect us.
I am the Reverend Bray Adams. I represent the United Congregational Church here in Worcester. I spoke last week, and then I received so much hate that I took everything down that I posted. And so today, I know I have 2 minutes. I'm not going to say a word. I ask you to give me my 2 minutes. I ask that it be in silence for those who have lost their lives, those who are living their lives in terror in this moment. And I also ask that you give me your eyes for these 1 minute and 30 seconds. Thank you.
Mayor, we're going to the virtual calling users. The first user I can identify is Chris Robarge. I'm going to try and meet the resident now. Please state your name, city of residence, and the item you're calling on.
Yes, Chris Robarge. Can you hear me?
Whoa.
We can't go
Chris
ahead.
Robarge?
Okay, Chris
Whoa.
Robarge,
You
City
know
of
that guy.
Worcester. I'm speaking in support of item 14B, and I guess I'm actually talking to the gallery because we all know that most of council doesn't bother to listen anyway. While I do appreciate all the creative new ways that councilors have found to hide their phones, it would actually be nice if you just listened to what we're telling you. The members of this body are not the city's lawyers, and thank goodness for that. We have a law department, and the city solicitor is sitting right here in the room. From what I've heard the solicitor say, there's no known legal peril to what is in this petition, so let's stop pretending there is. Let's drop that fig leaf of an excuse to not address its merits. When it suits the council, it will plow right through questions of legality and constitutionality. Just ask the solicitor how much it cost taxpayers when the city tried to outlaw free speech rights for the poor and got its ass kicked. That case was Thayer et al. Versus City of Worcester, for anyone who wants to look it up. It cost the taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars. We don't need some of Worcester's dullest playing lawfare. That's not the council's job. I also urge you to stop using the Human Rights Campaign score as a fig leaf to hide
Apparently,
behind.
Candy
It doesn't
got a police
change or
escort to the
reflect
bathroom
the
right now.
inhumanity of the actions of this body that have taken over time again on trans issues. It doesn't change the fact that a member of this body referred to her colleague and maybe others using a transphobic slur. It doesn't change the fact that this body has done nothing meaningful about that for weeks and weeks. It's a construct. It's fake. You can't eat a score or a grade from a feckless NGO. A score can't house you. A score can't keep trans people safe. You will not find your dignity nor your humanity within it. It's monopoly money. You could have avoided all this through the chair if a specific councilor had apologized for her words and tried to be better. Instead, you sit through hours and hours of testimony to shield your colleague from the very basic consequences and reconciliation. You caused all of this trauma to your constituents. To the queer and trans community, since you're the only ones actually listening, I am here for you and I am with you. I will always be with you. To the council, in summation, take a vote to offer sanctuary or just openly admit that you do not respect the humanity of queer and trans people. It's really exactly that simple. We will remember what you do, and November cannot come fast enough.
We also just got a message saying that Donna was hiding in the women's bathroom, scrolling on the phone during public comment.
That's
awesome.
Please say your name and city of residence.
Oh, also, yeah, I was on that guy's podcast
Hello, my
10
name is
times
Ally
now.
Thresher. I own a home
This
in
week
District
it'll be
1,
11.
and I run my small business here in Worcester. I'm here to speak in support of Action 14B. I have seen arguments, of course, mostly by anonymous online posters against this motion, claiming it won't do anything for the city. Well, I invite you to look at the stable of speakers here tonight in the last few weeks. We are professionals, taxpayers, and community builders. We live and work here, and we are worth protecting. I spoke last week, and I'm once again imploring you to follow the examples set by the entire State College Borough of Pennsylvania, as well as cities in Missouri, and expanding cities around the U.S. in declaring Worcester a sanctuary city for LGBTQIA plus individuals. Several years ago, my family was directly impacted by anti-trans violence here in the city, and our community was here to support us. Unfortunately, I do not think that would happen today. The support, I think the violence is a high possibility. While I have been proud to call Worcester home, there has been an uptick in violent rhetoric and actions directed towards all of us in our community since the election. This is just a simple fact. Despite the support of their teachers, which I've unfortunately learned is really rare here, one of my children is currently afraid to go to school because of the things their classmates have been repeating that they have heard from Trump and politicians on TV. I implore you all to strengthen your spines, look to your constituents with empathy, and do the right thing. If you cannot loudly stand with us, I ask that you at least have the guts to outright claim your hatred of our community instead of trying to use us as props every pride and re-election season. With the tiny bit of time I have left, I also, as a former theologian, just want to point out that we, trans people, are not a new phenomenon. People who live outside the concept of a binary gender predate Christianity, and the Bible itself enumerates multiple genders. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Sam. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please say your name and city of residence.
Nico cut me off pulling out of his driveway yesterday. He wasn't looking pulling out of his driveway, and he just pulled out in front of me while I was driving down the street.
I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please say your name and city of residence.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Anna Cooper. I'm a member of a large local faith community in Worcester. I'm calling to speak on agenda items 10B and 14B. I spoke last week in support of 7I, and I'm speaking again today in support of 14B to make Worcester a sanctuary city for trans and gender diverse people. Over the past several weeks, I've watched politician after politician on the federal, state, and city level look their constituents in the eyes and tell them that they have absolutely no intention of obstructing the current administration's violent attacks on queer and trans people, that they will not raise a finger to defend their constituents, and that when we come here to defend ourselves and each other, you will hold it under privilege. My expectations have never been particularly high, but this has disgusted me to my core. Where is the line? When will it be enough? Councilors have raised concerns about federal funding, although there's no evidence that this is a warranted concern in regards to a trans sanctuary city particularly. But even without this evidence, you have in advance stated that you are willing to sacrifice the rights of your constituents for money. So what would be enough? Who won't you sacrifice?
Yeah, the WCT3K Black Ops Division was doing reconnaissance.
Your best hope is to join in solidarity with your constituents
doing
who
wet
have
work.
so far shown that they are
We
braver
were doing
and
wet
better
work. We were
prepared
deep
for
in the
this
shit.
fight than you are.
Yeah.
I ask you to look to your political future, if not to your conscience, and vote in support of 10B and 14B. Thank you.
I'd love to have one of those spy vans from like The Conversation. Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude.
Drive around with one of those big directional microphones and like listen to what people are
Just
talking
going to
about.
finish up here. We'll come back there in a second.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker I have a call-in user. It's 11:44. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please state your name and city of residence if you're on the phone. Can you please state your name and city
Hi,
of
can
residence
you
if
hear
you're
me?
on the phone?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, hi, my name is Emma Narkowitz. I use she, her pronouns, and I am a proud queer and disabled
Emma.
voter in District 4. And I'm also the big sister of a non-binary person who I love more than anyone on this earth. And I'm calling to support items 10B, 10C, 11A, and 14B and oppose items 10A. I'm speaking as a private citizen, but I've had the privilege of volunteering and working with LGBTQIA plus youth and young adults for the past 5 years. And I am so sorry to all the queer and trans and non-binary people who are having to come to these meetings for a month now and debate like their existence. Your existence should not be up for debate. This is the bare minimum. You are worthy of so much more than this. And like, I know you have jobs and families and school, like you have so much better things to do to be in this chamber with people that aren't even willing to look you in your eyes and admit and acknowledge your humanity. People have come and demanded accountability and an investigation into Councilor Merrill Carlson's hate speech, transphobia, and xenophobia. And we've implored that this council declare Worcester a sanctuary city for trans and gender diverse people who are under attack. The presidential administration has escalated attacks on trans and non-binary people in every walk of life, targeting access to life-saving health care, protections from workplace discrimination, the ability to get a passport, or play sports that they love. This is an attempt to erase and kill trans and gender diverse people, and it is a matter of life or death. At great personal risk, trans, non-binary, and queer residents have asked this council to take actions to protect them. And yet 4 weeks later, here we are again because the majority of this council has failed to do so. Instead, through the chair, Councilor Colorio held the petition for a sanctuary city using procedure to silence and delay the needs of the queer and trans community. To the chair, when your constituents have the bravery to share their fear, their pain, and trauma with you, it is incredibly insensitive to challenge their experience as an LGBTQIA plus person living in the city because of some online score. The strength and beauty of the queer community in Worcester is because of the contributions of the people who keep showing up to these meetings, not because of you.
Can you wrap up your
This
comments,
council
please?
has the power, yes, I will, and the responsibility to affirm the existence, dignity, and safety of trans and non-binary people by passing 14B and 10B. If you want Worcester to be a safe and welcoming place for LGBTQIA plus people, prove it by voting to pass 14B and 10B. If you're the
What happened?
Wow.
Losing.
Wow.
What's good, gentleman here?
Nico, you villain. You cut off Emma.
We'll see if it's a good evening in a little bit. I'm Donnie Boley. I'm from District 1. I'm here obviously to talk about 14B and 10B.
That's a huge
I'm just a
betrayal.
little confused on how these haven't been passed yet. I
Nico.
mean, hundreds of people have come up here
You're dead to
today,
us.
if not in the past couple weeks, to elaborate on the need and how they are demanding for this to happen. They feel that it's integral for their safety.
So what do you think the vote's going to be?
Residents.
7-4
we've heard
on the
excuses from
resolution.
y'all. We've heard that is to say
4-7 on the
and,
investigation.
You know,
That's what I'm calling
you've
it
experienced
right
from us what you would call rudeness.
Yeah.
You know, if that's the case, feel free to step down if that's, you know, if you can't take it. But what I would say is that it is, you know, if you're at your job and you're getting harassed by your boss, odds are y'all are probably doing a bad job. Which I think is the case here. And you know, I could justify why.
Yeah,
this is the way
investigation
it's being
dies.
done.
4-7. I think
a lot
resolution
by, those before me, so I'll focus
passes
on the messaging
6-5 or
of
7-4.
what it sends. Clearly, it's an intended separation of queer and gender diverse people from the rest of the Worcester
But
population.
then again,
with 10B,
I might just be
not only are you saying that you refuse to change for the betterment of the people around you, but you're also explicitly allowing and saying that though
Aerosmith
queer
is a
and
Worcester
gender diverse
County
people
band.
are,
Don't
they
you ever
can
fucking forget
come
that.
into the space, their goals for civic notions will be blocked and diverted
Fucking
at every turn.
from
That
my
is what
alma
you were
mater,
saying to
baby.
us.
Milford,
And as well,
Massachusetts.
by going with
Milford.
the
Milford and Mendon.
the direction of the current presidential administration
Wow.
and erasing
Two of the best M's in
queer
Massachusetts.
and trans people
Truly.
from everyday lives. You are
Sorry,
surrendering and
Malden.
submitting and saying that they actually
Yeah,
do have
get outta
this
here,
power
Malden.
when
Who
it's
cares?
in fact complete hogwash. They do not have this power. You
Shittier Somerville?
can do this
Yeah,
whenever
whatever.
you'd like. You can do this tonight.
I come from shitty
Please,
Framingham,
I'm urging
baby.
you to do so, or else the people of
Hey,
this
that's where I
city
come
will
from.
vote you out. It is not in contention.
Shitty Framingham
I'm
or
from
Framingham?
Texas,
Framingham.
Okay, I'm registered in Texas.
Shitty
I'm going to
Framingham.
register.
I don't know. I was
here
only
now
born in
that this has
Framingham.
happened.
My dad's from
Because I
shitty
don't like
Framingham.
you. I don't like you. Okay? I don't
Marshfield?
want you
Get outta
representing me.
here.
All right?
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Oh, no one thought that you were going to
What
say
up?
that.
What do I want to
maybe.
get? Want to get mosquito bites behind my
So, first they came
McMansion
for the Jews, and
built
I
on a
did not speak
swamp
up
near the
because I was
coast?
not a Jew.
Fuck out of
Okay?
here.
Now they are coming for trans and queer people. Please speak up. Why are you not speaking up? Okay? Pass items 14B and 10B. November is coming.
November's coming is such a sick refrain. Second
That was
person
a really
to
good
find this
comment.
The next calling user is Maria. I'm trying to meet the resident
November
now.
is
State your
coming.
name and city of residence.
Hello. My name is Maria. I'm so sorry. I'm running out of a meeting. My name is Maria. I live in the city of Worcester, District 4. And as you could hear, I've come out of an important meeting because I'm a student to be able to speak here tonight. I shouldn't have to speak.
This
here
right here
tonight.
is one of the most
I
central
am
Massachusetts
an
comments of all
Arab,
time.
Queer, gender
This could not have
queer,
come
disabled,
anywhere from anywhere else besides the
AFAB
greater Worcester
resident
area.
here in Worcester.
Amazing.
I have attended
Amazing.
every
And they
city
talk about it
council
to this
meeting
very day. Don't
for
get
the
them
past 4
started.
weeks, and I've watched this city council not listen to the hundreds of residents who come in. I'm speaking in support of 10B and 14B, if that wasn't clear.
No, but really, November is
And
coming.
I've
Is
sent emails. I've
how we have to
called.
focus,
You know, people
refocus this
say
conversation because the city
to
council is
talk to your
useless.
government
They're going to show us
that
tonight
they will listen.
how useless they are.
What is talking to my government doing if you aren't listening to me, right? And I want to
And it will
also
take
speak
actual work
to,
that we have to actually do,
Mm-hmm.
which is
what
the worst part
Councilor-
about this whole
Councilor-
thing.
Councilor Russell said last week about people booing Councilor Calorio for being transphobic. There's a quote, "Unlimited tolerance must lead to the disappearance of tolerance. If we extend unlimited tolerance even to those who are intolerant, if we are not prepared to defend a tolerant society against the onslaught of the intolerant, then the tolerant will be destroyed and tolerance with them. We should therefore claim in the name of tolerance the right not to tolerate the intolerant. You are public servants. You're getting paid to be here. I have homework to do.
That's like Hulk Hogan's
I have a
Hulk
right
Hogan's story
to be
about
upset, and all the people
Metallica
here have
wanting
a
him to
right
be
to
the
be
bass
upset
player
because
when
you're
they
not
first got
listening
it.
to us. This is your job. If being booed in a place where people are
Can you wrap-
physically separated
wrap
from
up your
you,
comments?
yes, I'm finishing up. If you are
Tolerance. What's
being
that
booed
like?
in a place that where people are physically
Is
separated
that a
from
kind of Toblerone?
where people you have the bureaucracy to make people speak quickly, not swear, be polite to you. Imagine being a queer person in this city. Imagine walking alone at night as a
Dude,
visibly queer
We have to have an
person,
entire
as a
Aerosmith.
visibly,
Not to distract away
feminine
from
person.
the serious commentary here, but
Vote yes on
we gotta have
10B
an
and
entire
14B.
Aerosmith college show
And I will not
where
fail.
everyone just calls in with their Aerosmith stories.
We can do that. We can definitely do that.
My next speaker is Jess. I'm going to try and meet the resident now.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jess, resident of District 5, school adjustment counselor in Worcester Public Schools, as well as a parent of 2 students who are in Worcester Public Schools. I am calling in support of items 10B, 11A, and 14B. Over the past few weeks, we've heard hundreds of people speak in support of making Worcester a safe and inclusive city for LGBTQIA folks. Hundreds of people have come out, called in, called offices, written to counselors to say, yes, we support and love our trans and gender diverse community. Tonight, we're demanding that you do the same. As many have already said tonight, it's not that hard. All you need to do is what so many other Worcester residents bravely have done before you.
I mean,
Say that
objectively,
LGBTQIA
true.
lives matter.
But
Say that we
also,
will
I
keep
think
trans and
Aerosmith
gender
fucks a little
diverse
bit
folks
harder
safe.
than, like,
Say that we'll protect and
people-
love our trans and gender diverse
people
residents.
are a little bit too tough on
Say what so
Aerosmith,
many
in
of
my
us in
opinion.
Worcester are going to say tonight
They
and
had-
tomorrow when we
they
wake
had
up and talk
high
to our
highs and
families and friends.
lows.
Say what
Low,
so many
low,
of us will
low.
say
Also,
when we go
Steven
to our
Tyler is
schools, our
a
clinics,
straight
our
up
stores, our
dirtbag.
churches, our workplaces.
So
Yeah.
that
Say
doesn't
that the
help.
LGBTQIA, say to the LGBTQIA
Chris, I
community
haven't
that you're
announced
safe
the
here
tip
and that we'll
line
do
yet.
whatever we can to protect
Don't talk
you.
about the tip line.
Thank you.
I've been so bad about the tip line. Oh, wait, no, I did announce the tip line.
So
on my
Mayor, the
last
next
one.
speaker is Micah. Try and meet the resident now.
But yeah, Revolution X.
Good
Chris,
evening.
is a
My
great
name
game.
is Micah. I'm a transgender resident of District 5, and I'm speaking on items 10B and 14B. We'll hear tonight how the declaration of being a sanctuary city puts us at risk of losing federal funding, and this is going to encourage inaction. But the resolution that's put before you is taking a collection of existing Massachusetts protections and affirming our commitment as a city. So Chapter 127 of the Act of 2022
Oh, I thought you said it.
explicitly states
Sorry, Chris.
protects transgender and gender diverse
All right,
individuals
I'll go back and
seeking
find it.
sanctuary from out-of-state persecution. So item 14B simply extends this protection to a Massachusetts city, as multiple cities, including Boston, have also
I
adopted.
think we could actually do
I'll
a
quote
call-in
Northampton,
with the way that I
Massachusetts
have
language,
my system.
from a commitment to inclusion and sanctuary.
I just don't know how to
Together, these
think-
measures underscore
have
Northampton's
people's phone
unwavering
numbers not be
dedication
on
to
the
ensuring
screen.
equity,
Is the
dignity,
only
and
problem.
safety. And in particular, this critically
We
ties
figured it
together
out for
the
that
city's
live show
commitment
that
and
time.
Also, same
Yeah.
as
I
our
was gonna
city's
say,
commitment
yeah,
to
we've
protecting
done this
those
before, we
regardless
could
of
do it again.
immigration status with transgender protections as the intersection
Just easier
is
when
under
we're all
critical risk.
together.
Yeah.
So what is the barrier in our community about being explicit in our intention to protect transgender individuals?
Yeah,
I'll
that's
reference our
better.
recent school committee meeting in which a resolution to protect the LGBTQ.
But that's what Outdoor Cast is gonna do, so you
was
can't-
scrubbed
you
up
can't take
language
that.
and generalized into protections for all. The goal of the federal government is to erase transgender people from every aspect of public life. This goal feeds the anti-trans hate machine as much as it redirects
There
our
he is.
public attention.
No, if
from
you
the
guys start a hype
explicit
train, it's
eroding
called a
of
rocket
democratic
train now.
institutions. We were informed of this goal ahead of the
famous.
administration
Yeah,
taking
you're
office.
famous.
Yeah.
We're seeing it carried out every day, and nobody in this community is surprised because
Let
this is
me-
what
I'm
fascism
gonna
looks
jump
like.
away for a second and go
When we're
see
not
Roman
explicit
on the
about
stream.
protecting
I'll be right
transgender
back.
people, we're allowing another
Stick around for a
federal
minute.
strategy to also persist. And this strategy is trying to instill fear in the transgender and gender nonconforming community so that the community can no longer exist. However, this is an impossible aim, as we will continue to stand the test of time. And item 14B actually
That's how I feel,
combats that
Chris.
strategy of erasure and fear. By putting a commitment to transgender and gender diverse people into writing, we're not performing.
We're all just trying to
We're
bully the mayor.
showing that the anti-trans agenda is not fooling anybody in our
Could you wrap
city.
up your comments, please?
It has no place here. On 10B, and I'll wrap up, we've learned that this body is not
That's right.
subject to the same HR practices
Everyone
of other
exists
state employees,
with my
and therefore,
permission.
third-party
I am-
investigation
I am the
is
feudal
next
lord of
action
Worcester
to
media.
protect all of your roles as counselors and make the council accessible to people in the future. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Natalie. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Setting up with a Stern-style show would be good, Bill.
Hi, hello.
I almost called you
Oh,
Brian.
yeah.
Because we're all
I-
labeled Brian.
Yeah. Just fucking
okay.
doing
Yes, my name is Natalie Gibson.
4 hours a
of,
day in the morning, calling with
District
your
5.
craziest
I
story.
identify as a human being.
Oh, yeah.
Happy Black History every day, and I support 10A. Welcome back, Councilor to New UN. The courage shown by you and Councilor Haxhiaj is inspiring. Keep up the good fight. At this point, any apology that is
It's
given
Rocket.
is rendered empty
He's
and
one
holds
of the-
no moral weight. I support the LGBTQIA plus community.
I found
on
him wandering the
10B
streets of
and
Worcester.
14B. So instead of dragging this out, I hope that the city council will support this, vote tonight, and save a life. I support 10G. I hope this time, unlike recently when I petitioned for this, it won't be pushed off to the clerk's office or the city manager just to be ignored again, or sit tabled for 3+ years like some other items. 14A, I'm in agreement with this. However, I want to know, why are councilors still holding an item that deals with safety. People are all saying, let's let them get back to business. Why are you holding it? Is this in retaliation against Councilor Haxhiaj? From here on, any thoughts and prayers that you give to any injured or dead constituents, including even our firefighters, there will be a spit in everyone's face. If you are also worried about the cost of sprinklers versus lives and their possessions, keep this in mind the next time you're dishing out big raises to those who have the means to rebuild their lives effortlessly. Finally, again, if you're not going to bother to monitor your Facebook Live page, close the comment section. Despite these people's freedom of speech, you are allowing disgusting hate speech to continue by these racist, bigoted, transphobic, xenophobic, and willfully ignorant cowards. Cowards, I say it again, cowards. Who don't have the guts to say any of this stuff in person or virtually to the people that they're speaking about. Sure can.
Damn.
This city is complicit in the hate, period. Thank you. Have a good night.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Sam. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please say your name and city of residence.
Hello, my name is Sam Aspak. I go to Clark University. I'm speaking out in opposition to 10A, something I feel like not enough people are talking about tonight. This is a motion that will restrict discussion of any complaints, including homophobia, transphobia, racism, or any kind of bigotry to executive sessions which are not open to the public. That isn't cool. If a councilor is doing something or saying something they shouldn't be doing or saying, we need to talk about that. If a councilor is being homophobic, transphobic, xenophobic, racist, or anything, that is an important thing that should be brought up in city council meetings. And especially if a councilor deliberately refers to another councilor as it. That is a big problem and should be addressed in the public square. This is especially egregious when considering the councilors are public figures. We elected these people and we hold them up to the standards required to run our city. By running for office, these people have consented to being criticized, sometimes a lot, sometimes by a lot of people. And that's good. That's the way it should be. And Councilor Bergman says he brought up this item in light of transphobic labeling, to which I asked, what?
There's little Roman.
And were
He did not want to sit up at all. He wanted to lay down.
And are you afraid of transphobic labeling? Or do you not like it when people are called out for their bigotry? And you say this would prevent allegations from hurting councilors' their reputations when some of it may not be true. I assume this is reference to Councilor Merrick and referring to Councilor Nguyen as it. I ask the council then, do you think this might not be true? And more importantly, do you believe that it might not be true enough to prohibit discussion about it from coming up in meetings? In my opinion, I don't know about your opinion, but in my opinion, basic human decency takes priority over the reputations of our councilors. We live in a democracy, and one of the key components of a democracy is effective public discourse. This includes discourse that challenges those in power. That's probably the most important kind of discourse.
He won't sit up.
What this motion is censorship.
He's trying to lay on top of me.
Yeah, it's just blatant censorship under the guise of not having meetings go on for too long. And this is why I'm speaking out.
I'll be back downstairs in a minute.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Eric. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please say your name and city of residence.
Yes, my name is Eric. I am a resident of District 1 in Worcester, Massachusetts. I was married in Worcester. I own a home here. I pay taxes here. I work in the city. I volunteer in the city. I have small children in Worcester Public Schools. And I was very saddened by the watered down language used in a similar resolution to 10B, 14B related to school committee. Further, I'm very disappointed in the delays of City Council in actually getting their work done. Part of this also being the bad faith statements regarding these delays from councilors saying that other issues aren't being addressed or that we're constantly coming back to deal with these issues when they themselves are the ones who delay and drag these items out for whatever their motivations. This should be a no-brainer. We need to vote and we need to support 10B and 14B. We need to support our citizens. This is not something that we should be hemming and hawing over. This is not difficult. I often say that Worcester is the second largest city in New England, and we need to act like it. But tonight, I'm going to say instead that we're the heart of the Commonwealth. Let's act like it. Have some heart. Show some courage. Show some love and compassion for your fellow residents.
All right, Eric runs for mayor, wins
something
by
that we need
50
to
points.
Contemplate. This is
All
something that should have
precincts.
been
All
acted
precincts
on
won.
immediately, and the first time
That was
it
a
brought
that was a
up.
pretty epic
And
statement.
frankly, shame on the council
That was-
for delaying this for so very long.
That shit would land so
As
hard at the
one of
senior
previous
center. Are
callers
you
mentioned,
kidding me?
Regarding 10A, the dirty laundry should be aired in public. If people have concerns about
But
their
Eric, it's
qualifications
stinky.
or the well-being of their
I think
other counselors,
in my next Worcester
or
Sucks
people have
post,
used slurs or said
I
things
will
that are
break
not
down the
appropriate,
math
this should be
on
aired
that,
publicly. If you have
and
issues
it
with
literally
this, then perhaps
is,
public
like-
service is not for you. Let's be honest, it's not for everyone.
In that large,
Putting this behind
it's
closed
enough.
doors really does a disservice
And
to
it
the
depends on a
residents
lot
and
of
to the voters
factors,
here.
but
Please support 10B and 14B and oppose the ridiculous 10A.
a
Thank you.
friend of the show just got me some really, really detailed election data. That is very interesting.
So maybe the next speaker is Deborah. Do you want me to resident now?
Where has Andrew Marsh been? We need him in these times.
Now to hear from the
I
resident.
know. We need him back in the chat.
Andrew Marsh, if you're out
Calling
there,
users,
we need you.
Last 4 digits 1150.
Mm-hmm.
Can you state your name and city of residence?
My name is Louise Viola. I live on Mount Vernon Street. I'm calling in relative to the conversation that's right for 14 and 10. I'm overwhelmed by the emotion that I hear here.
Which way is this going to go?
I hear talk of being killed. I hear talk of all kinds of fear that people have about
Marco
living
moved
here.
to New Orleans. He got a new job down there.
Let's check it on Marco. I hope I go to his Twitter and it's just him, just like
we need to love
fucking
each other.
drunk as fuck in the French Quarter.
We need
Just
to
living his best life.
protect ourselves.
Did you guys see the
I
rich people that
acted
went to
my
the
life
Super
to
Bowl?
protect
They built them a temporary French Quarter
anything
in
and
the French
anything
Quarter
that's
because they didn't want to go to the real French Quarter.
I'm not
Wow.
looking to
It
my
was all
city
plywood. It was a
councilors
plywood
to
French
do that.
Quarter. It was awful.
Is that where Tommy
They
Brady
will
was
hold
talking
me
from?
please
I thought that was
listen to
a
me
green
if I
screen
ever
background.
Need to call on them.
I was watching some
it's my
disgruntled New Orleans resident videoing them taking it down.
And if I am
Saying what I
acting in a
just
way
said.
that
I just
know
parroted what
is
they said.
going to cause other people to stress about who I am or what I do, then I need to act accordingly as to what I feel I need to do to protect myself.
I mean,
Jesus
no
Christ.
disrespect, but this lady kind of sounds like a female RFK,
Let us love each other.
but like way
We are
nicer.
sisters and brothers.
I still don't know where. I think she might still. pull
Big
him.
time victim blaming.
Blind man that
I don't know.
was beautiful.
Oh God, yep. Oh, shut up, lady.
No, yeah, she 100% said if I'm acting in a way that causes other people distress, that it's my personal responsibility. Fuck this
And
lady.
nature's God.
Oh, so this lady sucks.
Wait, but you could say that statement
Let
like
us not say.
No, she was saying it like
she was saying it the bad way. Oh
yeah.
Oh. Well, fuck you, lady.
And my Jesus would do that.
Oh, shut up.
Yo, stop her.
Can you wrap up your comments,
God.
please?
Oh, okay. I'll stop.
Mayor, the last speaker is Chris. I'm going to try to meet that resident now.
Robarge, you up again?
Thank you. My name is Chris Boudreau. I'm in District 5. There is infamy in the air. That's what Ralph Waldo Emerson said after the passage of the Fugitive Slave Law in 1850. And I don't have to tell you about it because the pastor of First Baptist said what that law did. I don't think you need to hear any more from the people in this city who are terrified about what comes next, terrified about what's coming out of Washington. You've heard their experiences, you've heard the emotions. The federal government's actions are cruel and unconstitutional. Please don't decide this question based on speculation about what federal money may or may not be withheld. If this city
We had two in opposition. We had
to protect its most vulnerable
two in
people,
opposition. Who was the third?
then nothing else much
That lady who
matters.
just spoke.
The people here are not asking you to meddle in
the
other
mate
people's
guy.
business.
The mate guy,
They're only asking
the
you
proto
to
incel.
defend them from the meddling of the cruelty.
And I mean, Fred
coming
kind
out
of.
Washington.
Oh, I
Fred
wasn't
is
here for
There
Fred.
is
We
infamy
don't
in
count
the
Fred.
air.
Indiscernible.
We don't count
State
Fred.
it clearly
Wait, who?
and explicitly.
John
that you will
something or
stand
other. I know
behind
John Provost,
the
the blind
transgender
man
and
who's never.
John
non-binary
Provost is
people of
blind.
this City.
I thought
Yeah,
he
he's
was
the
This
incel.
He's
tonight.
never copulated.
Thank you.
God, to be a pro-life guy and admit to that, like in person, that you've never produced life, that's got to be really.
Okay, so we're going to, I think a couple of councilors asked for a 10-minute break or so. Is that okay?
I hate it.
Mr. Mayor, just because Councilor Toomey is remote, do you want to just do a roll call on it for a recess?
Okay. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Yes. Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
How many
Councilor
cops are they
Pacillo?
going to have
Councilor
to
Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes.
escort Candy and Donna to the bathroom?
Oh, I wish we had a cooler graphic here. Like Joe
10
Petty
minute
going down a
recess.
slide.
Oh wait, this is a good time to play some of the hits from the meeting earlier.
Oh yeah.
But you know what that's going to require is me remembering the password to the Worcester Sucks Instagram. So we'll see. Oh, actually, no, I don't think I do. I think I can. Nope. Wait.
Riveting.
Is it in the stories?
Who
Or is
fucking knows, brother?
The video you put. Let's see.
No, hold on. I got it. I don't know how to on desktop how you fast forward and such.
Great question.
Yeah, it's not really letting me. You know. Go to post. Here we go. No. We were very prepared. We're a very professional outlet.
Oh, Air Hadouken.
For this pod, should have known was coming.
Thank you for subbing. Thanks for mentioning Kevin can fuck himself earlier.
That was an appropriate observation for sure.
It was a great observation. People should watch it. It's a good show.
Yeah.
So, wow, one of the last TV shows I'll have ever worked on.
Doesn't seem like there's any way to fast forward, which would require watching like a 30-minute live, which we don't really want to do. I don't think anybody wants to do that.
How long until they got into the performances and stuff after you went?
I guess I could just keep it running and I listen to it, and then
You can even mute it. We can just turn it up if something comes up.
whose battery is low? We shouldn't be hearing all that.
I didn't hear that.
Oh. Well.
I think that answers that.
I suppose it's mine then.
The public comment for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Silly
Yeah.
time.
I'm feeling a little loopy, that's for sure. All right, check it out.
Been on the organizing team. Can you raise your hands up and let's give all those votes. Organizing is not easy work, and organizing under very
too loud.
Requirement is also a labor of love for community and for each
I don't know
other.
how
So
to turn it
thank you to everyone who's made.
Gotta get rid of that.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
Just go on Bill's Instagram, everybody, and watch.
Just go watch it yourselves.
City Council recess.
What the hell? Hey, no one be talking about my password manager in the chat. Get out of here. The hell? What
Dude, there was like 7 messages.
What the fuck?
If we're gonna judge this typography, there's no reason they needed to have an italicized for recess.
Right.
City Council recess.
Recess.
Right?
Yeah, but it emphasizes it for the wrong reason. It's almost as if it's not really a recess. Like they're doing something else. Oh, I hear you should get a password manager, Bill.
Yeah. That's what the chat is saying.
I have like whatever. Don't talk about my passwords. Find something
Hey,
more normal to talk about than my passwords.
Epic wants to manage your passwords for you.
Oh wow,
Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds.
I
good.
wouldn't suggest it because they were suggesting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 before.
Yeah, I think I do just fine managing my own passwords. To be honest.
Yeah,
with
they're
you.
so hard to guess. He can't even do it.
Yeah. Which is how you want it, because like I get abducted.
Right.
Gun to my head. What's your password? I don't know. Guess you're gonna have to shoot me because I really don't know.
Yeah. Please, I'd love to find out.
And they'll believe me.
Brother, wouldn't I like to know? That's how I'd talk if somebody was torturing me. Hell, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Wish I knew. I'd be the first to tell you.
Yeah. Yeah. Eric, why don't you make an account on reverb.com and I will manage that for you. Just link up a current credit card with a high maximum, and I'll make sure that nothing bad happens to your reverb.com account. You just give me the password to that.
It'll be perfect. Hey, would people people be into it if we started a Discord for fans of the show? Because we can do that as a direct link as like a subscriber benefit from Twitch. It can be like integrated. And I think that could be a fun and productive thing to keep the conversation going throughout the week. So if people are into that,
We're putting the first domino down, and the last one is shooting a border patrol agent in Vermont. Yes.
Hey, listen,
yes.
whatever
Who's ready to get
people-
rational? We're gonna.
I have the enthusiasm of Epic. Sure.
I mean, we have a Wootenanny Discord. We just have to delete all the messages in it where we're talking shit about people, and then allow access to invited friends. I like Discord. And also, Discord could be a good way to have guests on instead of taking phone calls. We could have Discord main stage.
Discord main stage.
It got BronzeCon 16 to follow us. BrosCon.
BrosCon 16.
That's how we can start our cult too, as we have talk-ins.
Yeah.
Thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I think this could be good.
Talking shit. I love to talk shit. So another place where I can talk shit, I'm kind of in. I'm kind of in on
Great.
that. But I'm only coming in to talk shit for talking shit purposes exclusively.
Right. Not.
I'll probably
not
check
towards
it.
anything.
I'll probably check it. I'll treat it like the Worcester subreddit. I'll check it once every 2 to 3 months,
Right.
and I'll be a complete villain. It's just so rude. And then I'll get out of there, and I won't read the notifications. I won't see what anybody says back to me. It's a good time.
Mhm. No, it won't be a sex cult. None of us have the fucking temerity.
Like everything else
No.
on Discord, there will be zero pussy getting involved.
We're all gonna be like that blind guy.
There will be absolutely zero. There will be zero getting involved.
This actually reminds me. I'm a Discord that I'm in. I shared a picture. The Super Bowl is in New Orleans. Tons of crazy. Obviously, we were just talking about that. Tons of crazy, parties and stuff were going on. My brother's restaurant, they catered like 1,000 events. They did some like crazy parties and stuff. But he sent us a picture the other day of them just hanging out with Guy Fieri at the restaurant.
Dude, that's so sick.
Yeah. And I shared it in the Doughboys Discord on the Doughboys podcast. If anybody is cool enough to listen to it, the perfect place to get some shine off of your brother hanging out with Guy Fieri. Not enough shine, I gotta say. I was let down by the amazingness of my little brother doing ripping shots and cooking with Guy Fieri.
That's so
rad. Yeah, that's like kind of the coolest thing ever.
It's unbelievable. And he was in Fieri was smoking a cigar inside the restaurant. Like,
dude,
why not?
Just I'm so mad and proud at the same time.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
If I was in the same room as Guy Fieri, especially in a kitchen type scenario, I think my first question would be, how did you get so cool? Second question, can you spatchcock a chicken in front of my eyes?
That's fucking brutal. The spatchcock.
Yeah. Imagine Guy Fieri getting in there.
Would he spatchcock a chicken? You can't shove a beer can up a spatchcock chicken.
Well,
no, it's completely flayed out.
Yeah, he probably hasn't done it in a number of years, but
right.
I'm pretty sure he can.
You take the
boy, would that be
out,
a sight?
You could wrap it back around the can.
I'm gonna brag a little more. His restaurant is a dive, but it is also a semi-finalist for the James Beard Award this year.
Oh shit! All right, we're just bragging about
honestly,
as a restaurant that primarily serves bologna sandwiches. I feel like that's a fucking flex of all flexes.
I made my partner walk like 2 miles because when I was down there, eating at Turkey and Wolf was just like Turkey and the Wolf. I knew I messed it up. Was such a high priority that I could not miss it. And we got in there like close to close, and that still was worth it, worth every bite.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's in New Orleans off of Magazine Street. If you've never been to New Orleans, I highly suggest it. You should probably go there soon. It's not going to be above water for many more years. And you want to check in with Marco, I think, when you're down there. But
hey,
you also want to go to Turkey and the Wolf because it's a great restaurant.
Turkey and the Wolf. Who came up with that name? Noah and the Whale.
Oh shit!
Got him.
Shit. Damn, dude.
So while we're talking New Orleans, have you guys heard any of the stories about how Fox played Cheers over the Trump footage, but every other country's footage showed that it was actually booze?
I did hear that. I have not done the deep dive to confirm.
News media, I forget which news outlet I was listening to. They confirmed it.
That rocks. That actually rocks. The meme I saw today. So there's a defensive lineman for the Chiefs, a guy named Chris Jones, very, very good, one of the best players in the league. He got injured on the first play of the game and ended up coming out of the game like in the first quarter, not playing at all. And there's a picture of him right before the game, shaking Donald Trump's hand, and then it's just like karma.
That's sick.
Yeah. Commander's Palace, incredible. It's just a weird little old place you got to check out. That the menu has been the same since like the 20s. They serve frog legs. They do a jazz brunch where like a band just comes around to your table and they take requests.
So rad.
Yeah. I love New Orleans. And if anyone's ever going down, I'm very happy to give Rex.
You set us up.
Yeah, it's just you can't really go wrong, but you can also really go wrong. So it's good. It's good to
Wow.
It's good to have a little bit of know-how when you're going down there, but it's just the best. It's the best place. I love it.
Do the hot dog boys have a trip planned here soon?
I mean, Hot Dog Safari coming up 420.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. New Orleans Hot Dog Safari is
Look at this, ready?
Easter Monday.
Turkey and the Wolf. Yes, America's best restaurant
I'm so hungry.
of 2017 is a sandwich shop.
Yep,
Bon Appetit. 2017 Bon Appetit. Back when Bon Appetit really mattered, right?
Something, yeah.
Oh my
Look at
god.
that. That looks gorgeous. That looks
That was
so
like
good.
printing porn.
I take back everything I said about Noah and the whale. I take it all back.
Doggy.
That looks amazing.
It's fucking great. So he started working there. I think he started working there in 2018, right after they won that. Started like blowing up. So I've gone to like a bunch of different like iterations of the restaurant, and I'm just obsessed with. We've done hot dog shows there during the Hot Dog Safari. Me and Sean have done our show there 2 times. They're just a cool place. Cool people work there. But they did one time. Me and Jess went down because they were doing a pop up at the restaurant called Mama Tried, and it was just burgers and hot dogs. And they did where our like a Worcester hot dog boys thing is peanut butter dogs, where you literally just put peanut butter on a hot dog. And so they put it on the menu because my brother was like, you guys got to try this. It's fucking good. And then they Mason, the chef, put it in his cookbook, Turkey and the Wolf cookbook.
Whoa.
And gave a shout out to the Hot Dog Safari. So cool dudes. Definitely check out. He's got like 4 restaurants in New Orleans now.
Councilor King.
Here.
Councilor Carlson.
Go there. That's my plug. That's me being proud of my little brother for working at a cool place, doing cool shit.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Toomey.
Here.
And Mayor Petty.
Here.
We'll go back to the agenda. We got some petitions. I'm not sure if anybody's here on the petitions.
Hell yeah.
But the first one, we have a reconsideration, Councilor King, and Rule 30 of the City Council in regards to the $1.2 million.
Oh, I wanted to hear this.
No discussion, we need a roll call for reconsideration.
Can we pull the
Councilor
volume
Bergman?
up on the stream?
Councilor Caloria.
A tiny bit?
Councilor Haxhiaj.
Yes.
Councilor King.
Yes.
Councilor Carlson. Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj.
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
No.
Councilor Toomey.
No.
And Mayor Petty.
No.
Mr. Mayor fails.
Okay, we have petitions. 888C, we're going to refer to traffic and parking. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Caloria.
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj.
Yes.
Councilor King.
Yes.
Councilor Carlson. Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj.
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 8D, the 8G, we're going to set the hearing on February 25th. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Caloria.
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj. Councilor King.
Yes.
Councilor Carlson. Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj.
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next item is Rux's Joshua Angel Kuhn requests the establishment of a program of 100% free lead inspections and statements for properties who wish to take Section 8 vouchers but currently do not have a 6-year-old or younger residing there as a tenant. So you can send that to city manager. Are they here? No. I'm sorry. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Hader?
Yes.
Nice.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Jeremy Hamel requests city manager provide council with a report concerning the process relative to how the city handles contracts with outside snow blowers, the city road maintenance crews.
I like
how
the
streets
flag
are
waving getting right in
prioritized
the
for
camera
inclement
like
weather
that.
treatments.
I was thinking that
and the
too.
process
All
to hold contractors accountable for their work. They here? No. So we will send that to the manager. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Hader?
Yes.
I, for one, wouldn't
Priscilla?
want my
Yes.
daughter
Councilor
playing
Russell?
Donna
Yes.
Calorio in
Councilor
any sort of
Toomey?
sports.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, Marion Leary requests council review the state of the cable television in the city, including public concerns over regular price increases from Spectrum. Send that to Public Service and Transportation. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Yes. Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Hader?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 8K, Michael Grandone requests the agenda items not pertaining to Worcester City business not be scheduled nor placed on the city council agenda, but scheduled for other public venues for discussion by interested parties pertaining to said topic.
That's
Guess we'll
stupid.
Send that to the clerk. Roll call.
Councilor
That was
Bergman?
creepy,
Councilor
Joe.
Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor
That's very
Haxhiaj?
weird.
I have a
Council-
clarification. So
Councilor Nguyen?
isn't all items not supposed to be on the agenda, not supposed to be on the agenda?
We can file this if you like.
Yes, please file. Thank you.
Okay. File. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
It's a very
Councilor
creepy smile.
Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Do we know what just
Councilor
happened?
Hader?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
They.
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
It was
because
clearly
what?
not.
Toomey?
It's clearly
Mayor Petty.
nothing
Yes.
order.
Grandone requests council requests city manager.
From that guy,
consider
Michael
solutions for
Grandone.
homeless
He's like a
and staff by
Republican, and he puts
appointees
on
with
shit
expertise
all the
and knowledge
time.
of helping the homeless with their situation and need to go place to their questions. We have this.
That's what I was going to ask. Motion to file?
Yeah. Okay, roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Yes. Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Hader?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, Chairman's orders 9A to 9E, motion is to adopt. I'm sorry, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Hader?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, so I'd like to go to, since people are waiting, 10B, then maybe 14B.
To the what?
Okay. 10B requests council work with the queer residents of Worcester and our allies to hire a third party with LGBTQIA+ and BIPOC expertise in lens to investigate Councilor Nguyen, Councilor Haxhiaj's concerns regarding transphobia, discrimination, and toxic council culture. And Councilor Haxhiaj, Councilor Nguyen. Before we, I just want to have the city of Worcester come up, because some people asked whether or not we have to go into executive session on this or not, or where's the line drawn. I'm not sure. It depends on the. Just explain to people. There are laws that govern this, and not just.
George Russell, did we skip 10A?
Through the chair, when a public body is discussing allegations against an official, an elected official, a municipal employee, or an individual, it may enter executive session to discuss such allegations.
You should go into executive session to discuss this.
Through the chair, if you're going
No,
to
may,
discuss
not must.
Allegations against.
Allegations.
Yeah,
So there's
or
no-
accusations or complaints
Yeah.
against an
So there's
individual.
no accusations that would be discussed. We just gonna have a discussion then? Is
Accusations.
that-
Through the chair, if you want to take a vote on whether to have an investigation or not, then you can do that.
Okay. So,
Mr. Chair.
yeah, Council.
I believe my order does request that the city council take a vote
Yeah, okay.
on an investigation. And so what I'm hearing from the city solicitor is the same, which is what the public has also asked us to take a vote.
Okay, so you'll take a
But
vote.
I'd like to speak on it first.
Okay. It's that we can't make accusations, but, right, okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Is that the right? Is that the? That's not a word,
He's
right?
trying to say accusation.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you recognizing me to speak on the item, Mr. Chair?
Excuse
Are
me?
you recognizing me to speak on the item?
Yes.
Okay.
Just to let you know, taking into account what the city solicitor just said, that's all.
Wow, Joe, you fucking suck. Dude.
Sure. Then, thank you, Mr. Chair.
She said that
I
you
will,
may go into executive session. You
I'll
must
speak on
go
this
into
item
executive session.
because it is important. It has been weighing on me, on the community for 4 weeks, 4 weeks straight now. And in these 4 weeks, Mr. Chair, I have sat amongst my colleagues wondering how they would feel if one of us allegedly called them a slur, any slur of any kind, directed at a protected status, and if their origin story was dismissed and devalued. I will speak from my personal experience that our families and personal stories are precious. We pass them on to our children, to our grandchildren, and it is through our stories, whether they speak of the journey of being a non-binary person, a trans person, a member of the LGBT community, as many stories we heard today, or fleeing our countries due to unrest with our families. It's through these stories that we get to preserve our roots. We talk to our children and our family members about our values. We communicate them to our community. We preserve our sense of home, our sense of identity, our very existence. I don't know really how any of my colleagues feel about the allegations, because other than one city councilor, and that's Councilor King, no one has reached out. But what we have seen is that amid weeks of deflection, avoidance, victim blaming, or outright silence about allegations of a colleague reducing another colleague to an it multiple times, while allegedly also accusing another one of lying, we are now faced with a final choice, which is this order is all about. Will this council body make a decision to investigate these allegations? Will this council body take them seriously? Will it take them as seriously as it would have taken them had the same behavior been directed at 2 different members of the city council? Does anything, doing anything other than this sends the message that it is permissible for any of us, any future elected officials, to allegedly hurl slurs, allegedly attack any one of us of a protected class, while facing zero accountability for their actions. It means that in this political climate, when the LGBTQI+ community and its members are facing attacks, threats, erasure, immigrants and refugees are being hunted and demonized, that we cannot protect 2 members of the city council body from similar rhetoric coming allegedly from within our own house. Mr. Chair, I have a feeling I know how this vote is going to go tonight. We may find 101 excuses as to why this body cannot and should not investigate this type of unprecedented conduct. I can only speak for myself as an elected official, as someone who has had to explain to my own mother and to my own children that their mother is not a liar, that to do anything other than conduct an investigation condones this behavior. It gives it permission. It gives it life. It allows it to grow outside the public eye when the lights in the city chambers are off. It says then, when these lights go off, councilors can act differently than they would in the public eye. This decision needs to be made publicly, Mr. Chair. I didn't cause this 4 weeks of community members coming and asking for a simple, genuine acceptance of harm done, and neither did Councilor Nguyen. When we are politically opposed to people we fundamentally disagree with, we fundamentally disagree with their political viewpoints or policies that they support, we hash those things out in public, in the arena of ideas, not behind City Hall doors. So I'll close with this. To the colleague whose alleged decisions to use dehumanizing words and lash out against 2 colleagues, I really wish that you possessed an ounce of the courage Councilor Nguyen has, an ounce of the courage of the staff person who came forward to speak the truth, and an ounce of the courage that it took my mom, my dad, my 85-year-old grandmother, and my 17-year-old self to flee our country and to live our lives with integrity. Mr. Chair, I wasn't planning on saying this last statement, but if it is true that there are other colleagues in this chamber or any community members who have allegedly been witness to the dehumanizing of another colleague, of another human being, that I would hope that they either come forward or they make peace with their conscience.
Councilor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, a lived experience is not an accusation. Something that someone experienced is not an accusation. The same way that the people who came to speak for over 8 hours, what they shared about their experience is not an accusation, the same way that what happened is not an accusation. But, you know, I'll just say that. And I want to also note the difference between speaking about an accusation and voting on an investigation. I don't see why this would even need to go to an executive session if we are voting towards an investigation. I hope that is clear. And, you know, I think it's important as an elected body, as people who represent the people of Worcester, to model accountability, transparency, and truly humanness. And though this past month leave me with almost zero faith in this council, I do have a few questions. And so, through the chair to the city clerk, did you complain that my remote usage of Zoom was impacting your job as a clerk?
Through the mayor to the councilor, I don't know what you're referring to, but I have not made those comments.
I am referring to when Mayor Petty said that on the council floor. So, to the chair, why would you say that?
I don't think I said that, but go ahead.
You did. You did.
Not like
The
that.
first week I was gone, and we could play the clips. We could play the clips later, but that's fine. That's fine. We got more issues going on here.
Oh my God.
Through the chair to the city clerk, I meant to ask this while you were away. Why did you not allow the ceasefire resolution onto the council agenda back in October? Former city solicitor Mike Traynor said he did not say it couldn't be on, and that it should be on because of the consistent ruling of Rule 11. So why was it not on?
Through the mayor to the council, if you'd like a report, you can make a motion. I can provide your report. I think I did email this body my opinion. If you don't agree with my interpretation of the rules, you can certainly suspend the rules. You can certainly amend the rules. There's a lot of rules in this city council that you can certainly do.
Yeah, there's a lot of rules that is just inconsistently ruled. But I will say this, through the chair to the city clerk, why did you not allow the citizens' petition for the city council to have a third-party investigation to look at the concerns of Councilor Haxhiaj and mine, and it had to go through the council as an order?
Through the chair to the councilor, I don't believe it was within the proper responsibility of a petitioner. It's certainly within this body. You can certainly discuss it. I do think the nature of the conversation should be with the body, but if you don't agree with my interpretation, you can certainly amend those rules of the city council.
Which rule are you referring to that says that a citizen cannot petition that?
Through the chair to the council, what I'm referring to is items pertaining to public participation when it comes to items before the city council.
That's.
What's that?
It is around the toxic council culture.
We can stick to
Through the chair to the councilor, if you're accusing me of being part of the toxic council culture, I don't appreciate that.
Discrimination.
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, I do not appreciate being accused of that.
Point of order.
This is not an accusation. I'm asking.
We need to go in executive session, or we can take a vote on this.
I am asking questions.
I don't want to. Let's just, he answered the question.
What?
I thought he just answered the question.
Okay, that's it.
Mm,
I don't
he
appreciate
did.
my colleagues accusing me of not following the order and what is on the order. And do you want me to read it out loud again? It says, request City Council work with queer residents of Worcester and our allies to hire third party with LGBTQIA+ and BIPOC experience and lens to investigate Councilor Nguyen and Councilor Haxhiaj's concerns regarding transphobia, discrimination, and a toxic council culture. So I'm asking questions about that. I hope that is clear. I was told by the Madam Solicitor that she couldn't decide for council what could go on and what couldn't go on regarding the citizens petition, and yet your assistant clerk, AJ Potto, said they were just following the legal department. And so, I mean, I really don't appreciate hiding behind the legal department either, but let me keep going. I just want to ask, through the chair to the city clerk, what gives you the authority to decide for council when the law department said they would leave it up to the council to decide, and you still decided to exclude the citizens petition from our agenda and the ceasefire resolution?
Because Joe told you to do it.
Right. I think that's what they're trying to get.
Yeah.
Through the chair to the mayor, at this point, I don't think I could provide a report if you'd like. I do take offense to naming my deputy city clerk. He does not work directly for the city council. He works for the city clerk. If you have an issue with how I run my department, you can certainly make a motion for me to bring back a report. But I do think the deputy city clerk should not be involved in these conversations.
I was just naming a fact. I'm sorry if I.
And also, I think, through the chair, with all due respect, Councilor, you should apologize for the call you made to the deputy city clerk on Friday.
Wow. All right.
Keep going.
Okay.
Jesus
Okay,
Christ.
I'm deleting the Nico emotes from our channel right now. I have to. I have no choice.
We're going to, let's
Let
get
me-
to the vote on this. Go ahead.
What?
Go ahead.
Okay, yes. Let me continue. I actually think that was out of line, and that was very inappropriate of our clerk, but I will continue. Through the chair to the city clerk, I shared with HR about my concerns for retaliation for just not myself, but also staff. And under your management, over the last weeks, there's been new rules that have been hindering my ability to be effective as a city councilor, such as not being able to meet with my city council aide outside of City Hall for work, even though I've been very clear about not feeling safe here, yet that has been implemented. And I know some councilors discourage eating and using the microwave, so I do that so I could eat with my city clerk to make sure that to my city staff so they could eat. And another rule that has been implemented is that my statements have to go through the city clerk's office. What is your reasoning for this, and how is it not textbook retaliation, even defined by our own city's website?
Through the chair to the council, I think the solicitor should step in at this point. This is personnel-related matters that we're discussing in an open conversation.
There is there's a legal issue there. We have a person that does work for the council's office that we shouldn't be discussing in public at all.
I am talking about my experience of retaliation. That is textbook retaliation based on our website. So this has nothing to do with that staff. It has to do with me and my inability to be a counselor when a city clerk is creating new rules. That, to me, is textbook retaliation. So can I get an answer?
What's the question again?
Let me repeat this. Through the chair to the city clerk, I shared with HR my concerns about retaliation for not just myself, but also under your management. In the last weeks, there's been new rules that's been implemented that would hinder my ability to be an effective counselor, such as not being able to meet with my city council aide outside of the city hall for work, especially since I have stated that I do not feel comfortable here. And I know some counselors discourage eating and using the microwave, and so I go to lunch with my city staff so that I can make sure that they eat. Another rule is that my statements have to go through the city clerk's office. What is the reasoning for this, and how is it not textbook retaliation, even defined by our own city website? That's my question.
No, hang on. Hang on. No.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. My understanding of what was stated here by our solicitor, is that we may. So,
Okay, hang on.
So again, if there's a motion on the floor, that's one thing. But point of order, it's a may, not a shall, which is also contradicting Councilor Bergman's other 10A. But we get into that when we get there.
You know, I don't actually need an answer. I'll retract that question because it's clear to me. But I will just keep going. I will just reshift the focus. I just want to ask, through the chair to the city manager, the Queer Coalition has met with the chief equity officer, and the council has passed the $500,000 for the Queer and Trans Resiliency Fund, and there's not a lot of clarity around your commitment. It seems like we request for you to consider this, and so I just wanted to get your commitment and to know where you're at.
Mr. Manager.
To the chairs of the council, I am committed to having conversations about what this means, and that's why the equity officer and also myself are going to be meeting with some members of the community to understand what that looks like, and then take that into consideration as we're preparing the budget for the FY26.
Yeah, I'm sorry to report back. I don't think there's a lot of trust in that. From what I hear from the community. And so I really want to ask you, are you committed to following the political will of the council who voted to pass the $500,000 for the Trans and Queer Resiliency Fund?
Through the chairs of the council passed
I am
the
committed to
ability
having
for the
the
city manager to
conversation.
consider this request. Now, I also need to consider that as part of the budget allocations when we look at the FY26 budget.
Yeah, disappointing as well as the council, and that's really sad. That both the legislative and executive branch and our city's clerk, that is really disappointing. But I will pivot because I do want to say that I do believe in growth and accountability. And I think what our community has shown here and said multiple times is we expect not perfection, but growth. And so through the chair to Councilor Merrill Carlson, as someone who may be related or an elder or later an ancestor to someone in your lineage who may be queer or even non-binary, I wanted to offer you this time to apologize.
Oh, wow.
That's
Point of order.
the time is about up.
It's okay. I got one more question, and that's for you, Mr. Chairman, which is, why did you ignore the Queer Coalition's email for a whole month to issue a public apology, even though our city council passed it?
I did apologize for, I'm good, go ahead.
So, it's okay if you don't want to answer. I will also give you the same opportunity I gave Councilor Merrill Carlson to model an apology as a leader and someone who may once again have a queer or non-binary person in your family and your lineage. All right. I just want to say thank you to everyone who have shown up and held this council accountable. And I just want to
absolutely brutal
ask and invite folks who are, you know, our allies in our community to walk out of this room after the sanctuary vote, because clearly this council body really is, I guess, disappointing and won't hold themselves accountable. So I said this in the beginning of my first term, and I'll say it again, which is, you know, the moment right before you misgendered me, Mayor Petty, which is you can't celebrate us without making a real seat at the table for us, one that we earned and fought for. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councilor Corio, followed by Councilor, oh, you were first, Councilor Carlson.
She can go first.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. As
Oh,
we've
here we
heard
go.
tonight, there's an awful lot of allegations, and I think you heard the word allegations. We're stuck here tonight because we also have an individual employee that we cannot bring into this discussion. There are avenues. If people feel that I did something so disparaging, I will say to you that you have the opportunity to go to MCAD as well as the Attorney General's office. And I welcome you to do that. Because if you believe that those are the things that I said, then again, I welcome you to do that. Again, allegations. And we have sat here week after week after week for allegations. Okay? No, there is no evidence.
Everyone believes you called them that.
And I've been respectful to each and every one of you who have spoken. You're not going to bully me. That's not going to happen. Again, Mr. Chairman.
We'll close the meeting if we have to, but go ahead.
Yeah, again, Mr. Chairman, as I said, allegations, nothing has been, never at one point has the clerk brought anything to me in regards to any issues whatsoever. So again,
What the fuck does that mean?
allegations, and again, there's opportunities for my colleagues if they feel
Why
as
it's so
if
great that
I've
two
done
set all
them
that up
any
about
wrongdoing, then there
Nico
are
being
places for them
kinda
to
fucked
go.
up lately.
Thank you, Mr.
Right.
Chairman.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Corio.
I just have a motion to file this item, please.
Just gonna bring them back next week, Donna.
No, this is to file it, not hold under privilege.
No, as we file, it'd be, make it go away. But I mean, it's not like they're gonna go away over it. But
Thank you.
Mayor Joseph Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say that in regards to the clerk's statement that night, I was referring to the idea that every time we have to do a roll call, I say who's online, not just Councilor One's online, other councils are online. So we need a roll call for the whole meeting.
Such bullshit, Joe, and you know it.
It's the first thing I ask them, who's online? Now, I know it's when the point is, then you have to do a roll call, and I was accused, Mr. Chairman, of one night not enforcing the rules right. I think you had stated you always go in the suspension with this an aye vote, but no, I had to do a roll call vote for that. Now, as far as like transgendering, I do apologize. I did apologize to you, and I still stand by the apology. And-
Transgendering.
You're welcome. And we've learned a lot here. We can come together as a community. and make
Candy
sure that we're
hasn't,
strong here in the city
obviously.
of Worcester.
Do you guys hear his voice
Made
trembling?
the wrong statement.
Yeah.
I apologize, and I apologized back then. So I stand by that. I'm not the only person in this council chamber who's done that. And so anyways, we need to be strong here as a community as we move forward. Because we have one enemy, it's down in Washington. And I think we all can.
Cry.
Dude,
And,
did you just hear what Candy just said?
Thank you.
Right.
Kenny Pacillo, District 1.
Oh, boy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're in a moment that requires us to lead with clarity, integrity, and a commitment to fairness. Everyone deserves to work in an environment where they are treated with dignity and respect. No one should feel dehumanized. No one should feel uncomfortable. This is a hard job, and I'm not trying to complain, but this is difficult at times. We are facing serious allegations, and I believe we owe it to the people of Worcester and to ourselves to handle this moment with fairness, integrity, and a commitment to the truth. Our duty as public officials is not to just react, but to ensure that any process we undertake is one that respects due process, protects all parties involved, and uphold the credibility of this body. Fairness should be our guiding principle. I am always happy to work with the Queer Coalition, and I'm happy to work with anyone who wants to at any time. I really believe the Commission Against Discrimination, they are equipped to conduct an investigation. They have expertise, legal authority, and neutrality to make sure that everything is thoroughly examined. I just think it would be more fair to have something that no one can question. You know, when I ran on accountability and I ran on transparency, and I truly believe in both of those things. And this council, I mean, we sit here week after week, and it's just, I wish we could just find a way, and I don't know how that could happen, to kind of work together. You know, when I'm home and my kids and they fight, I always say, how do we make it right? How do we make it right? Like, you acknowledge what you did, and then what's the next steps? Like, what are our next steps? And I really believe that MCAD would be a place where they could give a thorough report that no one could question. Going forward, I think we need to take a hard look at how we conduct ourselves. You know, the public sees us fighting. I get the emails and the calls, even from friends, like, what are you doing? What do you guys do on Tuesday? And I don't know. I mean, you know, I think going forward, we need to be respectful and open and engage with each other in a way that works for all of us. Like, we all need to respect each other, not just one side or the other. I think there needs to be a way where we can find common ground and work together. You know, I want to commit to setting a higher standard for how we engage at public servants. And I would love going forward to look at decorum. You know, we have to adhere to Robert's Rules of Orders. That was written in 1878. And it is confusing, and it's really dense. And we also have to adhere to a charter. Like, we do have rules, and we do have boundaries to adhere to. And I know other cities have done this, where we can look at the rules and try to find a way going forward that if any complaints come up, regardless of us being our own legislative body, which I understand, and you know, the city manager can't tell us what to do, just if we could have a process or something going forward, not just for us, but for all of the people who lead after us. Thank you.
So we have a motion to file that takes precedence. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj? No. Councilor King?
No.
Councilor Carlson? Yes. Councilor Nguyen?
No.
Councilor Ojeda?
No.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Jenny.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Okay, we're gonna go to 14B. On behalf of the Queer residents of Worcester and said residents allies, request adoption of the attached resolution declaring the city of Worcester a sanctuary city for transgender and gender diverse people. Roll call.
I have a-
Hold on, Chairman.
What's that?
Hold on.
Okay, Councilor Colorio, then
Thank you.
Councilor Pacillo.
Thank you. I just have a few questions through the chair to either the city solicitor or to the city manager. I read the report that was given to us, and I think there's a lot of leeway as to whether we would lose federal funding. If either of you could talk about that, I would appreciate it.
Through the chair to the counselor, there is risk, as there is with everything, because of the unknown.
Wait a minute, sorry, I couldn't hear
However-
you. I'm sorry. If you could just speak to the thing you said. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Through the chair to the counselor, there is risk, as there is with everything, because of the unknown. However, cities across the country are adopting similar resolutions, and there's no historical precedence here as there is for the immigration. So this is uncharted territory.
Okay, so
I
there
wish
is
we had
possibility
fucking Tony
of risk.
Economou.
Through the chair
Like,
to the city
what is
manager.
Jenny even?
What nonprofits do we, 'cause I know we get some federal money, and how much federal money?
What's
do we
even the
get?
point of pretending there's like a nice?
To the chair, to the
Whatever.
council, I don't have that exact number. I can bring that as a report, but there is a lot of the funds that we receive, federal dollars, are subject to, they're typically HUD dollars, they're entitlement dollars, CDBG, home, ESG, et cetera, that we distribute to our community partners, but also that also pay for some of our staff, and especially in the Office of Economic Development. But again, I don't have that directly with me, but that would be something that I could provide as a report.
I understand. I don't mean to put you on. I was, at one point, I was on the advisory committee to distribute that money. Can you just speak to a few of the, just off the top of your head, some of the organizations that is Friendly House, is it ACE? I mean, what are some of the organizations that receive federal money?
City manager.
Through the chair to the counselor, historically, there's been a large number of organizations in the city, from like the ones you mentioned, Friendly House, Boys and Girls Club, Centro Las Americas. I mean, there's a lot of community-based organizations in the city who have received numerous funds to be able to provide their services.
I know there was about maybe close to 100 organizations that receive funds. In some of them are small, some of them are startups, people that really have a desire to help the city, and some of them are larger ones and been into place for years, like the Friendly House and et cetera. So through the chair to the city manager, just one final question. If we don't receive those federal monies, what would that look like for the city? Would that impact the city?
Manager Batista.
Through the chair to the council, if the federal government decided to shift their programs in the funding allocation of those programs, it could have an impact in our community, and we would have to work as a city to find other ways to support those current programs in our community.
The ballpark's going to play for it.
Mayor Petty.
Thank you. Like I said last week, I understand there's always a risk of something. This is something that should be passed tonight, and I plan on voting for it. I don't care what your beliefs are on certain things or not, but just to take out the word transgender out of the vocabulary in the federal government is just plain wrong, right? It's just plain wrong. You're dehumanizing people. You shouldn't dehumanize nobody. And not here in the city of Worcester.
Heard it here first.
I think city of Worcester's got a good
Katie Merrill
reputation.
Carlson fucking did that, and you had Jenny vote against investigating it. You slimy little fuck.
That's why I plan on passing this, and I plan on voting yes, I should say. And then I know there's always a risk that
You little
cities Worcester
fucking
talks about,
snake.
but to me, this is, it's not even a statute, really, if you think about it. It's not an ordinance that we're passing here. We're passing a resolution that's just saying, hey, we got your back. That's all it's saying.
But we don't. But we actually don't have your back in any actual. When it comes down to actually doing something, we do not have your back
You
at
go
all.
home and sleep safe at night here in the city of Worcester. Instead of worrying the next day when you get up, what's going to happen down in
Grandstanding
DC,
motherfucker.
and what's the next statement that's going to come out? How are we going to eliminate the next set of group of people who someone doesn't like? So and that's why I think this is important. It's important for our city. Thank you.
I'll be the next speaker as the vice chairman, followed by Jenny Pacillo after me at District 1 City Council.
Jenny, I don't want to fucking hear it. Oh my God.
Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here we are again. You know, we got to this position now moving towards 4 weeks out due to leadership decisions. I think as we move forward, Mr. Chairman, our leadership positions have to be clear. It has to expedite the work of the city. And we should absolutely hold item when there's legitimate questions of legalities. We heard last week, we heard right here on the floor, city solicitor state what was restated today, 1 week ago. It comes down to constitutional rights, humanity, civil rights, and yes, there's an attack by executive order coming out of Washington, D.C. Mr. Chairman, we know that our grant money is based on the condition of law. It's based on the condition of law. To remove that from us is illegal. We heard last week that in no court has that been upheld. It's been challenged, it's been defeated, Mr. Chairman. And then to conflate the issue of immigration with creating a safe haven by resolve for this community is misplaced. Mr. Chairman, this legal response also includes sort of the notion and kind of speaks to what some folks have been talking about, some of the fear that's been put out there regarding funding. I'm a frontline social worker for 30 years in the city. I know what those grants do. I know exactly what they do, Mr. Chairman, but as it states here, no historical precedents. No historical precedents. We can't simply move on. I've received some phone calls, move on, move on. We've heard tonight, move on. We got to move forward, Mr. Chairman. This is the first volley. Oh, actually the second. We'll get into that when we get into Black History Month. But this is another volley that's being lobbed against us. And the question comes down to, and I apologize for my language, but it's a will we piss off Trump question, which is not a legal question, Mr. Chairman. Not a legal question. We got to move forward. Not on, we need to move forward. And we heard tonight the question about what happens when protections are assumed. I've been asked, what is a resolution? I've been asked this over the last 10 years. This is my 10th year. What does it matter what the council says? Well, it matters a whole lot. It matters a whole lot, which is what we've heard over the last few weeks. We know the trickle-down impact of what's being said on the national level. It's been repeated by the mayor, it's been repeated by folks who testify, as well as other folks here, particularly in this matter regarding trans and gender diverse community. we have an opportunity here. We're going to have many opportunities with regards to the next 4 years to stand up and do what's right. We're going to have opportunities to stand for what we believe in as a city and to prove it. What do we espouse as a city? It was mentioned that we have a broken
Just
union in this country.
blew your first opportunity. Thank you, Jenny.
I happen to not think that 6-5 votes
Very
are
nice
divisive.
of you.
I think it's democratic. I don't think that's a lack of unity. But what we have going on here is a lack of unity, Mr. Chairman. We have to come together now in this moment. We've heard powerful firsthand testimony about life experiences. And I said this last time, and I'm going to reiterate it. There's absolutely should be no hesitation for us as a city to ensure that we are not providing, and this is from the resolution, any information to any individual or out-of-state agency or department regarding the provision of gender-affirming health care, gender-affirming mental health care, and I'll say life care in the city of Worcester. It's very easy to vote and to resolve that we will be a sanctuary for the LGBTQ plus community. Absolutely. And that we will not cooperate with any federal or state attempts aimed at harming transgender and gender diverse people, and that we will ensure that those people have access to their healthcare, housing, education, employment without fear or without discrimination, Mr. Chairman. It's a simple vote. A simple vote. We have to do what we can to protect everyone. Everyone. But we're here tonight about the LGBTQ plus IA2S community, Mr. Chairman. We'll have times later on where I'll talk a little bit about the attacks on the black community. But this is what we're here for. Stand up, move forward together. This must be a unanimous vote. This has to be a unanimous vote. Do not leave it to question. Do not leave it to question. Fear isn't the answer. It's not the answer. And we know that if and when they come for the rest of us, that we have a whole bunch of folks on the state level, Attorney General's office, and more that will protect us and protect the people that were elected to serve, Mr. Chairman. This is an easy yes. An easy yes. An easy yes. Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned previously, I filed the orders to create the LGBTQ plus commission. I know we've had folks testify over the last few weeks about difficulty and delays since August in getting on that commission. And I'm happy to hear that things are recently moving forward, Mr. Chairman. That particular commission is for policy and matters pertaining to this community. It's a vessel. It's not the only answer, but it's a vessel to move us forward together. And guess what, Mr. Chairman? We all individually have difficult questions to answer. We do. And Mr. Chairman, sometimes that resolute advocacy can be heightened. And in those instances, it needs to be. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this.
Councilor Pacillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to begin with an apology, one directed to all the supporters who shared their stories and experiences with us. I am sorry that this is our current reality, and I'm sorry that the federal government they not only refuse to accept people for who they are, but they're actively trying to erase the trans and gender diverse community. I like to work and make a difference in my own way. We're all...
Excuse me, let her finish.
Okay. I take notes on what everyone says. I look over them after the meetings, throughout the week. So in a way, I'm always kind of a week behind because I'm not as quick as my colleagues, and I'm not good at giving speeches. That doesn't mean I don't care. I'm just better at connecting with people directly. And I'm learning how to do better and reflecting in between meetings. However, the past few weeks have taught me that it's important to stand up. Everyone's voice matters, but I have the privilege of being a city councilor, and there are times where voting the right way isn't enough. And I am sorry that I haven't spoken up on this more. That's okay.
She's gonna fuck you guys
To
over
my
again.
colleagues who chose to hold the item, I hope the report we receive provides you with the
Stop
clarity to
giving
move
people
beyond hesitation.
credit.
We can't lead from a place of what if. True
Keep
leadership
them scared
requires
so they
bold
keep
action.
doing what you want.
When
Or they
No,
think
that's
about
okay.
doing
I'm
what you
not-
want.
Don't even bother clapping for me. When I cast my vote on issues like this, I think about who I'm voting for. So I'm voting for the thousands of LGBTQIA+ individuals in our city and those silently watching from afar. I'm voting for Siobhan, who spoke about her 9-year-old non-binary kid that loves video games and playing the trumpet and being the 4th grade class rep, or Reverend Adams, who spoke about her son being trapped in a bathroom stall while people pounded on the door because they're trans, thinking they were going to die. Your words have so much meaning and so much weight, and I really do think about them throughout the week, and I look over my notes and just try to understand and do better. But I'm also voting for my family and the world I want my children to grow up in. And one of the biggest blessings in my life has been learning from my kids, and if there is one truth that remains constant, it is this: hate is taught. It's not something children are born with. Last week, a resident spoke at public participation, and they had a shirt on that said, "Love is still the most powerful force on the planet." And I agree, but there is a lot of work ahead of us to protect people from hate, and this vote is a step in that direction. I urge my colleagues to consider the world we are shaping with our decisions. This vote is not just about today, it's about the future we are building and how people feel safe and protected in our city. Let's make this unanimous, a vote of inclusion, safety, and dignity for everyone. Thank you.
Did they just mute the? Yes, they
I think
did.
Councilor Russell, I think, was next. Councilor Nguyen, I forget. I thought somebody. Councilor Russell, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief. I believe it was 2 weeks ago. We kind of lost track. These meetings have been so energetic. That I think it was 2 weeks ago, before this resolution even came to this floor, that I got up at this desk and I pledged my support to this community to do what I can in my little role as a district councilor to stand up against the issues that our president is putting forward, with his executive order, basically saying that some folks just don't exist. And then last week, I got up and I said I was ready to vote for this. And Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to vote for it again. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Councilor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is such irony in puffing out our chests as allies after voting to not be held accountable to transphobia and xenophobia. It's very impressive on this council, but I was going to say this at the end of my speech, but I wanted to say it and put it at the forefront, which is I want to really share my gratitude and my indebtedness to the community that came out and those who couldn't but have been in solidarity this whole time. As we celebrate Black History Month, I want to uplift the beautiful intersectionality of our beings, to evoke and channel our ancestors through the chamber walls, the two-spirited indigenous people of this land who endured and survived colonization and genocide, Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera, who began Pride fighting for safety against police brutality, and Black Trans Lives Matter. And trans immigrants belong here. And I love the disability justice that y'all have brought to the council in the past few weeks. Our being is so resilient, and our trans lineage is deep and ever so powerful. We make this world, this divinity runs through our veins. And I want to thank you all for your brilliance, bravery, commitment, and every atom of your being. You choosing to be brave, to survive, to show up, is what will get us through these years. And for our descendants to find their liberation. You are someone's lifeline right now. And for that, the entire universe is forever indebted to you for being who you are. And I want to say that, I had a lot of things I could say to like make this resolution safe, but I think a lot of people did that already. And also, I'm not gonna focus because it appeals to cowardliness to try to make this resolution safer than it is. And it's also a misdirection and a missed opportunity to be brave and lead with a moral compass. I believe it's okay to take risks to keep each other safe. That to me is love and leadership. As legislators, which I know some of my colleagues won't claim, but that's okay, are we choosing to uphold and amplify our current state laws that protects our trans and gender diverse community? Or are we gonna support Trump's fear-mongering tactics and cower to his administration? That is being sued left and right, mind you, for his executive orders and actions that are most likely illegal and unconstitutional, but still serves as a looming threat and danger if we don't put in these protective measures. And at the end of the day, the question is what people already shared, which push comes to shove, will this elected body violently out trans and gender diverse people for federal dollars? Is that your moral compass? Is the bar that low to sell out your constituents? If you are scared at being targeted as a city to lose funding to declare ourselves a sanctuary city for trans and gender diverse people, can you imagine how scary it is to walk on the street and be called faggot? Or be called it? Can you imagine being scared to be killed just for walking? To have to hold your needs for the bathroom? Or that your loved one is suffering from suicide ideation because of this political climate? And, folks sit here scared, and they're scared of hours of testimony expressing fear. And when we look at people with tears and anxiety and we call for decorum, people have spent over 9 hours, probably 10 by now, teaching this council body what our equity officer can't really offer. We taught them lived experiences for 9 hours. That's a whole workday and more, all right? So, and this is your constituents. And what I have seen is that most of y'all haven't learned much. And that's really sad, sort of depressing, especially our political climate. But at this point, it's considered willful ignorance, and there is no excuse for that. What happened in the last month is active civic engagement, and I'm tired of my community being treated with disrespect and me being treated with disrespect, because none of them went as far and as low as calling someone it. Which hasn't even been apologized for, which is fine, I guess. I mean, we got bigger fishes to fry on council, apparently. But, I do want to say that Worcester has been a sanctuary city, as last week people said, but it is because of our community, not because of city council. And so while many of y'all claim yourselves as allies, you are claiming the work of the community and not doing your own work. And so this is the time where we get to choose to take risk and not worry about needing to sell out trans and gender diverse communities. And that you're not an ally if you're not willing to take risks. And you're not an ally if you pass votes without action and follow through. And you're not an ally if you stay silent while fighting for decorum, while trans, non-binary, and queer people are at stake and telling you about their vulnerable lived experience. And all you want to do is do decorum. You are enablers and protectors of transphobia. And you could keep doing and performing drag as an ally all you want. And I do want to challenge my colleagues who are allies to hold the city manager accountable to your political will of the $500,000 you said you would put for the Queer and Transvisibility Fund. Thank you.
Do we have Councilor Haxhiaj, followed by Councilor Bergman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I believe with everyone here, I believe it's common sense where we're at. I see it as we must support this community. To me, this community is our teachers, caretakers, friends, and family members. So I agree with the councilors. It's real interesting, and I got to be honest. And I try to be as honest as possible.
What's happening?
It's like I'm on another world. You guys are over there, and I'm over here. But this isn't easy.
Nico's talking to his
right?
best fucking friend.
As a counselor new to this, there's a lot of things that are going on, right? And as a District 4 city councilor, I wish I could do more, right? I leave here wishing I can do more, and it's very interesting, right? I have, not to make excuses, you know, as a assistant principal.
Donna, what are you doing to your
it's a busy
face?
job, right? And other things, a family member, you know, husband, father. There's a lot that's going on. But like I said, I see this community as everyone else. I don't see any difference. So I agree that we need to, with Councilor King on this one, it should be a unanimous vote. But if it isn't, understand that there are people here working for you, right? Let's respect that. So I will always say I won't understand the pain and struggle. I would love to get a better understanding, but that's a tough thing because that's the life you live every day. And I've said this many times, and I know it's really tough. So there are council members here that are supporting you and believe in you. And the rest, I believe, really care about what's going on. And we're in a tough situation, and it's hard to believe it. I understand. I really do.
No, you're not.
But we're here for you. I'm here for you. So let's get this vote going.
Councilor Bergman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do agree that this vote should take place and take place tonight. It shall. I will say that I'll end any suspense by saying, can't speak for others, but it will not be a unanimous vote.
No
But I'd
fucking
like to
shit.
at least have a few minutes to give my reasons. People can agree or disagree. It's a democratic process. And people can snicker, make all the noises they want.
They probably
I've heard
will.
it all before.
Such a
Doesn't really matter
baby.
to me.
No, it doesn't. Then why are you so fucking worried about it?
Please let him finish.
They can make all the noise they want, but I'll just ask you to recess.
What size would you like to sew your hood?
So again, this is a democratic process, and I'm not going to be bullied or intimidated by anybody
Councilor Bergman,
here
over here, please.
or colleagues as well into making this unanimous vote when I feel there are other issues that I'm concerned about in addition to the issues that are brought
I
forward,
know
which
whose
I am
voice that
concerned about.
was.
There are two sides that have to be heard out. One is the 200,000
Pretty
plus
sure they're in our
other
chat.
people in the city of Worcester that we run into 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. Tuesday night is not the only night we do our job. We run into people in the grocery store, in the supermarkets, in the delis, in the cafeterias, in the Dunkin' Donuts, and they tell us their opinions as well. So although there are strong opinions here on Tuesday night, which I respect, and I said that last week, I did say that last week. There are also strong opinions out there of many more people who tell me that they are very concerned, not about money, because this has been characterized as this is money versus people. That money or those dollars go to the very livelihood of the very people that are concerned about the possibility of losing those dollars. Now, I've heard.
Please let him finish. Whether you agree or disagree, we show each other some respect. Go ahead.
I don't respect fascists.
Let me say something about fascists too.
Council,
because
over
I don't
here,
know
please,
a
over
lot
here.
about a lot of things, Mr. Chairman, but I do know something more than the average person about fascism. And fascism is trying to bully and intimidate people to think the way you think because they want to have
Point
a
of
different
order,
opinion.
I don't
So
see
let
how
me
this is
let me
related.
just continue on, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, I don't see how this is related.
There's been comments made about we're living in unprecedented times. We are. So any precedent that came before us in 2016, 17, or 18 that had to do with executive orders that were were denied in court, and therefore the argument's been made, well, this has never been sustained in court. We have the Constitution on our side. I'll remind everybody here today that there are 9 justices, 3 of which have been appointed since 2017, when the last time these cases were tried in unison. So I don't have a high degree of confidence that the outcome that happened in 2017 is going to be the same outcome that happens today. Having said that, when I look at the resolution, I see nothing in the resolution that adds any more safety that doesn't already exist. You go onto the whereas sections, it talks about Commonwealth of Massachusetts law regarding not restricting access to gender-affirming care.
So if you
on and
know
so
this,
forth.
why
I
bother
have to
saying it?
weigh
Symbolic
what new
gestures,
rights
you
does
know.
this resolution give versus what it doesn't? And there's no new rights that this resolution gives
You're a city
that
councilor, you
don't
can't
already
give new rights.
exist.
Oh my God.
However, there's the potential for federal dollars to be taken away
No,
from the
there-
city of Worcester. And they're not just dollars, I'll repeat
No.
again.
We live in
These are money that goes
Massachusetts.
into
We
school
voted-
programs and
No,
housing and
there
other
is
things
no
that we just
threat.
don't know about. I may have interpreted what the city solicitor said differently than others, but when I hear uncharted waters, I don't hear that it's safe to do this. I hear that it's a big question whether
Because
we
you're a
should do
coward.
this or not, as far as what the outcome may or may not be. So I'm sorry that, in my professional life and in my life as a city councilor, contemplation of unintended consequences
Oh, you
is
don't
something
work.
that I do daily, nightly, and something I lose sleep over. And I can't say with 100% confidence that the unintended consequences of doing something that doesn't add any more protection than already exists isn't going to cause harm to the other 200,000 plus people in the city of Worcester. Respectfully, you can disagree with what I have to say. Thank you. And let me just add one more thing. That the language in here that says sanctuary city and refers to immigration and other things are buzzwords under the current administration that need not have been there. And this could have been put forward similar to what the Attorney General Andrew Campbell had to say recently about her belief in how to protect the LGBTQ plus community in a way that would not have included these buzzwords. It would not have caused the amount of concern that I have, at least, on what happens in the future regarding federal dollars. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Please. Okay, we're going to take a vote on this. Yes or no vote. So these are motions to approve.
Chairman?
Roll call.
Mr. Chairman,
Roll call.
I had my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Toomey.
Oh,
Thank
it's
you,
really
Mr.
inconvenient
Chairman.
that you're not here.
In listening to my colleague, Councilor King, he mentioned the phrase safe harbor, or safe haven, I should say. And I wonder if some of the concerns that my colleagues have regarding this, if we were, which by the way is a synonym for sanctuary city, safe harbor, or safe haven.
Spicier version.
If using that phrase, or which one of those phrases, would make a difference in the vote in becoming unanimous, I think that that's something that I'd like to have considered.
It's just going to complicate it.
Okay. Is that
So that's
Councilor King? Are you all done? I'm sorry, Councilor Toomey?
no, that's in the form of a motion. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to the administration, my understanding in this legal response, it says here that you're deemed a sanctuary city when ordinances are enacted.
Thank you,
In the
Christian.
instance of immigration, ordinance enacted to restrict police departments from sending information. Through the chair to the administration, I I just want the solicitor to explain the difference for the public between an ordinance and a resolution through the chair.
Madam Solicitor?
Through the chair to the counselor, it's any ordinance, formal policy or such that would trigger that sanctuary term legal definition. A resolution is more of a global expression of support.
Through the chair to the administration, is the
So not
ordinance
hard.
considered legislation?
It's a local law, through the chair.
That's a yes.
Through the chair, it's a local law, yes.
And is a resolution a local law?
Through the chair, no.
Mr. Chairman, this is clear. We can go back and forth with the, different opinions regarding the legalese, but this is very simple, as you mentioned yourself. Let's not split hairs here. I'm not afraid, Mr. Chairman. This is, and I would ask if I could speak on the Black History Resolution out of order after this, perhaps, but this is what this time is about, meeting the moment, Mr. Chairman. And that's what we have done as a community, as a country over the years when it comes to an attack on civil rights and on human rights, and in this instance on the rights of LGBTQ+IA2S folks. It's time to stand up, Mr. Chairman, and meet the moment.
So the...
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman One.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to speak on changing the term to safe haven. I know a lot of constituents and people who testified here saying they were very disappointed with the school committee doing an All Lives Matter to the LGBTQ Safe School resolution, and I hope that we're not doing the same, as well as I believe an amendment has to go through the residents' consent, and so I don't know.
I don't think it has to go through. They can make the amendment, we can vote it down.
What?
The motion, I mean, yeah.
So it was a motion, not amendment for the, so could you repeat the motion, please?
The motion was to substitute the word sanctuary with, what was the word?
I think through the mayor to the council, I think safe haven, Councilor.
Safe haven.
Councilor
That's
Toomey, is that correct?
Safe haven or safe harbor, whichever is preferred. They're both synonyms.
Well, at least words, but okay, so I just want to clarify that the residents' petition goes before another motion. That's how we have done the other ones in the past, correct?
We usually ask, but
Yeah, exactly.
is that a no?
But- But I just want to clarify, because you said it was an amendment.
That's how it was worded, but it was a motion. It's a motion.
So,
Okay, so what takes precedence? That would be the,
Mr. Mayor, based on Rule 27, the amendment is 8, and to adopt as presented is number 9.
so the amendment, so the proposal is an amendment to this. We can take a roll call on that, then we can do a motion on this.
so is
It's
it
the
an
same thing.
amendment or a motion?
It's the same thing.
So it's a motion to amend
It's a motion,
their
correct, yeah,
petition, so wouldn't
yeah.
they have to consent to an amendment?
No, the council can put that on.
In the past, we legit sent back a
I don't remember.
petition to a citizen to get approval of an amendment. And so I'm confused
Yeah.
why now we don't need the consent of a petitioner.
I'm just saying, once council wants to withdraw it, but
Because they're trying to sweep it under the rug too. Keeping them up. Doing
Mr.
great.
Chair, my intent was an effort to try to see if we could come to consensus for unanimous vote, and that's why I'm trying to,
I don't think, you're not in the room, so I can tell you you're not gonna have that, so.
well, just, that's what was my intent, was to try to assist in
I
that.
understand that, I understand that. And the petitioner doesn't want that.
And if it's helpful, Councilor Toomey, you will not get a unanimous vote by trying to soften the resolution. So if you want to retract it, please do.
Okay,
Move the question, Mr. Chairman.
yep, so we're going to vote on the, okay. So are you withdrawing the motion, Councilor Toomey?
Clearly, if that's what the counselor says that the room is
Yep.
saying, then fine, I'll withdraw it. I was just trying to see if we could get unanimous
Nobody
vote.
cares what you were trying to do, Kathleen.
I understand they were trying to see if it would work out. I get it. Okay. So roll call.
So, Mr. Mayor, 14B as presented by the petitioner, Councilor Bergman,
No.
Councilor Calorio.
No.
Councilor Haxhiaj.
Yes.
Councilor King. Councilor King.
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson.
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda.
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Motion for reconsideration, Mr. Chairman.
Motion for reconsideration, roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
No.
Councilor
Right, we did
Calorio.
the bare
Councilor
fucking
Haxhiaj.
minimum.
Councilor King.
No.
Councilor
No,
Merrill
we didn't.
Carlson.
No.
Councilor Nguyen.
No.
Councilor Ojeda.
No.
Councilor Pacillo.
No.
Councilor Russell.
No.
Councilor Toomey.
No.
And Mayor Petty.
No. All set.
Yeah, it passed 9-2.
So what's that? They're walking out.
Okay, we're gonna go on, move on to the agenda, and
I believe I saw Councilor Nguyen and Councilor Haxhiaj leave.
okay. We're going back to the agenda. So,
That cop just prevented Mo Bergman from receiving something.
Oh, my gosh. Let's go. Get the word. Let's go. Let's go.
okay.
Christian.
Okay, we're going back to 10A, which is motion to hold under privilege by Councilor Bergman. 10B, we did. 10C, request the manager and the mayor send a letter to the appropriate representatives from the Eversource National Grid on behalf of the city and its residents, requesting them to reduce delivery fee to electricity and gas. Send that to the manager and mayor. You do a letter. What's that? That was 10C. And we have, so we have Councilor Pacillo and myself have an item on that's similar on 10H. Is city manager work with Department of Public Utilities, provide financial assistance to residents in need of paying their gas and electricity bills following the increase in cost caused by the recent approval to change from basic service rate to said services. For this, city manager publish ways residents can apply for financial assistance. Councilor Pacillo,
Can I just hold it?
you gonna hold it? Okay, you can hold it next week. Your item? Okay. Councilor Merrill Carlson? So H we're gonna hold, C we'll send to the.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to see something more than a letter
On,
on 10C.
okay.
I mean, I appreciate a letter being sent, but I think that in light of what the rates have turned into, I would really suggest that yourself, along with the city manager, request a meeting with representatives. And I'm going to go so far as I think there needs to be a conversation with the governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, given that the DPU falls under the jurisdiction of the governor, lieutenant governor. I think it's really important for us to be doing things like that. I appreciate the order, but I think that we need more than a letter.
Okay, so you wanna, in a separate motion, you also wanna do the governor and
Correct.
business community and anybody else?
Right, and I would
Okay.
exactly suggest, as you just said, also involve the business community, because I know that they're really been hit with astronomical. But, Mr. Chairman, as you know, and, I appreciate you and Councilor Pacillo putting these orders on, but I think for This is like a bizarre system. We all of a sudden have said to the most vulnerable populations, we're going to increase your utility bills by 35%. It doesn't even add up. And then on top of it, to say that we now, as consumers, have to pay for mass save. This is the first year, my understanding is, I mean, that mass save, the consumers never were paying for mass save. And again, I think it's, you know, we as consumers, as well as an elected body, had no idea that this was coming down. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know how long people can absorb the astronomical cost. So appreciate anything that you and the administration and the business community can do. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll send both motions to the manager and the mayor. Those in favor, keep Toomey still on the line? Yep. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell? Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next item is request the manager provide council with an update concerning the amount of funds available from the Community Preservation Act monies and historic preservation for this coming year. Councilor Bergman?
It can be as it reads, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. E, request the mayor to provide council a report detailing the account of all monies collected and paid out by the Community Preservation Act funds that include the names of the representatives of persons, entities who have received said funding, as well as how much money they have received. Councilor Corio?
As it reads.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request clerk display the city council rules governing public participation at the city council meetings, including but not limited to the speaking time limits, the quorum expectations, and any procedures for public comment on the city council chambers. For a request that said rules be made available on the city's website, including the publicly accessible materials to ensure transparency and ease in the access of all residents. Councilor Pacillo?
I genuinely put this on, could we take actually 10, thank you, Mr. Chair, 10 F and G together? If possible, can
request that the
speak on both of them?
Yeah, request city clerk install a visible timer in the city council chambers to ensure speakers can clearly see the amount of time that's been allocated to them for speaking.
Thank you. I put 10F on because I see a lot of people come in and we can't react and we can't speak to anyone or have a conversation. And there have been times where residents have said things, you know, along the lines of like, how do you not say anything? And they get very emotional. We hear a lot of emotional testimony. I thought that if everyone could know the rules, then you could know what we're operating within. And personally, you can petition to change any rule, right? So I know public participation, people say 2 minutes isn't long enough. You can petition to change it to 3. When I petition to change it to make sure we always have remote access, it takes a long time and it's hard and it's confusing, but again, it's an option. And I want things to be transparent. And so with 10G for the visible timer, I was doing that because as someone who gets caught up and I get lost in what I'm saying, if there is a visible timer, maybe it would help people not get cut off at the end, not cut off, but you know, when you say wrap it up or please, you know, finish up what you're saying, sometimes it throws people off and that's fine, it's not a criticism, but I thought a timer would help. And it would also show people that we are adhering to the 2-minute rule, because I would just really like to stick to that two-minute rule, because sometimes it does kind of go back and forth and it can be confusing. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Corio?
Thank you. I wanted to support that item. I know some of us have done testimony at the State House. I know you have, Mr. Mayor, and when you go there, you get, the clock is right on the front. It says 2 minutes, they press the button, and you finish up your thing, and then they cut you right off at the mic. I mean, you know what the parameters are, you know what, everybody gets the same treatment, and you know it's a fair all around. So I support this item.
Okay.
Thank you.
Send that to clerk. Roll call.
Chairman.
Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know some years ago, myself and the prior clerk, I think along with our current clerk, worked on some of this stuff, particularly as it pertains to the rules and how we display them. And, at the time they were talking about a change in technology that would assist with some of that with Clerk Ledoux. So I appreciate the timing of this. My suggestion, Mr. Chairman, this calls for the clerk to take certain actions without any public input, without it going to committee. These is a municipal operations matter. If we're going to a visual timer, we have a timer here. It's right there. It can be turned on at any time. It can be it's operated here. We've talked about that before. If we're talking when some over here, something where the speakers can see it, that's one thing. But this stuff really should go into MLO first, Mr. Chairman, as it pertains to how our meetings are conducted. To skip over that is one thing. If it's a request for a report on these two matters, that's fine. I support the ideas of both of these things, but it really speaks to how we conduct business in the chamber, and as such, Mr. Chairman, that should be vetted through municipal operations.
So, Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I would just suggest, I don't think it's a bad idea, or I'd ask to sign on to it also, but I would suggest that instead of having something like that up there, that maybe we should have something small on the podium that people could see, that maybe blinks at 30 seconds, it blinks again at 15 or something like that, and that you, Mr. Chairman, have a duplicate of that so that you could see it too. But yeah, so it's not like, like a basketball game. I really think that is not the look that I would like. But I'd support sending it to the committee if the chairman is willing to take it.
Councilor Bergman.
Mr. Chairman, I don't mind taking it, but I just want to stress that unless there's a commitment by all of us, that if we do that, we're going to stick to it instead of just suspending the rules and let people go on. It's an exercise of futility. So there's a real commitment here to try to limit by electronic methods the amount of time people have to speak, and make it more obvious to the speaker and to us when the time limits go beyond. I'm more than happy to entertain it at MO, but if it's just going to get shoved there, come back here and be implemented but not actually followed, I would just caution, there's other things MO could do that probably be more productive.
Do we have, what do you, Councilor Pacillo?
Wait. Hold on. I've had my hand raised.
Yep, go ahead, Councilor Toomey.
Thank you. I've actually brought this up before myself several times, and so I want to sign on to 10G. I think it's I do think Councilor Russell's suggestion of having it smaller and more intimate for the person speaking so that they're aware of it, and it's not in your face, like he said, like at a basketball game. I think that's appropriate. So I want to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pacillo. Are we all set?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about however we see fit with the timer. I'm not hung up on anything.
So send it to committee?
Yep.
Yep, Councilor King.
I just want to be clear, because there were some comments about limiting speech, and there was some comments about suspending the rules. Rules are important. I've certainly demanded that we follow them, but part of the rules also is suspension of rules, because there are times, there are moments where we must do exactly that. It could be for reasons of disability. It could be based on the issue at hand. Could be based on the complexity of the matter. I don't want there to be any sort of question as to my support of this, that it would be in order to reduce speaking. We had an item earlier in other municipalities and cities, they speak for 4 minutes. You know, and so there's different rules, different places. As we heard today, there's different ideas about what to do, hence the necessity for it to go to committee, Mr. Chairman. We as a body have voted to reduce public transparency. You know, we did it when we reduced the amount of time that councilors are allowed to speak in Finance Committee. And at that time, I was, again, made it very clear that transparency isn't simply public participation, it's also witnessing us as a body deliberating. One of the things I've been very conscious of over the years, and particularly over the last few years, is making sure we don't erode the authority of this body and to take away or make some sort of declaration that we're not going to suspend rules. Mr. Chairman, I believe that undermines the influence of this body, and we cannot do that. I think what folks are looking for is a strong council, and there are times when we should do exactly that. The issue comes in when we're suspending rules differently or applying rules differently for different demographics, different councilors, different people. That's where we get caught up, Mr. Chairman. You know, so again, while I support this going to committee, I think civic engagement is good. I know I ended up here by coming to a meeting, and we don't know what the future holds for folks who've been participating over the last few days and weeks in the last few years. So I'm all for engage and enhance civic involvement, and I'm not looking to restrict, but perhaps setting some sort of parameters with considerations for people who are able to see, able to hear, you know, with respect to any sort of timing device or visual or whatever it might be, is important. But again, by no means am I supporting reducing or restricting public comment. We have the ability, the chair sets the tone with regards to that, and over the 10 years I've been in, we've had the 30 minutes or so, whatever it is, and we appropriately, for the most part, suspend the rules so that we can, the public can be heard, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to respond to my friend and colleague, Councilor King. Him and I had a conversation, an informal conversation about a week or two ago, and we were talking about rules and that kind of stuff.
Open meeting law?
And I asked the question, and I don't think we came to an understanding of what the answer to that question should be. Is it like, when's it okay to flip the switch and to say that we're going to abide by the rules that we have? We can always take a vote on this council to change the rules, and if the council has a will to change those rules, so be it. We can always take a vote to suspend the rules, and if there's enough votes at that time, so be it. But Mr. Chairman, I think that the comment that you made tonight at the beginning of the meeting is a very important one. That putting the community and the public and everybody overall, basically giving everybody a heads up that your plan is to abide by those rules starting at a future meeting. To be honest with you, I didn't quite hear which meeting you were talking about, if you're talking about the next one or if you're talking about one down the road to give a little bit more of a notice. But Mr. Chairman, since COVID, we've basically suspended and suspended and suspended. And that's the bottom line. So, I mean, we have rules. If there's a will to change them, so be it. If there isn't, let's try to work to get it going. And I trust your leadership moving forward, Mr. Chairman, that by making it public to everyone that you're planning on doing that. I look forward to doing that.
So why not?
Mayor Petty.
I guess I could be guilty of letting people speak all the time, because I don't mind people talking, I'll be honest with you. And it doesn't bother me a bit. But I know there's going to be some rules that got to apply fairly. Like, I'd like to have a clock facing the public, because they've even said, some people in the audience said we should know what our time is. So send that to committee, send it back to the recommendation. I think people speaking would like to know how much time. So I don't have to go at the end of 2 minutes saying, wrap it up. And then sometimes I forget to put the timer on. Then all of a sudden people speak for 3 minutes because I forgot to put the timer on. Well, you've done the same thing, you know. And and by the way, these aren't my rules. I'm the chair. It's a council rules. If I'm doing something wrong, you can say, point of order. That's all. So don't look at me as like the rule maker. I try to enforce the rules. And sometimes, I do it wrong too sometimes. We all do. But I'd like to get the timer up there, have a meeting on that, because I think people want to see what time is left. I really believe that. And that way the court can run the clock, and I don't have to tell people that wrap it up, time is up. And then, people get passionate. I thought we've handled it pretty well, I'll be honest with you, when people speak. So sometimes it goes overboard a little bit, but I don't mind people talking. I think that's part of government. I think the majority of the council would say that. Anyways, it's the council rules. They're not my rules. And if I do make a mistake, people can rule me out of order. That's fine.
Jenny Pacillo, District 1.
I would just like to echo my colleagues, Councilor King and Mayor Petty, that I also don't mind if people speak. I consider myself a public participation purist. I think anyone who comes down here has the right to speak, even if they're passionate or upset. I always respect anyone that comes up to the microphone or zooms in online. So I'm not trying to do this to stifle anyone. I'll always vote to let everyone speak. Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to, what are we doing that? We're sending it to committee.
Councilor Bergman? Yes. Councilor Calorio? Councilor Haxhiaj? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Yes. Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Hader?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. We are on Councilor Toomey. Request the police chief provide council the report concerning all reported hate crimes from January 1st, 24 to now, including information relative to the type of crime, current status, resolution, and how statistics compared to the past 5 years. For request the report include information as to the process of reporting the hate crime. Councilor Toomey?
As it reads.
Okay, roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Councilor Calorio? Councilor Haxhiaj? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Yes. Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Hader?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Okay, request city manager, request commission, public health and human services consider including health concerns raised by the LGBTQIA+ community members in the community health improvement plan. Councilor Toomey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that there is a place in the CHIP for issues concerning the LGBTQ+IA community. And I want to make sure that we are staying on top of it after all the testimony that we've heard, that that's really the appropriate place to be having those discussions, especially with all of the mental health and other health issues that were addressed. And so I just want to make sure that we're sending it to the right place.
Okay. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj? Councilor King?
Yeah.
Councilor
Yes.
Carlson? Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, the city council.
5
hereby
hours, folks.
support and recognize the month of
Mr.
February.
Chairman,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I like to hold that 11:30.
Thanks for
I got
hanging
some
out
stuff
so
to say. I don't
long,
know that,
everybody.
to save that for the second to last week of the month.
Underprivileged.
Or last week of the month, yes, please.
Chiefs of city manager, transmitting information, communication up to any potential liabilities from celebrating Sanctuary City, declaring Worcester Sanctuary City, motions to file, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj? Councilor King?
No.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
No.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes. Sorry. I didn't know that was on.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Is this just the routine report from the law department that we're just,
That we just talked about
yeah,
tonight.
so we're not.
It's not going to committee, it's filing. You're not sending it to committee, you want to file it.
Correct.
Yes, I said no, yeah.
You want to send it to committee? What?
Yes, some serious questions about it.
Well, you should ask them to send it to committee then.
You already made the motion now.
Oh.
But yes, I'd love for it to go to committee.
Okay, okay. Want MO? Okay, okay, roll call.
Mr. Mayor, we're going to withdraw the file.
Yeah.
When it comes to MO.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, 13A to 13E, motions to accept, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chairman? Mr.
Councilor Russell.
14A was held, correct?
I think he was answering somebody
May I
else's
ask for a
question. Need
report
to know
when
it was
that
on a hot
comes
mic.
back? Just so we'll have it. I'd like a detailed analysis of what the difference between our current policy is and the proposed changes. Thank you.
Okay. So, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Motion to adjourn, roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haxhiaj? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
No.
Oh boy, what a night! What a dumbass night. We live in a stupid city that can barely even do the vaguest things correctly. Yeah, I mean the only option we have is to hold them accountable in some way. All of them, Joe Petty getting fucking applause for saying, the stuff he was saying about the sanctuary city order moments after rat fucking taking actual action on a thing. I don't really, I don't really get that one.
Yep. Yeah, it's almost like
It's just gonna have to be. It's gonna have to be tougher. It's gonna have to be less agreeable. It's gonna have to be more it's gonna have to be tougher on them. It's like half-hearted gestures and empty bullshit is just not going to be enough to being okay with that is just not going to be enough if we actually want to change some shit this year.
Yeah.
you know,
No,
I don't know what else to say about that.
Yeah, Candy got off scot-free tonight with the help of Jenny Pacillo, and Jenny has to own that for the rest of her days. Except, so that's kind of what I'm stuck on, because
Right.
the vote was going to be 6-5 to file it. So she let Candy off scot-free. Didn't even mention Candy in her comments, and then voted to file it.
Right.
Which, so
Right.
it wasn't like it wasn't like political pressure. It was like a moral equation. So that's way darker. That's way, way, way fucking darker. And I don't think I really want to talk about it that much right now, to be honest.
No, I don't really. No, I
thoughts.
mean,
My
there's
thoughts.
there like what else is there to say about it than other than like what happened, and you know, it's just like you can say all you want that you like that we want to help people and we want everyone to feel like they belong and blah blah blah. But when somebody's saying to you, "I don't feel I belong because of this specific thing," and then that's when everyone backs off of actually like, you know, doing anything about it. You know, that's just, you know, don't talk about it, be about it. And if you're not going to be about it, then shut the fuck up about it. And that goes for, you know, like I said, more than half of this council. So I hope that the energy stays. I hope that we continue to fuck them over. I hope we stop letting them even make the argument about decorum or whatever other bullshit, or, you know, fuck them. Like, what the fuck? Like, what are we doing? Why are we trying to convince them on their terms? Why are we playing the game by their fucking rules? Like, fuck them. So you know, I don't you know, I'm not confident. I'm not feeling good after this. I mean, it's like the barest, the least like modicum of something. Like the essential thing happened where they didn't say like, no, you're less than human, but they acted like it. So it's just another data point. Can't do the same shit. It's not, things aren't regular anymore. So there's no thinking that we're just gonna like win them over, or that we can just accept an empty gesture. Like this tonight just goes to show how far they're willing to go, which is saying some words and not taking any action. And we're past that point in this country. So
Big time.
Yeah.
On to November.
That's what it comes down to, is whether or not we're going to do anything about it.
Yeah.
So I'm not taking I'm not taking away.
Who's taking away anything from you?
Yeah, you know, whatever. I'm not taking away anything from that, but you can't ignore the context of it.
Plus,
and I say that as somebody who's like like fully in support of protecting all queer people in as militant a terms as that takes. That like this is certain that certainly is that it certainly is a win to be able to say you forced them to do even the smallest amount of the right thing. It is a win. But I'm just talking about how you juxtapose that against the other thing that happened tonight, and it doesn't feel like we have people that are willing to even stand up for your humanity in any way, shape, or form. So, but you know, that's fine. The hit us with that brush, we are. So if we're wrong, we're wrong. But
it's also we watch these. Sorry, Brian. We watch these every fucking week, and we've been doing this for years and years and years. And what that felt to me was they missed the opportunity to actually do actionable items, and then they went all around the horns showing how this was really just like gestural and really didn't mean much at all. And then
they wanted to make it very clear. Yeah.
Grandstanded to that audience. Let the applause get all those fucking moments. It's infuriating because to me it shows that they didn't give a fuck about what they were actually doing. They were just doing it for the talk. Anyway.
You know, and again, like this very much coming from a perspective of understanding my place in this. But I am saying it as somebody who will like, I will cut off someone's head for you if it comes down. Like if we're doing that, then I'm on that tip. But yeah, I mean, you can't help but feel a little bit not chill about it. But Roman's here. Roman's back.
Roman got up.
So that's cool, right, everybody? You want to say hi? No, you just
Hi, Roman.
He's
Yeah, I think we're gonna run into that little rhetorical thing that Woo Watcher 2 put in front of us a lot in the next couple of weeks, and that fucking sucks. I'm not going to personally entertain it one bit.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell anybody else how to feel about,
zero.
Like
zero-sum game to walk down that road.
It's what like I completely get it. That's fine. You can feel that way. You can criticize us all you want, but it's got they're like we need to be honest about where we're at overall in this country and in this city as well, and it's going to take more than empty gestures from a split council still. So that's not to take anything away from anybody. Like the organization is the only way that happened. If the last month of people showing up and pressuring the way that they did didn't happen, then none of this even happens at all. It gets brushed aside a long time ago.
The documented transphobe on the city council skated on this easily. With the complicity of 7 of the 11 city councilors, who then turned around and voted 9-2 in favor of a petition. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy making. That's breaking my brain.
With all that fight, with all of the testimony, the public comments over the past month, all of that pain and trauma and like hurt and anger and personal stories of like devastating like experiences of begging, pleading, demanding, all these different things, all these different facets of this like struggle that we've seen from people that are far braver than any of us here, certainly, but way fucking braver than anybody that you know sat there and put their head down or looked at their phone while hearing these stories. And that's all that came. That's the like so far is the best that can be gotten from it, which is like words and no action. And the words aren't nothing, but they're not enough to actually protect people, because look, this is somebody saying I need help, I need protection, and their coworkers are saying fuck off. So that if it's a different night, then and there's that those two things aren't juxtaposed against each other, then maybe things do feel different. But it just you can't ignore it. But like all the credit in the world to everybody that showed up, that has been showing up, that has been organizing, to everybody that like stood up and spoke out. You know, all the love and credit and like respect and admiration in the world for all of that. And we all have to continue and fight and hold them to account. And it's not going to be as easy as just convincing them or saying that we want this. It's just going to take like organizing and getting them the fuck out of there. And you know, like that is what it is. But it's such a, in a literal sense, such a shame that that's the most that the city council can muster, that they can just ignore that, all of that. And so that's where we stand. And I hope it keeps rolling. I like, you know, we're gonna do everything we can, and whatever more we can do, then let's keep it rolling. Let's not like back down off any of this. There are other communities in this city that are under duress, and you know, we need to destroy Joe Petty once and for all. We need to first make him cry on the council floor, and then we need to destroy him and tie his leg to the Columbus statue and sink it to the bottom of Lake Quinsigamon. I think that's the only way. Let the poop thing take him.
Oh, poop thing emoji.
I also we really haven't been paying attention to the chat for the last few minutes, but it is very funny that Physique seems really worked up. And we're never going to ban you.
Friend.
We're never going to ban you. We're just going to make you watch us and like us because you can't back down.
You keep choosing to spend your time here.
Raw magnetism. You're just drawn to it.
You can't help it. You cannot help it.
You might hate it so much.
I also get the sense that Theo knows who it is.
Probably.
It's probably like Red Metro or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 is incredible tonight. That's the other thing I did want to bring up. 2 is absolutely incredible tonight. Just really taking it to not only the direct shitty things that have happened that let's be honest, our former friend Nico is responsible for, either at the behest of the mayor or of his own volition, but also using that to kind of set up that one it's the mayor that did it, and it's very clear. And two, just how much of the other bullshit that has gone on is kind of like percolated by that. So, you know what? Fuck them all.
Mhm.
We're never gonna block you. We're absolutely never gonna block you. We're not scared of you. You're a dork,
And it
but
would
you're
make
funny.
me-
So
It would make me so upset if you posted your real
yeah.
name. Please don't do that.
Yeah, that would piss me off. I think
It would piss me off
I
so bad if
suspect
you
that with the
posted your real
walkout, they knew, probably spoke to Christian that he was going to hold the item. So maybe not as much of a middle finger as what you might think, but I don't know. Who knows? But either way, thanks for everybody for sticking around tonight. Over 5 hours. We hugely appreciate everybody's support for the show. We as much as this is painful, we do love doing this, and we love having you guys. So please make sure that you're subscribed to Worcester Sucks, and I love it. I
Where did that go?
Snuck up on you. Is it gone?
Oh, don't worry about it. People
Oh, there it is.
BillShaner.substack.com, WorcesterSucks.email, at Worcester_sucks. Subscribe to us here on Twitch. You will have access to the Discord soon of subscribers only. We'll get that invite. So check that out. Helps us run the show. Crazy Hamster. Follow at Wootenanny Comedy on Instagram. We got some good stuff coming up. Let me drop this in and see if it'll load. Friday. It's too big. I hate that it doesn't.
I like that.
It's so. I mean, if there was ever a part to focus on,
right. Go to wootenannycomedy.com to see that poster and our video that we did with Eric Yankis Franco and Solon from Coney Island to promote our show this Friday night, the Hot Dog Valentine's Day edition. It's going to be a very, very special show, the most romantic show you ever seen in your damn life. Bring a date, bring a friend, bring yourself, bring a polycool, bring everybody. It's love night, and we love to make the show. So we're very excited. We got some surprises for that. What else we got? Travis, you got anything coming up?
Heartwork opens up Thursday night. Thursday night at 6:00, 75 Webster Street. We have 20 plus artists working inspired by the heart. A whole bunch of different artists. Katie Nowicki dropped off her piece and then intimidates the absolute shit out of me. I've went to hang it twice today. Oh my God, Bill. Oh, that's all I fucking fear. Anyway, it's going to be a rad show. I'm really stoked with how eclectic this show is, and I think people are going to dig it.
Great.
I'm gonna go sleep now. Love you guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm exhausted. I love you guys. We love you all. Have a wonderful night. Yeah, Physique, that's us at Coney Island. Come on down. And definitely don't tell us your real name. That would be so infuriating and maddening if you guys came down and said your real name.
Mad. Oh my God,
Bye everybody. We love you.
See you next Tuesday.